Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
For minutes and 13 seconds, regardless of whether this time really has any special meaning, the situation in front of Shane reminded him of a question he had before, that is, why he killed so many Dementors, but there was no sign of any reduction in their number. He had previously thought that the Ministry of Magic might have mastered the method of creating Dementors, but the Aurors in Azkaban did not make any unusual movements, so there must be something else going on. Thinking of this, Shane decided to go into Azkaban to check. Shane walked in through the gate with a swagger, and the two Aurors stationed at the gate did not notice him at all. They were just chatting, and the several unusual movements of the Dementors just now did not make them nervous. Prison Auror A said with resentment, another Dementor was killed. What on earth is this Dolea doing? Is it fun to kill Dementors like this? Prison Auror B replied, stop complaining. I remember when I was transferred to Azkaban, it was the first day of school at Hogwarts, and hundreds of Dementors were killed. Later, the same thing happened in Duff Town. The crazy riots of Dementors caused by these 2 times almost drove me crazy. Now it's okay to just kill 1 or 2 Dementors like this, at least it will calm down after more than 10 days. Prison Auror A, that's right, I was there when the riot in Duff Town happened last time. Do you think you are going to see my grandmother? Prison Auror B, why didn't Minister Fudge withdraw all the Dementors? The matter of catching Sirius Black can be handed over to the people of the Law Enforcement Department. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to send the Dementors out? Prison Auror A, you make it sound easy. Don't you see how many Aurors in the Ministry of Magic have connections? These people simply don't have the ability to go out to deal with dark wizards. If it weren't for Mad Eye, who was holding the line, I don't know what chaos would have been. Scientific research shows that listening to gossip is one of human nature, and Shane is no exception. Originally, he wanted to go directly into Azkaban, but he couldn't help but stop and listen to the gossip for a while. Azkaban was exposed to the world in the 15th century, but it has only been a prison for less than 300 years. Walking into Azkaban, unlike what you see outside, the space inside is very large. This should be the result of long-term transformation with the Traceless stretching spell to ensure that it can accommodate the growing number of criminals in Europe. Dark, damp, smelly, corrupt, and dead silent, this is Shane's first impression of Azkaban. He feels that this is not a place where humans can set foot. Walking in the corridor of the prison, curiously observing the prisoners in the cells on both sides. There is no breath of any living people. The people in this cell can be said to be dead. They are neither human nor ghost. At best, the body is still alive, but the soul is broken. Feeling everything here, Shane is very curious. How can Sirius persist in this ghost place for 12 years without losing his mind? So far, he has not found a normal person in this cell. But then again, the person in the cell just passed by seems a little familiar. That coquettish dress seems to be Gilderoy Lockhart. Of course, this is just a small episode. Shane continued to wander around Azkaban, and every once in a while, he would kill a Dementor to observe the situation in the prison. So after more than half an hour of exploration, he finally found that all the Dementors in Azkaban seemed to have come from the prison's basement. The entire Azkaban prison, including the underground, has a total of 23 floors. The parts above the ground were built one by one in the past 300 years, and the 13 underground floors are the original structure of Azkaban. So then, Shane began to walk towards the Azkaban underground prison. At the same time, he would kill a few Dementors at each floor to observe the surrounding situation. The lower he went, the fewer Dementors there were, and the fewer prisoners there were. So halfway through, Shane decided not to explore layer by layer so slowly, and then he came directly to the bottom of the Azkaban underground prison at the fastest speed. The biting cold, the air was filled with a smell of corruption and mold. The dark and damp floor, the empty cells, some white candles used for lighting, there was nothing else. Shane raised his eyebrows and began to move forward, curiously checking the surrounding environment. At the same time, he also activated the perspective magic from time to time, but did not find any secret room or other space. Strange, why is there nothing here? Shane was puzzled and then began to fall into deep thought. That's right, Shane recognized the passages in front of him that carried the strange magic that could give birth to Dementors. They were alchemical runes, which meant that Dementors were a product of alchemy from beginning to end. It can be seen that the direction of all these alchemy runes is extending from the ceiling in a seemingly chaotic but implied regular state, passing through the four walls and converging in the center of the whole cell, and then forming an extremely chaotic and twisted vortex. The Dementor was born above this vortex. He rubbed his sore eyes and frowned as he began to study the strange alchemy in front of him. And 4 minutes and 13 seconds later, Shane suddenly saw that 10 Dementors suddenly floated out of a cell not far from him without any warning. After a while, when the time of 4 minutes and 13 seconds came, the new Dementor, which had completely turned into a solid body, stepped on the frost and slowly floated out of the cell. In the 4 minutes and 13 seconds just now, he did not feel any magic fluctuations here. How did this guy come into being? Walking past this inexplicable Dementor, Shane walked into this strange cell with curiosity. So in order to figure out what was going on, Shane killed another Dementor, and then his eyes turned into a mysterious purple-red. Alchemy is not Shane's strong point. He studied it for a while and found that his mind was blank. So, he immediately decided to use the simplest and most violent test method. He raised his hand and injected a huge amount of magic power into the vortex in the middle of the cell. He wanted to see if this alchemy would react to ordinary magic power. But the alchemy in front of him is very different. Its function seems to be very abstract, and the Dementors it spawned cannot be considered as a material category at all. After a while, a Dementor that was patrolling somewhere in Azkaban suddenly turned into ashes on the spot. This is, alchemical runes? Shane said in surprise with his eyes wide open. He squatted down, wiped away the thick dust on the ground, and then revealed the rune patterns carved on the stone slab underneath. What is the principle? Shane saw this and countless question marks and exclamation marks popped up above his head. In fact, just now, he had used origin to study the strange magic flowing in the alchemical runes. Clean it up. Shane stared at these runes for a long time and felt a trance. The whole cell seemed to be upside down. 0. Generally speaking, ordinary soil and stones that can be found everywhere are impossible for any alchemist to use as raw materials and engrave alchemical runes on them. So Shane guessed that this magic should be transformed from something very negative through alchemy. In the perspective of origin, a very strange magic was flowing from top to bottom, along the ceiling and walls of the cell in a fixed route, and then converged to the center of the floor to form a special ability, and finally injected into the body of the new Dementor. This magic is a very pure negative energy. If a normal human uses it, he will become emotional and irritable at best, or lose his mind at worst. Zhu Chu Self. Please give me flowers 0. Book friends who have monthly votes, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. 7. What kind of distance is this? Shane murmured with a frown. But this is very strange, because in the field of alchemy, the power of alchemy is more used for the conversion between substances, such as turning iron into copper, or using the magic stone to turn stone into gold. Waiting for the new Dementors to leave, Shane used lumos to illuminate the entire cell. In the field of alchemy, if each alchemy wants to exert its ability to distort reality or transform matter, it must use special materials corresponding to its ability to achieve it. But unfortunately, the injected magic power seemed to sink into the sea, and there was a dead silence in the cell. In the empty cell, countless alchemical runes as thick as hair were engraved on the stone slab, and their shapes were extremely strange and twisted, giving people a sense of suffocation and pressure. 01340652 Felu 1911311071 He waved his hand again, and another Dementor turned into ashes. But at this moment, a shadow of a Dementor suddenly appeared in the cell, and as time passed, it gradually solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Shane cast magic again to clean the entire cell. So at this moment, Shane thought of another point. Because if you do this, even if the alchemist finally completes the carving of the alchemical runes and produces alchemical items, their effectiveness will either be greatly reduced or directly ineffective, or even not durable. So, according to this theory, the building materials used in the cell in front of you must have something special. And more public records show that the current appearance of Azkaban is the result of the Ministry of Magic's transformation on the original basis. In those days, after the International Statute of Secrecy officially came into effect, people found that it was impractical to use a small wizard prison, because prisoners who wanted to escape would often make eye-catching sounds, smells and lights to harass the guards and eventually escape from prison. So in 1718, after Damocles Raoul became the Minister of Magic, he proposed to use Azkaban as a prison. He believed that the Dementors on the island could be used as guards, which would not only save time, money and energy, but also better protect the prison guards. So after that, the Ministry of Magic began to transform Azkaban, and it eventually formed its current appearance. Another point is that Azkaban's original owner, Axtis, was alive in the 15th century, which means that all of Azkaban's underground 13 floors were built at least before the 15th century. If people at that time wanted to build such a large building, they mostly used pure rammed earth structures, and the cell in front of us was also like this. That's right, the entire 13th floor of Azkaban's underground prison was not simply hollowed out, but processed after being hollowed out. So combined with various theories and information, Shane has every reason to believe that when Axtis built Azkaban, he must have added something to the building materials. Press your hand on the floor, and then, crushing magic, will be activated, pulling out a fist-sized square stone engraved with chaotic runes. Then, Arc of Time, is activated, a burst of white light flashes, and the silver-white magic circle unfolds and slowly rotates in Shane's hand, and the force of time reversal begins to act on this stone. Even he could barely complete the span of hundreds of years. Under Shane's full control, after more than an hour, the stone that had been silent for a long time finally began to change. I saw that the stone began to break and turn into powder, and then slowly condensed into a nearly original mud and stone fragment, and at the same time, some strange things were separated from it. Shane slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It is too difficult and magical to turn the time of an object back hundreds of years. Unlike the ordinary acceleration of the time of an object, the time rules involved in the time reversal are completely not at the same level. Shane rubbed his face with his empty hands, and then picked up the ordinary mud and stone in his hand, and then several abnormal white fragments appeared in front of him. Some of these white fragments are very smooth, some are very rough, and some have tiny holes on them that look like they were eaten by insects. This is human bones. Shane frowned instantly. The fragment in his hand is obviously a fragment of a human vertebra. Unlike animals with larger vertebral foramina, humans have smaller cervical vertebrae, with a vertebral body with a larger transverse diameter than a longitudinal diameter, and underdeveloped articular surfaces and articular processes. For Shane, who had mastered this knowledge, he recognized the identity of the fragment in his hand at a glance. However, he had already had countless guesses in his mind before, but it was beyond his expectation that Axtis actually added human bones to the rammed earth. And recalling the process of time going back just now, these human bones did not show signs of being burned, which means that when Axtis built Azkaban, he did not use ashes, but directly ground the human bones into powder and then added them to the rammed earth for construction. Good fellow, Professor Dumbledore. You really made me look for you. Shane came to the top of the Nurmengard Tower, looked at the two old men with grey hair and beards in front of him and said, "Sorry to bother you. But I really have something urgent to ask you, Professor Dumbledore. This is clearly a mountain of corpses. Where did Axtis get so many people to kill? So, if we follow the stone blocks just separated from the ground." So the next day after leaving Azkaban, Shane went back to Hogwarts to look for Dumbledore. From this, he can also infer that the original building of the entire Azkaban was built of rammed earth mixed with human bones, otherwise these runes would not be able to exert their power at all. And after some time, Shane finally stopped eating when he was tired of eating. Shane. Dumbledore was puzzled and surprised. How did you find this place? He found that the next cell was different from the one that could give birth to Dementors. It was the one with the twisted alchemical runes on the ceiling. I want to find Nick Flamel in 2.3, the Master of Alchemy. Oh, of course not. Shane waved his hands and denied it quickly, then simply explained the cause. Actually, it was because yesterday, I went to Azkaban to play, and found a very strange and weird alchemy there, but that thing was too complicated. I don't understand it with my limited level. So I want to find this alchemy master, K. Losway, to learn about it. Go to Azkaban to play? You are so idle, little kid. Grindelwald said with a smile while half lying on the wooden bed. No one has ever regarded that ghost place as a place to play. You actually said you were going to play. Aren't you afraid that the Dementors will turn you into a monster? Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers. Thank you for your support. Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. Dumbledore was even more confused, so he asked curiously, who do you want to find? For some reason, although it was empty, he felt that countless wronged souls were staring at him. In an instant, a creepy idea suddenly emerged in Shane's mind. Sorry, wait a minute. Let me eat something first. After saying that, Shane took out a piece of chocolate and started to whistle. Azkaban is a prison full of weirdness, and the Ministry of Magic must know what happened here, otherwise they would not have tried so hard to block the information about this place. Then, Shane looked at several cells in succession. They were all the same, except that the ceiling had runes engraved on it. It was not until he came across a pillar that should be used for bearing that the alchemical runes began to extend upwards along the pillar. This floor was different. All the cells on the 12th floor were engraved with strange runes, all around, but the rune patterns on the floor were not vortex-shaped. He rushed to the next cell to check it out, and used clean up to clean it up. And he found that the hole he had just dug on the ground disappeared. He didn't know when it returned to its original appearance, and the runes on it were still tightly closed. Looking at these chaotic alchemical runes on the ceiling in front of him, he suddenly found that the lines of these runes did not seem to end after reaching the edge of the ceiling, but showed signs of continuously extending outwards. However, after searching for more than an hour, including the principal's office, Dumbledore's family castle, Honeyduke's candy shop, the Ministry of Magic, and Diagon Alley, Shane still didn't find Dumbledore. In the end, he found him in Nurmengard. Human bones account for about half of them, which means that the original building of Azkaban must have used the bones of at least millions of people to complete its construction. Now Shane can basically confirm that these strange and twisted alchemical runes start from the first floor of the ground, extend downward through all the load-bearing structures of the Azkaban underground prison, and then pass through all the prison cells, and finally reach the vortex pattern on the 13th floor underground. Shane used memory magic to record all the alchemical runes in the cell in his mind. Now he wanted to find someone who should be able to read these alchemical runes. Shane murmured, and at the same time raised his head with a sense of something. Shane returned to the 13th floor underground in a trance, the cell where Dementors could be born. What kind of person is so strange? If you don't see him, he may be gone the next day. Nurmengard is too far from London, and he forgot to put the space anchor here before, so he flew here directly and didn't have time to eat. But he didn't know if this person was still alive. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at each other, looking at Shane with puzzled expressions. You want to find Nick? Dumbledore frowned instantly, and the puzzled look on his face deepened. Why are you looking for him? I haven't heard that you are interested in alchemy before. Is there something wrong with the Philosopher's Stone? The astonishment in his heart began to grow, and Shane hurried to the 12th floor of Azkaban. It's like this, I'm in a hurry to find someone now. But I'm afraid that I'm unlucky and that the person I'm looking for will die tomorrow, so I rushed here so quickly." Wiping his mouth symbolically, Shane laughed and said, "Sorry, Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Grindelwald. I was a little rude just now. That's a bit too much of an underestimation." Shane crossed his arms and said with dead eyes, "Azkaban is just those Dementors, not very scary guys. I can't even remember how many of them I killed in the past few months." "You just said that you found a kind of alchemy in Azkaban. What kind of alchemy is that?" Dumbledore didn't care about Shane going to Azkaban to play or anything, the most important thing is that he is used to it. Judging from Shane's usual style, he wouldn't feel strange even if he said he went to Azkaban for hot pot. After all, the temperature there is indeed suitable. "I know I can still find you," Shane complained, and then talked about the reasons and consequences of his trip to Azkaban this time. "I went to Azkaban this time, actually because I suddenly found that I killed so many Dementors before, but their number did not decrease. So out of curiosity, I took advantage of this holiday to go there for a walk, and found that." Then, he told everything he saw and heard in Azkaban. After hearing this, Dumbledore and Grindelwald fell silent. Even though they were both over 100 years old, they had never heard of such a strange alchemy that could create Dementors. "Can you show us the alchemy runes you wrote down?" Dumbledore asked after a moment of silence. "Professor, can you do it?" Shane immediately looked at Dumbledore with a questioning look. "I haven't heard of your achievements in alchemy. Don't be embarrassed when you can't figure out anything after reading it. Although my alchemy level is not as good as Nick's, it is still good. When I was young, I also won the gold medal for pioneering contributions awarded by the International Alchemy Conference." Dumbledore said calmly, "What's more, I can't take you to find Nick so easily. He once said that he wanted to spend the rest of his life quietly with his wife. I promised not to disturb him easily." "Okay. In this case, I hope you can see something." After that, Shane waved his wand and used light and shadow magic to simulate all the alchemy runes of Azkaban engraved in his memory and engraved them in the void. Dumbledore and Grindelwald both walked up to study. After a while, Dumbledore was surprised and said, "It's incredible. I have never seen such exquisite alchemy. These alchemy runes seem to be messy and illogical, but the overall combination is extremely reasonable. However, this alchemy is obviously not a good thing. Exquisite as it is, such twisted and weird alchemy patterns are engraved in rammed earth containing human bone powder, and can also recover automatically. This is clearly a kind of evil magic." Grindelwald studied these alchemy runes in the air and said, "But I can't see the principle. What does this alchemy transform into Dementors? Huh? Why are the rune patterns on that part so out of tune with the others?" Inadvertently, Dumbledore and Grindelwald suddenly started to discuss, completely leaving Shane aside. Shane looked at the two people in front of him, rolled his eyes helplessly, and could only sit next to them and take out another piece of chocolate to eat. And until more than 10 minutes later, he finally couldn't help it, staring at them impatiently and interrupting them. "I say, two old men, you have been studying and discussing for so long, have you come up with anything? Just now, I listened to the two people talking a lot, all of which were questions, but there was no substantive answer to any of the questions." Although he was a novice who didn't know much about alchemy, he could see that this alchemy was exquisite, complex, and weird. "But is it necessary for you two old men to ask each other questions here? Come up with something more substantial. Is this Nick Flamel's retreat?" Shane forced down the nausea in his stomach, and used sky magic to sober himself up, then looked around and said, "But where is the house? Alia, don't disturb your brother when he goes out." At this moment, Julie came over and patted Alia's head and said, then turned around and smiled to help Shane tidy up his clothes. The next morning, at the Swinton family, Shane was ready to go out after breakfast. To be honest, even now, he still can't get used to the phoenix's shape shifting like being stuffed into a drum washing machine. "Good morning, Shane." "Good morning, Professor Dumbledore." Shane lifted a large bag of things in his hand and showed it, then said, "Let's go, I hope Mr. Jing Flammel doesn't dislike the gifts I bought. At the end of the day, he first went to Azkaban, and then ran to Austria. The whole process was done by flying, and he was really tired. I have to say that the scenery here is indeed beautiful, but I just can't see any traces of human activities. I can't see it either. This kind of alchemy is the first time I've seen it. Grindelwald also looked thoughtful. Okay, thank you Aunt Julie. Shane agreed. On the other side, in a beautiful river valley in France, there is no one here all year round, so it is full of the original breath of nature. Well, to be honest, I really can't see why this kind of alchemy can give birth to dementors. Dumbledore said, touching his long white beard. I didn't expect that these two people who are over 200 years old in total have been discussing for so long, but nothing has been discussed, so in the end I still have to find the most reliable person. Then can you tell me where he is now? And just at this moment, a melodious cry suddenly echoed in the mountains, and two figures, one old and one young, walked out of the phoenix's flames. Dumbledore didn't say anything. He took out a very beautiful gold coin from his pocket. His eyes suddenly showed a nostalgic look, and his fingers stroked the pattern on it. He threw the gold coin into the sky, and it kept rolling under the sun. When the gold coin fell on the grass, Shane suddenly saw a crooked two-story wooden house suddenly appeared not far away. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, monthly ticket, and flowers, thank you for your support. Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise some of your hands and give a monthly ticket to the poor child. Oh, how can you come to visit empty-handed? Shane said with a smile, okay, Professor, let's not chat here for now, let's go now. 010, okay. Dumbledore nodded and agreed, then called Fawkes' name, and the two disappeared in Hogwarts in an instant. I don't know. The last time I saw him was almost 2 years ago. So I don't know whether the elixir he left can keep him alive until now. If you want, I can take you to him tomorrow. At this time, Julie came out of the kitchen and saw Shane, who was already dressed, and immediately asked, Shane, will you come back for lunch at noon? If you come back, I will ask Wilson to buy some vegetables when he goes home. Immortality. Alia rushed to Shane with her long white legs, her eyes shining. Do all alchemists look very young? You're overthinking that. Shane stretched out his hand to push Alia's face away, and then began to explain, immortality does not mean eternal youth. Just like the alchemist master I'm going to visit today, he and his wife have lived for hundreds of years, but their bodies have come to an end. I heard that even a light handshake would make his hand bones unbearable. Then, he activated the space magic and instantly returned to Hogwarts, only to see Dumbledore waiting here. A series of tall pine forests continued from the high mountains, and stopped abruptly at the foot of the mountain, turning into large tracts of grassland. Alchemy. Alia jumped up from the sofa when she heard the new term, and asked excitedly, is it the alchemy that can turn stone into gold in the legend? Go early and come back early, try to come back in time for dinner. Actually, you don't have to buy these, Nick won't care, not to mention that with his body, he can only drink pumpkin porridge at ordinary times. Dumbledore glanced at the bag in Shane's hand and said. Shane walked out of the flames and retched for a while, his face pale. Shane held his forehead in silence. A clear stream flowed down from the mountain, passing through the green grassland, making a pleasant sound of flowing water, and it meandered to the farthest distance, like a sparkling necklace inlaid with diamonds. Yes, not only can it turn stone into gold, but it can also make people immortal. Shane replied. Professor, please tell me. Nick Flammel should still be alive, right? Shane asked with a frown on his face. No. Aunt Julie. Shane replied with a smile, today I am going to visit an alchemy master. I have to go to Gallic Chicken. The journey is quite far, and I may be back late. So, after getting Dumbledore's promise, Shane was willing to go home and rest. Oh, Alia immediately showed a disappointed expression. She just wanted Shane to use alchemy to get her some skin care products, but she didn't expect it to be a false alarm. F***K. When did this house come here? I didn't even notice it. Shane looked at the cabin that suddenly appeared in front of him, and his eyes widened in shock. It seems that we are very lucky. Nick's elixir of life should not have been used up yet. Dumbledore looked around, breathed a sigh of relief, and then said with a look of relief. Huh. Professor, how did you know this? Shane immediately had a question mark on his head and asked. I didn't see Nick's tombstone, which means he is still alive. Dumbledore answered simply, and then walked towards the cabin. Tombstone. Messy items, various minerals, crystals, metal parts, etc. are scattered in various corners, some of which emit unknown colored lights, contain unknown liquids, or vibrate irregularly. He nodded gently and said to himself, I understand. I didn't expect you to succeed. Ikes. Ikes. Shane was stunned when he heard the name, and then asked curiously, is it Ixtis? Mr. Nick Flamel, do you know him? Yes, I know him. Looking back, we were very good friends. Nick Flamel said softly, but that was a long time ago. I taught him part of his alchemy. Ixtis is your student? Shane was surprised. Suddenly he didn't expect to encounter such a coincidence, so he continued to ask curiously, what do you mean when you said he really succeeded? Ixtis, he is younger than me and is an extremely crazy person. Nick Flamel gradually fell into the memories of the past. Thinking back then, he suddenly came to Devonshire to find me from afar and said he wanted to ask me about alchemy. I didn't agree immediately, but asked him a question. I asked him, why do you study alchemy? He replied, I want to revive the dead. Okay, no problem. Shane nodded. Shane looked around with a puzzled look. Yes. Nick Flamel looked at the Philosopher's Stone and nodded. His eyes were very calm, and he did not show any nostalgia for the Philosopher's Stone. To be honest, I have been very conflicted for hundreds of years. From time to time, I would think about whether it was right or wrong for me to refine the Philosopher's Stone back then. When they arrived in front of the cabin, Dumbledore pushed open the door directly, and the two walked in. Oh. The heir of Rowena Ravenclaw, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Dolea. Nick Flamel smiled and stretched out his trembling hand. At that time, corpses were everywhere. 1/3 of the population of Europe, 25 million people died of the disease. There was no shortage of human bones. Oh. Albus, long time no see. Just then, an old voice suddenly came from the house. Then he took out the Philosopher's Stone from his personal space, and then looked at Nick Flamel and asked, so, you completed the refining of the Philosopher's Stone at that time? The house is very messy, but strangely, it seems very orderly. After that, he took out his wand and waved it gently, and then the strange and twisted alchemical runes of Azkaban gradually appeared in front of the owner in the form of light and shadow. Yes, I promised him, and I feel very excited. Nick Flamel answered calmly, and then looked at the few remaining elixirs on the cabinet not far away. I was actually the same as Ike's, with very crazy ideas. He wanted to revive the dead, and I wanted to live forever. We both have huge ambitions. And at this time, Shane suddenly thought of something. It was the kind of hollow, white, scallion-like crisp candy that he often ate when he was a child, but it was easy to get sugar stains all over his hands. Like many houses in the magic world, the space inside the wooden house is very large, which is completely inconsistent with its appearance. Why do you think so? Shane asked doubtfully. Feeling Nick Flamel's fragile body, Shane didn't dare to use force at all. After a while, Nick Flamel, who had checked all the alchemical runes, suddenly lowered his eyebrows, and some ripples of memories appeared in his eyes. Hearing this, Shane suddenly realized. At the same time, various experimental instruments are placed on the shelves, chairs and tables. Shane can see that these instruments are still filled with some transparent liquids, but these liquids emit colorful smoke under the stimulation of flames. He could feel that the other party's body was close to the limit, and his hand bones were like white scallion candy, which would break if squeezed. I accepted Ix as a student, and for a long time afterwards, I slowly taught him all I learned in my life. And the facts prove that Ix is indeed a very remarkable alchemy genius. That's right, the man in front of him who seemed like he could be blown away by a gust of wind was the most outstanding alchemist since the 14th century, Nicholas Flamel, also known as Nicholas Flamel. Hello, Nico. Long time no see, how are you? Dumbledore immediately stepped forward and gave him a gentle hug. Oh, I'm fine, compared to Perenelle, I can at least walk around. Nicholas Flamel smiled, giving people a very optimistic feeling, and then he looked behind Dumbledore and said in surprise, "Oh, you also brought a little wizard." Nicholas Flamel originally thought that Dumbledore just came to visit him simply. "Hello, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. I'm Shane Dolea, nice to meet you." Shane immediately put down the gift in his hand, walked forward excitedly and stretched out a hand, and at the same time sighed in his heart. Wow! The man in front of me is really a living fossil. He is a person who lives longer than the Greenland shark. Human experiments are difficult to implement without a heart of stone, not to mention that no matter what era, using humans for experiments is extremely against human nature. With doubts, Shane followed Dumbledore with a few question marks on his head. With a thought, Shane injected a large amount of life energy into Nick Flame and said, "Mr. Nick Flame, maybe this will make you feel better." "Oh, it's been a long time since I last felt this way." "Thank you, Mr. Dolea." Nick Flame felt the warmth in his body. He could clearly feel that his body had some strength. He raised his head happily, looked into Shane's eyes and asked, "So Mr. Dolea, you came to me, is there anything you need my help with?" "Mr. Nick Flame, it's like this." Then, Shane briefly recounted his discovery in Azkaban yesterday. "I and Professor Dumbledore couldn't understand those alchemical runes, so I had no choice but to come here to ask you, the Master of Alchemy, for advice." "Oh. Azkaban. I have to say, Mr. Dolores, you are such an interesting person." Nick Flamel said with admiration, and then his face suddenly became calm, "But to be honest, I may know something about the alchemy of Azkaban you just mentioned. But please show me the alchemical runes so that I can confirm whether it is what I know." "So that's it," he asked, "where Ixtus got so many human bones to build Azkaban. It turned out to be patients of the Black Death. If this person died, how could he dig a hole to bury himself? And also set up a tombstone? We used alchemy to study life and reverse life and death, and at that time the Black Death happened to be raging throughout Europe, and the endless material made our research abnormal mori. But this is also said, although Nick Flamel looks weak now, he was also a werewolf when he was young. The highest law of alchemy is equivalent exchange. The only thing equivalent to life is life itself, so the refining of the Philosopher's Stone is destined to be full of sins from the beginning. In fact, the Philosopher's Stone can only force my soul to stay in this rotten body in the end." I saw a pale-skinned, dull-haired, very thin person wearing only a white nightgown moving towards the two with trembling steps. "Resurrect life?" Shane was surprised, and then asked, "Just for this, you promised him?" "My ambition has not been fully realized, but looking at the corpses all over the ground, I gradually woke up from the madness of pursuing immortality. Although those people died of the Black Death, I did cause them great pain before they died, and I feel sorry for that. However, although I had stopped pursuing immortality at that time, I did not stop Ix from continuing his research on resurrection until I found that he began to experiment with normal living people. Time goes back to the mid to late 14th century. At this time, Europe was immersed in the shadow of the Black Death. The population in many areas was only 1/10 of the population, which was already a hell on earth. However, as England is separated from the European continent by the English Channel, it is relatively less affected by the Black Death. Devon in southwest England is where the young Nick Flamel lived in seclusion. At this time, he had a fierce quarrel with his student Axtis. "Ax, you can't go on like this." Nick Flamel rushed into the laboratory angrily, and pulled Axtis up from a living dead man who had been tortured to the point of being inhuman, shouting, "You know what you are doing, you are experimenting on innocent people. Nicholas, you don't have to pretend to be a saint here. Axtis impatiently shook off Nick Flamel's hand, and said sarcastically with a sinister face, you also killed a lot of people in order to make the eternal potion. Why didn't you say that you hurt them at that time? Yes, but they were already terminally ill, and you are now experimenting with the lives of ordinary people. Nick Flamel pointed at the person on the bed and shouted, look at him, how many more people do you want to kill for your experiment? It's none of your business. As long as the experiment succeeds, I don't care how many people I kill. Axtis replied with red eyes. At this moment, Nick Flame suddenly discovered that something was wrong with Axtis. There were a few black lines on the latter's neck, and something seemed to be flowing in it. Then, he rushed forward and ripped off Axtis's clothes on his chest, and saw countless black alchemical runes spreading from his heart to his whole body. Axtis, what did you do to yourself? Nick Flame asked in horror. Ha ha ha. Axtis sneered wildly, revealing an extreme yearning in his eyes, my experiment was successful, engraving alchemical runes on a living person. 070. Do you know what you are doing? Nick Flame asked in shock, his pupils trembling, this will turn you into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. I don't care. Axtis roared, as long as I can revive her, I am willing to pay any price, even if I fall into hell. He said that it was no wonder that Axe had such a crazy idea. It must be said that the existence of Obscurus did provide him with very good inspiration and was also a real example. What do you mean by success just now? This alchemy does not seem to be successful. It does not produce humans, but these guys. Shane looked at the alchemical runes floating in the air with a puzzled look, and then grabbed a dementor from the void. Obscurus is a parasitic creature that is born when a young wizard constantly suppresses his magical power and accumulates extreme negative emotions for a long time, which leads to qualitative changes. The master born by it is usually called Obscurus. You mean, Axtis wants to use alchemy to make his wife in memory appear in reality in order to achieve the purpose of resurrection? Shane was stunned for a moment. Oh, I understand. It should be the Ministry of Magic's hand. Shane nodded in understanding, but another question suddenly emerged in his mind, but from this point of view, Axtis should have completed the alchemy of his dreams. Then why didn't he successfully resurrect his wife, but instead created so many dementors? The Obscurus has extremely powerful power, and those who are not strong cannot fight against it. Its power is extremely destructive to the surrounding environment, and it can suspend or tear objects without touching them. Nick Flamel sighed regretfully, although Axtis has completed the alchemy of transforming people's emotions, he doesn't know that human life is composed of flesh and soul. The person resurrected by this alchemy will eventually be a walking corpse without a soul. I see, I think I understand. Shane nodded and replied. In fact, it's just like the mirror of Ariste can let a person see the most urgent and strongest desire in his heart. The wife resurrected by Axtis using his alchemy is actually just a person who best fits his impression of his wife. She won't learn, grow, or adapt. She won't even get old. She will always look the same. It's just because in Axtis' memory, he doesn't know what his wife looks like when she is old. Tears, please subscribe, monthly votes, flowers, thank you for your support. Book friends who have monthly votes, please raise some hands and vote for the poor child. Why is that? Hearing this, Shane felt sorry for Axtis. Axe wants to resurrect her dead wife. Nick Flamel continued, although I haven't seen him, it is obvious that the two of them love each other very much, otherwise Axe would not be so crazy for her. Since the day I found out that Axe was experimenting on ordinary people, the conflict between me and him became more and more serious. Soon after that, he disappeared completely. It was not until the interview in Azkaban that I learned that he went to the North Sea. Nick Flamel showed a trace of regret on his face. Envision. Good guy. Why do you carry a Dementor with you? Oh, this history is really colorful. In order to resurrect his wife, he even went to find the Deathly Hallows. Shane muttered softly. The size and power of Obscurus are closely related to the negative emotions and psychological state of its host. When the Obscurus reaches a certain level emotionally and mentally, it may completely lose control and completely transform into Obscurus. Haha! What an interesting young man! Nick Flamel smiled and praised, then turned his head to look at the alchemy runes in the air. What I mean by success is that X did realize the alchemy he envisioned. Transforming abstract will or emotions into things, isn't this the so-called wish come true? Invincible. Axe spent more than 10 years traveling all over Europe but couldn't find the resurrection stone. When he was about to give up, he met a creature that was completely born out of human negative emotions, that is Obscurus. Obscurus, it is a powerful but extremely unstable and difficult to control black magic creature. To this day, people actually have some disputes about whether it is classified as a creature or magic. That is, the Dementor is essentially a collection of negative emotions. All the negative emotions released by the prisoners in prison in Azkaban are collected by the alchemical tree created by Axtis, and then the Dementors are born. Shane gradually figured out why Dementors could keep coming, but the next moment he was confused. That's not right. If that's the case, Azkaban should continue to produce Dementors, but why do I find their number is going up? He worked so hard for most of his life, but he didn't expect that it would be a dream in the end. This would drive people crazy. 0134065244 follow 1911411071. It must be said that if this alchemy can be successful, then Axtis can be directly deified. So in summary, the Obscurus can be said to be a materialization of a person's extreme emotions. It is very natural that Axtis got inspiration from the Obscurus and came up with the idea of using alchemy to resurrect his dead wife. Oh. I was thinking before I came here, after all, this Dementor is a product of alchemy. So just in case, I brought one with me. Just in case it comes in handy. Shane replied, and then stuffed the Dementor back like nothing happened. Axtis actually used alchemy to transform himself. Hearing this story, Shane suddenly felt a little scalp numb. Engraving alchemical patterns on oneself is not as simple as tattooing. It requires special tools to scrape off the skin and flesh on the body at one time. You can imagine how painful it is. Yes, vision. Nick Flamel nodded and explained, back then, X wanted to use the power of alchemy to collect people's will or emotions, and then transform them into real life or matter. Shane, why did you bring a Dementor with you? Dumbledore asked helplessly. Yes, you guessed it right. Nick Flamel nodded and affirmed, and the reason why Axe had such a wild idea was entirely due to his experience in finding the resurrection stone. Obscurus? Shane suddenly realized it when he heard Nick Flamel say this name. Nick Flamel and Dumbledore were immediately shocked by this move. The alchemical runes in that part have traces of artificial modification and addition. Maybe it's because of this that the number of Dementors is fixed. Nick Flamel pointed to a part of the rune pattern in the air and explained. But on the contrary, the Obscurus will also change with the emotions of the Obscurus. The mood stabilizes and slowly calms down, gradually returning to the state of a normal person, and the emotional changes at this time may cause the Obscurus to switch back and forth between the Obscurus and the Obscurus. Pull the time back to the 20th century. I'm not sure about this. The last time I saw Axe, his mental state was a little abnormal. Nick Flamel looked regretful. Maybe after he completed his alchemy, he no longer had enough ability to resurrect his wife. But even if he has the ability, he won't succeed. For example, if the wife in Axtis's mind is gentle and kind, then the person he resurrected will have nothing else except these qualities. She is likely not to be angry or indifferent, and will only respond to the same things in the same way and with the same expression. For another example, in Axtis's impression, his wife is a person who likes to cook. She often makes her husband's favorite tomato scrambled eggs. Then the resurrected person may not do anything else except tomato scrambled eggs for him. In short, just like computer program code, the wife resurrected by Axtis using alchemy is just a dead object that will run according to a fixed code, and the code is still the kind that cannot be modified. This is very scary to think about, because a person cannot control his thoughts 100%, and you don't know what kind of thing you create will look like. Although it is not clear why Axe created a monster like Dementors in the end, there is no doubt that his alchemy was successful. Nick Flamel said, and then smiled and looked at Shane, then Mr. Dolea, do you have any questions? To be honest, he was quite happy today. He didn't expect to meet such an interesting young man when his life was about to come to an end. No. Thank you very much for clearing up my doubts, Mr. Nick Flamel. Shane replied with a smile. Although he still had some doubts in his heart at this time, they were all minor problems and not very important. And through this exploration of the life of Dementors, it also further confirmed that the ultimate magic he had been studying for a long time had the possibility of realization. Afterwards, the three chatted for a long time in the cabin, and Shane had lunch with Nick Flamel's wife, Pernell, at noon. It was not until the evening that Shane and Dumbledore walked out of Nick Flamel's alchemy hut. We are leaving, Nick. Dumbledore stood on the grass in front of the cottage, turned around and said to Nick Flamel. Fawkes was flapping his wings not far away, and the sparks scattered from his body were extremely dazzling under the deep blue night sky. Thank you very much today, Mr. Nick Flamel. Shane stood aside and expressed his most sincere gratitude and respect to Nick Flamel, the master of alchemy. Oh. I am also very grateful for the food you brought today. The hot pot is delicious, but it is a bit spicy. Nick Flamel looked at Shane with a smile and said, Good luck, Mr. Dolea. Shane smiled and nodded. I am very happy to see you again today, my good friend. Nick Flamel turned his head and looked at Dumbledore again. Albus, goodbye. After hearing the last three words said by Nick Flamel, Dumbledore's eyes showed a trace of sadness. Because he knew that this meant that today was the last time they met. Take care, Nick. Dumbledore simply left this sentence, and then a phoenix cry echoed in the mountains, and he and Jinan disappeared instantly. Nick Flamel stood on the endless grass, looking at the empty space in front of him, and then looked up at the sky that had turned into a dark blue sky. The stars had come out, like colorful silver lights flashing. Isn't it beautiful? After saying that, he turned around and moved with trembling steps. Duh. With a gentle sound of closing the door, the natural tranquility was restored here. Who would have thought that there would be an alchemy cabin here, and the greatest alchemist and his wife in the past few centuries lived in it? Time went back to the 15th century. On a small island in the North Sea, there was a huge fortress, which was also the original appearance of Azkaban. At this moment, a man was in the deepest underground of the fortress, constantly screaming wildly, in a dark and damp room. Why? Why? The man smashed the face of the pretty woman under him with a stone. Why? Why did you fail after trying so many times? The man was skinny, his withered white beard and long hair were covered with dirt, and there were horrible flesh lines on his pale skin, and some black lines like earthworms could be seen wriggling in it. After an unknown amount of time, the man panted and put down the brick in his hand, and threw the woman's body, which was no longer human, out, hitting the blood-stained wall on the side, and then rolled down instantly. The man sat on the floor and kept repeating these three words, clutching his hair tightly, and his eyes were full of scarlet bloodshot. Why? Why? What went wrong? Time is running out. What did I miss? What is missing? What is missing? Suddenly, the alchemy of Azkaban began to operate autonomously. The flesh of the wife, who was not completely solidified in the end, began to slowly melt away, leaving only bones wrapped in rotten flesh. The man struggled to get up from the ground, but at this moment, the flesh lines on his body suddenly squirmed violently, and a sense of powerlessness made him fall to the ground instantly. Then, a layer of black cloak gradually formed outside the bones and wrapped the whole body, just like a body that was soaked and rotten, with only bones left, covered with a cloak, which was extremely weird. The flesh lines on his body were squirming violently, as if something terrible was about to break out of his body. Puff. Cough cough cough. With this, the world's first Dementor was born. The man desperately moved his body and climbed to the vortex pattern in the middle of the room, and then began to whisper some creepy whispers. Looking at the empty eyes of his wife, Axtis's brain finally had a little enlightenment, and his heart finally had a little relief. After the body was completely frozen, the Dementor slowly floated out of the room. The cold air emitted by the Dementor froze the body of Axtis, as if holding a funeral for the latter. Axtis never thought that all the negative emotions he exuded in order to resurrect his wife had accumulated over time and penetrated into the alchemy of Azkaban. Axtis's eyes finally lost their light. Years of hellish life have turned him into a monster that is neither human nor ghost. At this point, Azkaban appeared in front of the world for the first time, and the Dementors were finally suppressed near Azkaban under the leadership of a wizard carrying a phoenix. After a while, a shadow similar to the woman who had just been smashed to death suddenly appeared above the man's body and began to solidify. Desperately holding on to his last breath, Axtis tried to turn his head and look at the wife, who was almost resurrected by him above his head. At this time, it can finally be seen that not only is it the burial place of Axtis, but there are also thousands of wife bodies outside the room. Puff. The man vomited a lot of blood again, and the flesh lines on his body gradually stopped wriggling, and the sparse beard and hair all fell off at this moment. However, although Axtis' life has come to an end, the legacy he left behind has also changed with his death. However, these histories can no longer be examined, regardless of whether they are for Shane or others. The history of the birth of Dementors is already a historical mystery. Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. Power. Ha 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 ha. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Could it be? I should have thought of it earlier. I'm sorry, Celia, I didn't. Please, let me try again. However, his obsession to resurrect his wife has always overwhelmed these negative situations, so that he has resurrected normal people for a long time. Since it doesn't work this time, try again. It will definitely work this time, it will definitely work. You will definitely be able to survive. The shadow of the woman stopped solidifying, and the man was already lying in a pool of blood, dying, and his skin had completely turned gray and white, symbolizing death. As the alchemy continued to operate, these corpses gradually began to change. They were emitting black smoke and gradually turned into terrifying Dementors. The man kept mumbling to himself, and suddenly he looked up and started laughing crazily and obsessed again. On an island in the North Sea, black shadows kept pouring out of the island. The Dementors were driven by instinct. The village on the mainland closest to the island was devastated. Unfortunately, when Axtis died, his obsession completely dissipated, and all the negative emotions deposited in alchemy finally broke out, which also detonated the negative emotions that had previously penetrated into his resurrected wife. At the same time when Shane was visiting Nick Flamel, Harry also began to use the channel of the Daily Prophet that Shane lent him in order to completely clear his godfather's grievances. In a relatively private room in the Three Broomsticks in Hogsmeade, Harry was accepting an exclusive interview with Rita Skeeter. Now, let's get started. Mr. Potter. Skeeter fiddled with her weird golden eyes and said, her green feather pen was eager to try. Okay. Harry pursed his lips and nodded. To be honest, facing this kind of media interview, he was still not used to it. Moreover, the temperament of the woman in front of him made him feel very uncomfortable. No wonder Hermione repeatedly reminded him before coming that he must be cautious when speaking and answering questions. Mr. Potter, may I ask, what do you think about Sirius Black betraying your parents? Skeeter exposed the scars right away and asked a more pointed question. In fact, Skeeter didn't know that she came with a mission. Shane just told her to cooperate with the people in his guild and interview about Sirius Black, and didn't tell her the purpose. But because of Shane, she didn't dare to make up stories like before when facing Harry, and even controlled the quill to write down some news that didn't conform to the facts before the other party answered the question. What can I think about a traitor who killed my parents? Harry replied angrily, but I am very glad that he was able to escape from Azkaban. If he had stayed in there, I would not have been able to avenge my parents. The quill wrote, Harry Potter believes that Azkaban protects criminals and prevents him from completing his revenge. Mr. Potter, you just said that you are very concerned about Sirius Black and know a lot about him. Then may I ask if you know that Sirius Black is still your only guardian and your godfather? While speaking, the quill also wrote, Harry Potter believes that Azkaban's defense is lax, which may lead to more and more escapees in the future. Here we can't help but ask, is it possible that the Ministry of Magic, which has always maintained stability and peace in the wizarding world, is deliberately creating loopholes? Can catching the escaped prisoners restore their declining credibility? It's really disgusting. I never thought that a person could twist a few ordinary answers into that. Ronald lifted the invisible cloak covering his body and said with disgust, I think I will have a shadow on reporters in the future. God knows what they will make up when they go back. As soon as Harry finished speaking, Feather began to write brilliantly again. Harry Potter seemed to have his own secret channels to obtain information about his enemies, which made people doubt, is Mr. Potter using his title of savior to develop his own power? This also raises a concern. Will a young man with a tragic life, a love of cleverness, and a proud and complacent mind use his power to do something unknown? Subtitle, Young Dark Lord. Okay. Skeeter supported her strange eyes on the bridge of her nose, and then began to ask the last question, Mr. Potter, from the interview just now, I can see that you seem to know more about Sirius Black than many people. Does this mean that you are also secretly investigating him? For a murderer who killed my parents, there is no reason for me not to pay attention. I can answer this for you, Mr. Potter. Skeeter replied proudly, on the day Sirius Black escaped from prison, our high and mighty Minister of Magic, Mr. Cornelius Fudge, gave Black a copy of the Daily Prophet. Then Mr. Potter, does your words just now mean that you have a lot of opinions about the Ministry of Magic's trial of Sirius Black back then? Skeeter continued to ask. The quill wrote, Harry Potter seems to have an unknown darkness hidden in his heart. For a murderer who killed his parents, he prefers to let the latter suffer. Then Mr. Potter, what do you mean by, ask everything clearly? Skeeter continued to ask. With the sound of the door closing, Harry looked at the closed wooden door and breathed a sigh of relief. Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. I copied some, you can take a look yourself. Ronald handed over a small notebook and said, I wanted to copy all of it for you, but I couldn't copy half of it. It's really disgusting. Also, the day after my parents passed away, he went to hunt down his other good friend Peter Pettigrew. I think Peter must have some unknown secrets. I think he should make these things clear. I won't kill him. Harry replied, I will ask everything clearly, and then send this liar and murderer back to Azkaban. At this moment, two familiar figures appeared in the room. Of course. Harry replied, as far as I know, the Ministry of Magic has only one page of information about Black. He was directly sent to Azkaban. The Ministry of Magic did not try him. Do you think this is unfair? Yes. In addition to betraying my parents, whether Black has done many bad things before, the Ministry of Magic should find out. This will not only increase his punishment, but also give a fair explanation to many other people who have been harmed by him. The Feather Pen wrote, an amazing truth, the Ministry of Magic missed the trial of a Death Eater. Harry Potter said that he was treated unfairly, but he was very hypocritical to force the Ministry of Magic to restart the trial of Sirius Black with other victims. Mr. Potter. Now everyone thinks that Sirius Black escaped from prison to kill you, but some people think he has other purposes. What do you think this is? Skeeter asked. I don't know, but I'm sure he had good intentions. Harry replied, he first attacked my aunt's house, which raised me, and caused them to stay in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magic for a week. Although they treated me very badly since I was a child and often even denied me food, they still raised me after all. I think he must have learned something in prison to do this. That issue of the newspaper was an interview report on Fairy Tale's victory in the wizarding world, and there was a photo of you on the front. Mr. Potter, if Sirius Black is standing in front of you now, what will you do? Another thing I don't understand is why Black escaped from Azkaban 12 years later to kill me. Before Skeeter continued to ask, Harry continued. What did Skeeter write just now? Harry asked with a puzzled and nervous look. But, Ms. Skeeter, there is one thing you may have overlooked. Harry reminded, Sirius Black has never seen what I look like. I also know that issue of the newspaper. There is indeed a photo of me on it, but there are also photos of my friends. Oh, you're right. Skeeter raised his eyebrows and smirked. After that, he picked up a feather pen and wrote a big title in his notebook, Harry Potter hints at the corruption of the Ministry of Magic, and the only godfather is a Death Eater. Then, he walked out of the room with twisted steps. There's no name written under the photo. Except for the article that mentioned my name, no one knows who the people in the photo are. Thank you very much for accepting my interview today. I think you will see my wonderful article in the Daily Prophet in a few days. Then the quill began to write again. The great Mr. Harry Potter seems to like to show off his cleverness in front of others. The credit of killing the Dark Lord seems to make this savior complacent and proud. However, from Mr. Potter's question, it can be concluded that the Ministry of Magic seems to be more suspicious of playing the role of the thief-crying thief. What's this? You haven't seen what she wrote before, which is even more disgusting. A breeze blew, and Hermione showed up. If Shane hadn't repeatedly reminded me, I would have thrown her out directly. What? Harry pretended to be shocked. Quill Pen writes, Harry Potter used Sirius Black's attack on a Muggle family to express his tragic life experience. I guess Mr. Potter still cries for his deceased parents sometimes at night. And as a savior who defeated the Dark Lord, the Ministry of Magic did not provide Mr. Potter with basic living security. Does this make people feel chilled? As far as I know, Black was the most trusted person of my parents. I want to know why he betrayed my parents. Why did he choose to give me to Hagrid when he had the opportunity to kill me that night in Godric Canyon? Oh, it seems that you don't know. Skeeter supported the weird eyes on her nose, but it doesn't matter, I just want to tell you this news out of kindness. How could she write like this? Harry glanced at the contents of the notebook and his eyes widened instantly. No. Who is this person that the president found? I just want to hint to everyone that Sirius's conviction may be problematic and force the Ministry of Magic to restart the investigation of him. Where did she get so many associations? And, she also portrayed me as a young Dark Lord. Do you think I look like the Dark Lord? It's more appropriate to give this title to the president. Do we need to stop Skeeter? Ronald asked tentatively, she shouldn't have gone far now. It's still not too late to stop her now. This. Harry was speechless. How about I ask Shane to write a letter to Rita Skeeter, asking her to be more restrained when writing articles? She has a handle in Shane's hand, she dare not disobey. Hermione also suggested at this time. Sad face 0 asterisk, oh, forget it. That's it. Harry struggled for a while, and decided to break the jar. The president told me before that when using the two channels of the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, the more topical the better. Although what Skeeter wrote is disgusting, there is no doubt that it is indeed very topical and can attract enough people to pay attention to what happened to Sirius. I'm afraid that the topic will not be on your godfather, but on other strange things. Ronald complained immediately. At this time, he was imagining in his mind that many people in the streets and alleys of Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade were holding newspapers and discussing, how is Harry Potter, and what will he be like in the future? 24, originally, because of the defeat Voldemort has been a household name since childhood. This suddenly adds such an inexplicable fire to the public opinion. I am afraid that Sirius will not be able to save him and he will be burned first and become a nobody. I don't think you need to worry too much about this. If the public opinion does not focus on Harry's godfather in the end, we can still get it back through the Quibbler. Hermione comforted, and even if the public opinion fails at that time, what does it matter? Drag the Ministry of Magic out as a sacrifice. Anyway, when the old woman Rita Skeeter is making up stories about you, she is also implying the Ministry of Magic. Is this appropriate? Harry asked a little worriedly. After all, it is the Ministry of Justice. What's appropriate or inappropriate? Shane uses the Daily Prophet to Yin and Yang the Ministry of Magic. This is not the first time he has done such a thing. Hermione said indifferently. Why do I feel like Hermione has been assimilated by the president? Ronald suddenly leaned over to Harry's ear and whispered, she wasn't so free-spirited before. He couldn't find a suitable adjective for a moment, so he could only ask a rhetorical question. I feel that too. At least in the first year, Hermione still abided by the school rules. On the surface. Harry also whispered in agreement. What are you two talking about in secret? Hermione frowned when she saw that the two were actually whispering. No. No. Harry and Ronald shook their heads frantically. If Hermione knew that the two of them were just making up stories about her, they would be in big trouble when they returned to the guild. Just as Harry was carrying out the plan to clear his godfather's name, Shane suddenly received a letter sent by Owl at home. The name of the signer turned out to be Neville, who was usually weak in character. After opening the envelope and taking a look at the contents of the letter, Shane immediately understood why Neville suddenly sent him a letter. It turned out that for unknown reasons, Neville's parents, who were recuperating at St. Mungo's Hospital for magical maladies and injuries, suddenly became ill and gradually became unresponsive to the things around them. In response, the therapists at St. Mungo's used all the treatment methods they could, but they could not suppress the deterioration of Neville's parents' condition. So Neville suddenly thought of writing to Shane in desperation, hoping that Shane could find a way to save his parents. And of course, when the members of his guild encountered difficulties, Shane did not hesitate at all and immediately set off for St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries is located in London, England, and is sometimes referred to as St. Mungo's Hospital or St. Mungo's. St. Mungo's Hospital was founded by the famous therapist Mungo Bonham in the early 17th century. The hospital's logo is crossed bones and a magic wand. It is the largest magic hospital in the UK and can treat wizard patients from all over the UK. From the outside, the building of St. Mungo's Hospital looks like an old-fashioned red brick department store called Tau Tau Company, Limited, but from the inside, it has all the functional facilities that a hospital should have. Okay, thank you. Shane thanked her and quickly came to the 5th floor of the hospital. Excuse me, which floor is the ward of the Longbottom couple? Shane asked. Then, Miriam Straw led Shane to a ward. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Didn't you ask me to come? Shane asked back with a smile, why? You forgot the letter you wrote? As soon as the voice fell, a hint of obscure light suddenly flashed in the dummy's eyes, and then a large mirror appeared next to it. Thank you. At this time, she was wearing a long dress, holding a big red handbag in her hand, and a hat with vulture material on her head. This elderly woman was Neville's grandmother, Augusta Longbottom. She was an old man with a bad temper, but she had held Shane's hand more than once to express her gratitude at the celebration banquet of the previous martial arts performance. Please wait. The blonde witch replied, then lowered her head and looked through the information on the table. Sir, are you looking for Alice Longbottom and Frank Longbottom? Here it is, just go in. Mel.I.M. pointed to the door of the ward, and then whispered, Neville's parents haven't been doing well recently, I hope you can comfort them more. Shane walked straight in, and the first thing that caught his eye was the waiting room of St. Mungo's Hospital. It was obvious that they had a big mental problem, but it could also be seen that the people who took care of them were very attentive, and their hair and clothes were very neat and clean. After that, he pushed open the door of the ward. Yes. Janus Thicky Ward. It is a closed ward in the Magic Injury Department on the 5th floor of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Hello, ma'am. I'm here to visit the Longbottoms. Shane retracted his magic hand and replied with a smile, "Excuse me, can you tell me where their ward is?" "Hello, is there anything I can help you with?" The blonde witch looked up at Shane, who had just walked to the front of the stage, and asked. "Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child." At this moment, Shane has arrived at the door of Tau Tau Company, Limited, and he said to a dummy in the window, "I'm here to visit Mr. and Mrs. Longbottom." "Excuse me, who do you want to see?" asked Meliam Straw, the therapist in charge of the ward. She had just come out of a ward after checking on the patients, and then she saw a tall boy standing outside the ward from a distance. "They are in the Janus Thicky ward of the Spell Injury Department on the 5th floor. Just go up the stairs next to it." "Oh. Is it Neville's friend? You must have a good relationship with him." "I've never seen anyone his age come to visit his parents," Miriam said as she unlocked the door to the ward. "Come with me, I'll take you there." "Long time no see, Mr. Doria. Thank you for coming to visit my two children." Augusta took off her hat and bowed slightly. "Okay, no problem." Shane nodded with a smile, and then he looked at Meliam 637's back, and couldn't help but praise, really a caring therapist. Because he had just written the letter in the morning, he didn't expect Shane to come just after noon, and this instantly filled his heart with hope. "You're welcome. Neville is a member of Fairy Tale, and it's my duty as the president to come and see him when he has difficulties," Shane replied. Because most of the patients in this ward have permanent brain damage caused by magic, its door is usually locked to prevent the patients inside from walking around. "President, why are you here?" Neville heard the door open, looked up and saw Shane standing at the door, and then the expression on his face changed from worry to joy. "To enter St. Mungo's Hospital, visitors only need to explain their purpose to the dummy in the window of the department store." I saw a fat blonde witch sitting in front of a table marked, "Information Desk." There was a sign next to her that said, "Help is provided to those who don't know which department to go to, can't speak normally, or don't remember why they came. By St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Maladies." "I just didn't expect you to be so quick." Neville scratched his head awkwardly. Shane walked to the door of Janus Thicky ward, and before he could cast magic to force his way through the door, a person wearing a green treatment suit suddenly came over from the other side of the door. "Mrs. Augusta, long time no see." Shane patted Neville on the shoulder, and then greeted an old man with a cane next to him. In the huge ward, there were two middle-aged men and women in hospital gowns with dull eyes, walking around aimlessly. "President." Neville glanced at his parents and gestured, his eyes full of anxiety and hope. "Don't worry, I will do my best to cure your parents." Shane smiled and patted Neville's shoulder again to comfort him, and then walked straight to Frank Longbottom. Shane first used magic to forcibly fix Frank's body so that he could not move, and then put his hand on the latter's head. The next second, a huge mental power invaded Frank's brain, and Shane instantly came to Frank's consciousness world. In the endless darkness, there were countless tiny golden light spots like sand floating here. He grabbed a light particle casually, and a broken picture flashed before his eyes. Consciousness fragments. This is really not an ordinary trouble. Shane frowned and looked at the countless floating light particles in Frank's consciousness world in front of him. It must be said that Neville's father's situation is very tricky. Each particle of light here represents a different broken memory picture. That's right. Broken. A particle of light can't even piece together a complete memory fragment, just like a photo put into a shredder, a single frozen picture is torn into countless pieces. To be honest, this is the first time Shane has seen such a situation. In a slant, he did successfully complete several tasks of treating similar patients, but Frank's condition was too serious, and he was a little helpless for a while. After thinking for a while, Shane decided to try to see if he could gather all the fragments in Frank's consciousness world through his powerful mental power and urge them to merge by themselves. But unfortunately, Shane soon discovered that things seemed to be worse than he imagined. Gathering all the consciousness fragments together is like dried sand, which simply cannot force them to merge, and they instantly turn into loose sand again. After a careful inspection and research, it turns out that although these consciousness fragments look the same, they are actually fragments of completely irregular shapes, but because they are too small, they look the same to the naked eye. This means that Frank's consciousness was not shredded in the shredder, but in the wall-breaking machine. Shane reluctantly let go of the fragments of consciousness in his hand, and the light particles slowly drifted into the darkness. Since he couldn't force the fusion, he could only hope that Frank's thing was not damaged, otherwise it would be difficult to save even if the gods came. So, Shane continued to explore the depths of Frank's consciousness world with trepidation. At the same time, outside Frank's consciousness world, Neville was clenching his fists tightly, pacing back and forth in the ward, nervously looking at the two motionless people in front of him. It has been more than half an hour so far, and Shane and Frank have been standing there without any response. He can only watch here anxiously and can't do anything. Neville can feel a suffocating sense of powerlessness. He is really afraid that Shane will wake up in the next second and suddenly tell him a bad news that his father will never get better. Ugh ah 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 ah. Just as Neville was complaining, Frank suddenly began to groan in pain, as if someone was strangling his throat, and he looked like he couldn't breathe. Dad! Seeing his father's painful look, Neville subconsciously wanted to step forward to help, but was stopped by Augusta the next second. But it is a bit disheartening that Dumbledore, as the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, rarely visits his former subordinates, so it is natural that Augusta is unwilling to look at Dumbledore in a good face. Wait. That's right, this is Frank's acquired instinctive consciousness. To be honest, he was really worried about Neville just now. If Frank's acquired instinctive consciousness was like his consciousness fragments, divided into hundreds of thousands or even millions of pieces, then it would be 100% hopeless and there would be no way to save him. Innate instinctive consciousness is innate to living things. The most typical manifestation is seeking benefits and avoiding harm. For example, when a person is pricked by a needle, he will quickly withdraw his hand before feeling pain. Other examples include knee-jerk reflex, blink reflex, hand retraction reflex, sucking and urination reflex of infants, etc. Not long, just 2 years. Augusta replied expressionlessly. Oh. Can anyone tell me what's going on? Hearing the voice, he saw an old man with a white beard standing at the door of the ward, looking at the people in the ward with a little confusion. Because they didn't know the specific situation, the three didn't dare to disturb Shane. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Frank's painful voice gradually weakened, and his previously dull eyes suddenly became much more energetic. At the same time, Shane's consciousness returned to his body. He slowly opened his eyes and began to look at Frank's situation. Unlike the diffused consciousness fragments, the concept of instinctive consciousness refers to the behavioral response to different things shown by all individuals of the same species, and in modern science it is also called conditioned reflex. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. As long as he is not dead, his instinctive consciousness must still be there. No matter how Frank was tortured by the Crucio, as long as his instinctive consciousness was not destroyed to a certain extent, Shane would be sure to cure him. Fortunately, Neville's father's post-instinct consciousness has not been completely destroyed. At least the structure is intact. He can repair it through his spiritual power, and there is hope of recovery. Seeing the post-instinct consciousness that has begun to break in front of him, Shane also roughly understands why Frank's condition has suddenly worsened. If it continues like this for a few more years, once the consciousness is completely broken, Frank will definitely become a vegetative person who can't be awakened. However, now we have to start repairing the consciousness. The process is not very complicated, but it may be a bit painful. Neville's father's head will hurt unimaginably, which is 100 times more painful than the pain of inserting a high-speed blender into his brain. Flack's conscious world. Dumbledore, Neville, and Augusta have been waiting. Dumbledore looked at the clock on the wall, frowned and asked, "How long have they been doing it? What's going on?" Neville instinctively wanted to step forward, but was immediately stopped by Dumbledore. "Neville, how many times have I told you to stay calm in any situation? Mr. Dolea is checking your father's condition now. If you rush over to disturb him like this, I don't know what the consequences will be." Augusta held Neville's waist with a cane in his hand and said seriously, "Back off and wait quietly." Acquired instinctive consciousness is more complicated. It refers to the conditioned reflex of a certain thing formed by the long-term influence of the surrounding growth environment. For example, a person will accelerate saliva secretion when facing his favorite food. My parents' condition has deteriorated rapidly, and the healers of St. Mungo's are helpless. After thinking about it, I can only think of the president, see if he can do anything. Neville explained. Because I like roast goose since I was a child, my stomach would swell and my mouth would drool every time I smell the roast meat. 013406524 Felu 1911511051. So, as time went by, Shane finally found a human-shaped blue luminous body in the depths of Frank's consciousness after much searching. Instinctual consciousness is divided into innate instinctive consciousness and acquired instinctive consciousness. Because my mother was very strict with me since I was a child, I would be so nervous that my heart would beat wildly every time she stared at me. Professor Dumbledore. Seeing that the person who came was actually his headmaster, Neville hurried forward to greet him. "Why are you here?" Augusta was also very worried when she saw this. Her white hand holding the crutches showed that she was not as calm as she thought. "Almost 50 minutes. Neville hung his head and answered worriedly, "I don't know when it will end." While the two were talking, Frank suddenly let out a painful roar from his throat, which scared the three people waiting. Because he was bitten by the dog at home when he was a child, he began to have an instinctive fear of creatures like dogs. And just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door of the ward. "Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. Welcome." After Augusta's reminder, Neville could only step back and continue to look at Shane and his father with a worried look. At the same time, Shane is constantly exploring the depths of Frank's consciousness world. He needs to confirm whether Frank's acquired instinctive consciousness is still there. Augusta did not look kindly at the wizard in front of him who was highly respected in the magic world. You know, his son and daughter-in-law were once members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix, and the reason why they became like this was entirely because they were heroes against Voldemort. What's wrong with them? Dumbledore did not care about Augusta's attitude towards him. He just looked at the two motionless figures in the ward and asked curiously. "I heard that Frank and Alice's condition seemed to be not very good, so I wanted to come and see them. But I didn't expect to hear Frank's screams as soon as I arrived at the door." Dumbledore explained, and then turned to look at Augusta. "Augusta, long time no see." He reached forward to touch and feel it, and countless pictures flashed in front of him in an instant. I can only say that I'm lucky." Shane looked at the cracked and disintegrating humanoid luminous body in front of him and breathed a sigh of relief. "President, what's going on?" Neville asked anxiously when he saw Shane walk up to him. "Wait a minute, let me test it first," Shane said, and then he turned an apple on the table into a fragrant roast goose. Frank's eyes lit up and he subconsciously reached out to grab the roast goose. "Oh my God!" Augusta covered her mouth and looked incredible. For many years, this was the first time he would react to a specific thing since his son was sent to St. Mungo's. "Mrs. Augusta, please come here and stand in front of Mr. Longbottom." Shane changed the roast goose back and started another test. Augusta hurried forward when she heard the voice, and she didn't ask why, and stood directly in front of her son. And then, Frank stood there like a cat seeing a mouse, not daring to move, and his face showed an imperceptible nervous look, but this little change made Augusta ecstatic. Dad! Neville was also very excited when he saw this. He quickly looked at Shane and asked anxiously, "President, is my father healed?" "It's not that simple." Shane poured a basin of cold water on him. "Now I have only solved a necessary condition to cure your parents. The most troublesome problem has not been solved yet. $700. Neville was immediately frustrated, but he was still very happy in his heart. At least, from what Shane said just now, there is hope that his parents can be completely cured. "Neville, don't worry. Let me see your mother's condition first." After saying that, Shane walked towards Alice Longbottom on the side. After a while, as Alice 867's painful wails ended, Shane's consciousness returned again. He just checked in Neville's mother's consciousness world. Her consciousness world was similar to her husband's, but the acquired instinctive consciousness body was better, and it was repaired in less than 2 minutes. "President, how is it?" Neville asked with a look of hope. "Don't worry, listen to me." Shane immediately comforted, "Your parents' condition is much more serious than I thought, but there is still a way to completely cure it." "President, really? Can my parents really get better?" When Neville heard that his parents had hope of being completely cured, his eyes lit up and he grabbed excitedly Shane's arm. "Neville, don't get excited. Listen to what Mr. Dolea has to say first." Augusta was also very excited when she heard the news, but she quickly calmed down and comforted her grandson. "I'm sorry, President. Neville immediately realized that he seemed too excited and apologized quickly. "It's okay, it's human nature," Shane said with a smile, and then began to explain the situation of the Longbottom couple. "Neville, your parents are in a very troublesome situation now, but there is hope that they will be cured." As he said, he began to cast magic, and a ball composed of light and shadow with spots inside appeared in the Minister of the Void. "Your parents are now completely because their memories are too scattered, and the brain cannot accurately extract the part of the memory they want." "I think I understand." Neville nodded, and gradually understood the condition of his parents, so he asked, "Then President, what is the method you just mentioned that can cure my parents?" "It's very simple, just like a puzzle, help your parents put all the pieces together correctly." Shane replied, "As long as all the fragments of consciousness are put together correctly, your parents will gradually get better." "But President, if we follow the method you said, my parents' conscious memories will be at least tens of thousands. This is simply an impossible task." Neville listened and suddenly looked desperate. "I didn't say that this needs us to complete it, your parents can do it themselves. 013406524 follow 1911511201, can you do it yourself?" Neville was confused by Shane's words again. With his parents in this state, how can he do it himself? "Although your parents' memories are broken beyond recognition, I have repaired their acquired instincts, allowing them to react to specific things. For example." As he said, Shane suddenly took a step back, and then saw a burst of blazing flames instantly wrapped around his fist. The iron fist of the fire dragon swung fiercely at Neville's head, and the strong murderous intent that burst out made Dumbledore on the side sweat, forcibly suppressed the subconscious defensive action with willpower. "That's what I said, the instincts your parents still have." Shane retracted his fist and said with a smile, "This instinctive reaction to certain things stimulates the broken fragments of consciousness to reorganize. Neville's parents are not suitable to stay in St. Mungo's hospital anymore. The environment here will not help their condition. Take them home, take them back to a place that both of them are familiar with. I believe that one day, they will get better." Augusta walked slowly to Shane with a cane, took Shane's hand with her wrinkled hands, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Mr. Dolea. Thank you. I thank you on behalf of Neville, my 2 children, and the Longbottom family." Neville's pupils trembled instantly, and he looked at his mother in disbelief. "Dad. Mom. If a person can't extract the memory, then this person will completely become a vegetable, just a humanoid plant, he can't speak, can't walk, and can't react to anything. If you don't call me, your parents will become like this in less than 2 years. If it is a normal person's conscious world, then his memory should be like a series of pictures, but your parents are different. Their memories have been completely broken, like sand. Your parents have completely lost the ability to retrieve the correct memory. This. President, I don't quite understand what consciousness you are talking about. Can you explain it more clearly? Neville said with embarrassment and confusion. Just when Neville was afraid and ready to die, Shane's fist suddenly stopped behind a person. Okay. Neville nodded immediately. He was a little slow in the mind, and after listening to these words, he became a little confused. So what is the situation of my parents now? Neville asked quickly. And this is why they have never been able to recognize you and Mrs. Augusta, because strictly speaking, your parents' consciousness or memory is completely empty. You're welcome, Mrs. Augusta. Shane gently held Augusta's hand. How could it be? Neville was suddenly scared. As long as there are enough of these stimuli, the broken memories will slowly be repaired, and your parents' condition will gradually improve. For so many years, he saw the hope of his parents getting better for the first time. This ball of light represents the world of consciousness of your parents, and the light particles inside the ball of light are actually their memories. And if the wrong memory is extracted, then the person will make abnormal actions. For example, if you want to walk, but your brain extracts the memory of shaking hands, do you think it is normal to walk with your hands? Then, he gently helped his parents to the bed, and then turned around to pack Frank and Alice's clothes. Neville was instantly frightened by the strong killing intent and froze in place. He stared at the flames approaching him with wide eyes. He didn't understand why Shane suddenly wanted to kill him. Okay, thank you. Mr. Dolea. Augusta bowed slightly, then turned to look at Neville. Neville, help your parents pack up, they should go home. The picture is like this, not to mention the memory fragments composed of countless pictures. But your parents' condition is still quite serious, so you may have to spend a lot of time to do this. Conservative estimates are that it will take at least 10 years, but if some related potions can be developed, this time may be shortened. Although the latter's face was not as excited as imagined, Shane could still feel that Augusta had been suppressing her excitement. What if you can't extract the wrong memory? Hearing this, Neville frowned and asked in confusion. Many of people's words and deeds are not innate, and newborn babies have no concept of right and wrong. Book friends who have monthly votes, please raise some noble hands and vote for the poor children. Between the two. Shane replied, and then looked at the Longbottom couple on the side. Your parents' memories are completely fragmented. Just one memory picture is broken into dozens or even hundreds of pieces, and they are distributed disorderly in the world of consciousness. Let's put it this way, from childhood to adulthood, whether it is talking, walking or other messy things, he needs to learn to complete it, and the end of learning is memory. Shane thought for a while and began to explain. Tiers of request for subscription, monthly votes, flowers, thank you for your support. I saw that the Longbottom couple, who had been standing there in a daze, had rushed over at some point and both hugged Neville in their arms and protected him under their bodies. Frank Longbottom and Alice Longbottom stayed in Neville's arms, both of them looked at the excited Neville with dull eyes, and suddenly a glimmer of humanity flashed in their eyes, but soon immersed in it. For example, what is walking? Walking on 2 legs is the correct walking posture for humans, and when a person wants to walk, your brain will automatically extract the memory of your previous learning to walk to drive the thigh muscles. It doesn't matter. As long as I can cure my parents, I'm willing to spend as much time as I want. Neville listened. Shane nodded excitedly, thank you very much, President. As he said that, he hugged his parents and gradually shed tears. Dad, Mom. Did you hear that? You have a chance to get better. I didn't expect you to have such a skill, Shane. It just happens that I know something about this. Shane responded, by the way, Professor, when did you come here? Just arrived here not long ago. Dumbledore replied, I came to St. Mungo's today to do something, and came to see Longbottom and the others. To be honest, I am really grateful to you for helping Frank and Alice find a way to cure them. I know the Cruciatus spell very well. If it weren't for you, they might have been like this for the rest of their lives. It's because the current wizarding world has been out of touch with the Muggle world for too long. There are many patients like Neville's parents in the mental hospitals of the Muggle world. The method I use just now is just a copycat. Shane said calmly, if this method could be used 10 years earlier, combined with drug treatment, Neville's parents' condition would not be completely improved, but at least I wouldn't have to come all the way here to repair their consciousness. Then according to the experience of the Muggle world, what is the probability that Longbottom and the others will be completely cured? Dumbledore asked, looking at Frank and Alice on the bed. Half and half, but if it's a wizard, the chance should be higher. Shane replied. Why is that? Because wizards have potions, and the magical effects of potions are incomprehensible to modern science, which makes Neville's parents' chance of recovery a little higher than that of the Muggle world. Shane replied, but then he was a little helpless, but to be honest, it's not much higher. Don't you think about which potion master will study targeted potions for 1 or 2 specific patients? Neville worked hard to learn herbology and potions, isn't it just to cure his parents? It's just a pity that his talent in these 2 subjects is too ordinary, and he can only make up for this gap by working 100 times harder than others. I believe Frank and Alice's child can do it. I can see that he has inherited his parents' tenacity. Dumbledore said, looking at Neville, who was a little flustered and was packing his luggage with his mother. By the way, Professor, you just said you came to St. Mungo's to do something. I'm curious, what is so important that you have to come here in person? Shane suddenly asked teasingly. Oh, actually, it's nothing, just sending Nagini to the charm damage department. Dumbledore replied. Nagini? Shane raised his eyebrows immediately when he heard the name. That's the blood-cursed orc, right? What happened to her? Your method worked. With the efforts of Minerva and some of her friends, Nagini has successfully shown signs of recovery. Dumbledore explained, but this sign is very unstable, so Minerva suggested sending her to St. Mungo's, where there are the best therapists in the UK. With their cooperation, Nagini may be able to gradually recover. That means that Professor McGonagall has successfully found the source of Animagus. Minerva and her friends have read a lot of information, and of course they are also very happy about it. Dumbledore recalled that when he went to visit Nagini a while ago, those masters of transfiguration who were well known in the magic world quarreled and almost burned his beard. And just when Shane and while Dumbledore was chatting, St. Mungo's hospital suddenly became a mess in a short period of time. A large number of Muggle patients who were injured by magic were suddenly sent in continuously. In the waiting hall on the first floor, therapists in green uniforms were running up and down. The hall was full of various injured people. The old and white wooden floor was stained red and covered with blood stains. Oh my God, this person is almost dead. Is there anyone who can help me? I'm just an intern now. Ah. Augustus Pye, a trainee therapist who had just joined St. Mungo's, was nervous and cried to himself, but her skills were not slow. Soon, she finished treating a seriously injured patient and crawled to the patient with a half-broken waist next to her. At the same time, Hippocrates Smethwick, the chief therapist of St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Maladies. He was on vacation and had just returned from home. As soon as he entered the door, he met a man with scars all over his body, blood spurting from his mouth, and the patient had several broken bones. Seeing this, Hippocrates rushed forward to give the patient first aid, and at the same time he asked the therapist next to him, "What's going on? Why are there so many injured patients suddenly sent here?" "I don't know either. These injured people were sent here suddenly. I just saw several Aurors from the Ministry of Magic were also seriously injured. I heard from the people who sent them here that most of these patients are Muggles." The therapist squatted aside, his hands full of blood and said anxiously. Less than half an hour ago, suddenly more than a dozen Muggle patients were sent to St. Mungo's Hospital, all of whom were seriously injured without exception. Since then, similar patients have been coming in continuously. The profession of therapists has very high professional requirements and is rare, so if this continues, St. Mungo's capacity to receive patients will be completely overloaded. Have you asked the Ministry of Magic? Have they replied what's going on? Hippocrates asked. No, they seem to be a little overwhelmed now. Dr. Hippocrates, come and help, this man is dying. Before Hippocrates could understand the cause and effect, she heard a healer shouting nearby. Although the injured person in front of her did not have any major skin injuries, he was constantly spitting blood from his mouth and could not stop. Here I come. Hippocrates agreed and ran over. The surge in patients made it impossible for him to be distracted to care about other things. He could only temporarily put aside the why and concentrate on treating the injured. On the other side, Shane and Dumbledore had just come out of Janice Hitch's ward and found St. Mungo's Hospital in a mess after going down less than 2 floors, but they didn't know what had happened. When they came to the first floor with strong curiosity, the bloody scene in front of them was really shocking. F***K. What's going on? Shane looked at everything in front of him in shock. It was fine 2 hours ago, how come it has become a field hospital in the blink of an eye? It's very likely that some serious magical accidents have occurred. Dumbledore frowned and said seriously, this is the first time I've seen such a situation. I'll go over and ask. As he said, he glanced around and then walked towards the healer who was stopping the bleeding of a Muggle. Please give me flowers. Mr. Hippocrates, what happened? Professor Dumbledore. Why are you here? Hippocrates looked up and saw that his green uniform was stained with blood. I came to St. Mungo's to do something and to see Longbottom and the others. Dumbledore replied, what happened? Why are so many people injured all of a sudden? I don't know either. There's no news from the Ministry of Magic yet. Hippocrates said as he stuffed a bottle of potion into the patient's mouth. At this moment, 2 dusty Aurors suddenly rushed into the hospital outside the gate, and one of them shouted, Doctor! Come quickly, he's dying. Among the 2 Aurors, there was a man covered in blood and was being held up and had fainted. One of his legs had left his body, and was held in the hand of another Auror. After more than 10 seconds, a therapist finally heard the cry for help and took the man over. 0. Williamson, what happened? The Auror who was shouting for help just now heard someone calling his name, and immediately turned his head and found that it was Dumbledore. His face immediately changed from worry to joy, Professor Dumbledore. And Mr. Dolores. It's great that you're here. A serious magical incident happened in the town of Aberdor, and we need your help. What the hell? Aberdor? Shane heard the name and immediately understood why so many people suddenly came to St. Mungo's. It's the holiday season now, and it's one of the tourist destinations in England. Aberdor Town, it is a beautiful and historic village on the southern coast of Scotland. It was once named the best seaside resort. Although Aberdor is a busy small town, cars are not welcome, and it welcomes many tourists during the holidays every year. Aberdor has a very well-preserved pedestrian street with hundreds of years of history. Of course, there are also comprehensive supermarkets and comfortable pubs for people to spend the afternoon. There is even a shop that provides witchcraft supplies, which is provocatively located in the centre between Edinburgh Cathedral and the Church of England. Aberdor also has castles, churches and ancient buildings that have survived from the Middle Ages. The 13th-century-old Castle Aberdor Castle hides in a canyon full of colourful flowers. It is the oldest castle preserved in Scotland. St. Fillan's Church was built in the 12th century and is the best-preserved medieval Scottish church. Secondly, there are many houses from the 17th to 19th centuries. But it is in this mysterious place that a disaster is happening for both Muggles and wizards. At this moment, most of the town of Aberdor has become a ruin, with rubble scattered all over the ground. People are still scrambling to escape. The Aurors of the Ministry of Magic are trying desperately to stop the monster in the sky from continuing to destroy the town, but unfortunately they are powerless. I saw a huge black oily substance raging all over Abrador. Bang! A huge sound, accompanied by a shock wave visible to the naked eye. Suddenly the earth and rocks flew, the sky was dark, and several Aurors who were close to them were thrown out. Quick! Quickly rescue those two muggles! Fudge shouted in the smoke and dust, pointing to a collapsed house in the distance. I saw two people, one big and one small, lying next to the ruins of the house. They had fainted completely, and there were several stones on their bodies. An Auror heard the order and immediately flew over, bringing back the mother and daughter with the stones. Bang! Another loud noise came. The black oil film smashed another complete house, and huge stones fell like raindrops to the surrounding area. Protegos. Evanesco. Salvio Hexia. The surrounding Aurors quickly showed their magical powers and cast magic to avoid being hurt by the stone rain. Minister Fudge, the 247 Muggle repelling spell has been arranged. At this moment, an Auror suddenly appeared beside Fudge, but the accident happened too suddenly, and the affected area is too large. The Muggle police and army are coming here. If this continues, there may be a bigger change. Then send two people. Bang! Ouch! Before Fudge finished speaking, two more Aurors in charge of suppression were hit by the black oily substance and flew out. And then, the black oily substance suddenly stretched out a huge tentacle and smashed it to the ground. A house was split in half, and at the same time, a spider web crack pit more than 10 meters long appeared on the ground. Fudge felt cold all over when he saw this scene, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat, so he quickly grabbed the Auror next to him and asked anxiously, "Department of Mysteries. Have the people from the Department of Mysteries arrived? No one has found them yet. Damn the unspeakable, he always disappears at the critical moment." Fudge said with a dark face, and then asked again, "What about Dumbledore? It's such a big thing, he can't just watch and die." The people who just went to Hogwarts came back and reported that Professor Dumbledore is not in school, and no one knows where he went. The Auror said loudly, "But we have also notified several other professors, they should be on their way. Immediately send someone to find Dumbledore, and all the owls in the Ministry of Magic will be sent out until they find him." Fudge said with a livid face, "Except for Dumbledore, no one can restrain such a terrifying obscurus. Secum Sempra." It turned out that Snape used his unique spell. "Be careful, Severus, Filius. It's coming again." Professor McGonagall warned with a serious face. "I don't know much either. Nick helped to make the student handbook of Hogwarts more than 70 years ago, and it has never had any mistakes so far." Dumbledore replied. "Hoo-ha." The statue used its hands and feet to hug Obscurus tightly, making it unable to exert its power for a while. The Aurors who heard the order pointed their wands at the black shadow in the air and shouted collectively, "Imprison Incarcerus." Ouch! "Professor Dumbledore, Mr. Doria, can we discuss this kind of trivial matter later?" At this time, Williamson interrupted the conversation between the two with a look of anxiety. However, just when Fudge and the Aurors thought that they had successfully trapped the monster that brought them great trouble, suddenly, the black matter on Obscurus's body began to roll faster and faster. Fudge saw this and thought that the opportunity had come, and hurriedly shouted to all the Aurors present, "Everyone, use the imprisonment spell together." His magic was ranked among the best in Europe and America, but he didn't expect it to be violently broken so quickly. That's strange. There are still Obscurus in this day and age. Shane looked at the one next to him with a puzzled look. "Dumbledore, Professor, didn't you say before that once a wizard child is born in the whole of Britain, his name will be automatically recorded in the register of Hogwarts? Why is there an Obscure now?" In that instant, Obscurus suddenly shrank into a sphere the size of a basketball, and before everyone could react, the black matter on Obscurus's body suddenly exploded, and a huge human face appeared in front of everyone. It turned into a sphere covered with spikes for a while, and then turned into an irregular fog, and the whole body was faintly emitting golden red light. 5.1. Notify everyone, in before Dumbledore arrives, this Obscurus must be confined to the town of Aberdor, and it must not be allowed to escape beyond the range of the Muggle-repelling spell, otherwise something bad will happen. I saw that the Obscurus suddenly did not run around like before, but floated in one place, and the matter on his body was crazy. The Ministry of Magic has sent everyone it can, but there are still heavy casualties. So can you please help us? We really can't stand it. Oh, this is really too bad. Professor Flitwick looked up at the black shadow that was constantly raging in the sky, his face full of worry. Various magic beams flew in the sky, and without exception, their target was the huge black shadow in the sky. On the other side, in the town of Aberdor. You haven't seen the Obscurus with your own eyes, so you have no idea of its power. As soon as the words fell, a long silver-white light extended from the wands of all the Aurors, and their power gathered together to slowly form a translucent barrier, and Obscurus was sealed in it. But soon, Obscurus began to stretch out its oily hands and stab the back of the statue. Sectum Sempra, it is a powerful black magic created by Snape. It is cursed. The place damaged by this spell cannot be regenerated or restored unless the caster uses a counterspell to heal it. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. Meanwhile, St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. If we only talk about destructive power, the Obscurus recorded before is not at the same level as the one in Aberdor. What? Obscurus? Shane was shocked after hearing the description of the aura in front of him. Are you sure? It's not a magical creature like a boggart. It destroyed most of Aberdor in a very short time. When we rushed over, there were already dozens of Muggles and we couldn't even find complete bodies. However, the curse of the Sectum Sempra spell is only for most creatures, and it has no effect on the Obscurus. What's worse, Snape's spell seems to have stimulated the Obscurus even more. It has fallen into disrepair for a long time. Who dares to guarantee that this thing will not make mistakes 100%? Shane shrugged and said. Yes. Several Aurors around Fudge agreed at the same time, and then activated Apparition to disperse. Under the fierce attack, even with Protego Totalum, the statue was quickly torn into pieces. Mr. Dolea, look around here. Do you think a boggart can cause such serious casualties? Williamson said with a bitter face. Although I'm not 100% sure that it is an Obscurus, after all, its destruction is beyond imagination, but the shape of the monster is exactly the same as that of the Obscurus. The Obscurus tried to rush out of the town countless times, but was stopped by aurors and peripheral spells every time. At the same time, after destroying the statue, Obscurus jumped around in the sky for a few circles and tried to fly out, but at this moment, a hoarse voice came, and a powerful spell repelled Obscurus again, and part of its black oily body was even shattered. Hoo-ha! The invisible force penetrated the barrier and disintegrated the tens of meters high mountain under Obscurus. Countless soil and rocks were attracted into the air and gradually formed a huge storm. Fudge was sweating all over when he saw this. He tried to stop his hand holding the wand from shaking so violently, and shouted to his aurors, "Everyone hold on." Everyone gritted their teeth and held on, but in the end they were powerless. The storm suddenly exploded 24 under the power of Obscurus, and the barrier was instantly broken. The huge impact force blew away everyone around. And those who were farther away, Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, were caught off guard when they saw countless huge pieces of earth and stone flying towards them. But at this moment, Snape suddenly changed his shape and flew in front of Professor McGonagall. He pointed his wand forward to form a blue barrier. All the pieces that passed through the barrier instantly turned into light powder. The storm created by Obscurus flattened the entire town of Aberdor, and smoke and dust were everywhere, and nothing could be seen. At the same time, the protective charm on the periphery also had huge cracks, and it was also in a precarious state. Snape put down his wand with lingering fear, and saw a small mountain of powder more than one person high in front of him. Professor McGonagall, who was protected behind him, hurriedly asked, "Severus, are you okay?" "I'm fine." Severus replied, and then looked at the place where Obscurus had just been in the distance with a serious expression. "Filius, are you not injured?" Professor Sprout helped his colleague who was slumped on the ground. "Thank you, Pomona. I'm fine." Professor Flitwick answered, and stood up and began to look around. "Where are the people from the Ministry of Magic? How are they?" He was too short to see what was happening around him. "Not very clear, but definitely not much better." Snape replied, "Just now I vaguely saw Fudge and the Aurors all flew out. With such a powerful force, it's good enough to be able to save their lives." "What about Obscurus? Where did Obscurus go?" "We should." But before Professor Flitwick finished speaking, a strange wind suddenly blew, and the smoke and dust covering the ruins of the town of Aberdor gradually dissipated. It was seen that the mountain that was tens of meters high had long disappeared, replaced by a huge pit with a diameter of hundreds of meters. It was obvious that the explosion just now spread outward from the huge pit as the center and razed everything to the ground. This scene was as if someone was driving a bomber and dropped a heavy bomb weighing more than 10 tons here. To be honest, this is very rare even in war countries. At the same time, at the edge of the explosion, many Aurors were lying on the ground, their bodies covered with dirt and gravel. Some were still wailing. Although their condition seemed relatively optimistic, no one knew how serious their internal injuries would be. Secondly, there were many people who were missing limbs. If these people were not treated in time, it would be good enough if they could save their lives, not to mention whether their limbs could grow back. Of course, there were still a few standing, and they had just launched a defense in time. What's worse is that there are less than half of the Aurors who are still capable of fighting, and some of them have to be assigned to deal with the wounded, so now everyone is in a state of confusion. How should they stop the powerful Obscurus next? At this moment, Obscurus was floating in the center of the huge pit, and the black matter on his body was still rolling. Although it was not as agitated as before, it still exuded a violent breath. "If this continues, everyone here will die," Snape said with a sullen face. He wasn't kidding. This Obscurus was beyond their knowledge of this dark creature. Now more than half of the Ministry of Magic was killed or wounded. Just now, with so many people working together, this Obscurus was able to break through the seal, so now it was even more difficult to stop it from escaping with only these remaining forces. "It's coming again." Professor McGonagall immediately tensed up and was ready for battle. She didn't expect the Obscurus to start moving again. "Don't worry, it's okay." Dumbledore replied calmly, "This is not the first time I have faced this kind of creature. Moreover, it seems that I don't need to take action now." They were powerless to stop the Obscurus from escaping. Once it ran to the Muggle city, it would definitely cause a serious disaster based on the situation just now. At that time, the Ministry of Magic, which had been severely damaged, could really handle such a serious and large-scale magic exposure accident. At this time, Dumbledore also met up with Professor McGonagall and others. Professor McGonagall also wanted to stop it, but the shield she transformed with the transfiguration spell faced the powerful force of the Obscurus, just like a piece of tofu blocking a hammer, and was instantly torn into pieces and became part of its body. Shane reflexively punched the black shadow and directly knocked it away, so there was the scene that the Aurors saw just now. Suddenly, the black spot in the sky suddenly enlarged rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. 01340652 Felu 1911611051. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Albus, this Obscurus is very powerful, you must be careful. Professor McGonagall looked at the mess around her and reminded her with lingering fear. The explosion just now really made her a little scared. The Aurors breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived. Everyone's tense nerves instantly relaxed and they all collapsed on the ground. You know, when ordinary people face power beyond common sense, they usually don't feel awe, but fear. This kind of human nature has been fully reflected in the witch-killing operations in the Middle Ages, and that era happened to be the time when the most Obscurus was born. Merlin bless us. Professor Flitwick drew a cross on his chest and prayed. Why? Just now Obscurus seemed to be knocked back by a force. Another Auror also noticed something strange, but he was not sure for a moment. The world of magic would be exposed to the world, and the consequences would be disastrous. Okay. I'll go right away. Williamson finally came to his senses and quickly used apparition to organize rescue. Starting from St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Injuries and Sicknesses, they first arrived at the Edinburgh branch of the Ministry of Magic via Flu Network 220, and then flew directly from the Edinburgh branch. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the town of Aberdore. Because to be honest, how could such a powerful Obscurus be knocked back? How much force would that require? Bang! Minerva, Severus, Filius, Pomona. Please help Williamson too, I can deal with that Obscurus alone. Dumbledore turned around and continued to speak to the four professors. Just now, when Dumbledore, Shane and others were about to arrive at the town, they suddenly saw a huge black shadow rushing towards them quickly. Suddenly, a sharp roar was heard, and a figure like a black cloud rushed away with a lot of dirt and gravel. Albus, you are finally here. Professor McGonagall was relieved to see that the person who could solve this problem had finally arrived, and then hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This Obscurus caused a huge disaster. The entire Muggle town was destroyed, and the Ministry of Magic also suffered heavy casualties." "I know everything." Dumbledore nodded seriously, and then looked at the person next to him who was shocked by the devastation in front of him. "Williamson, go organize those who can still move, and send the injured to St. Go as soon as possible. I have notified the Division Union to send a batch of doctors to reinforce. Because the location of the town of Aberdore is a bit far from St. Mungo's, it took Shane, Dumbledore and others a while to get here. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly tickets." However, just when everyone could only look at the Obscurus who had broken through the defensive spell and went away with despair on their faces. The Obscurus in the huge pit began to riot again like before, the material on its body rolled wildly, and the ground around it began to crack again. "Look there." A huge sound came, smoke and dust rose again, and the Obscurus returned to the huge pit it had just created. No, Obscurus might really have been knocked back. What happened? An Auror looked at all this dully. He saw that there seemed to be something wrong with the way Obscurus flew back just now. "Oh Merlin, above, finally here." Several Aurors looked in one direction and saw that there were suddenly several more people around Professor McGonagall. Seeing this, everyone wanted to stop it, but the Aurors had no strength after the battle just now, and they couldn't even use apparition. They could only watch the Obscurus fly away. Everyone looked at it in confusion. They saw that the huge Obscurus was imprisoned in a cage emitting colorful light. The violent energy was constantly raging inside and making rumbling sounds, but it couldn't shake the cage at all. "Anyway, be careful." Professor McGonagall left this sentence a little depressed, and a few people hurried to rescue people. On the other side. At this time, Shane was standing in front of the Starlight Prison, looking at the Obscurus in the cage with interest, and exclaimed, "Is this the Obscurus? It feels good to hold it in your hand." To be honest, the punch he just gave was a bit like hitting hard latex, and it felt very comfortable. "Shane." At this moment, Dumbledore teleported over and asked calmly, "What's the situation with this Obscurus?" "I don't know either. You know, this is the first time I've seen this creature in real life. I've only seen it in books before." Shane shrugged and replied, "But I just came back from Nick Flamel not long ago, how come I ran into one so soon?" "Professor, isn't your nephew an Obscurus?" How do we deal with this guy now? To be honest, this Obscurus is really a bit irritable. Bang! While speaking, the Obscurus burst out with a powerful energy again, rumbling the starlight prison. The Obscurus is a very mysterious creature. In fact, up to now, it is still very controversial to define its existence as a kind of magic or magical creature. The Obscurus in front of us is very special. The powerful destructive power and negative energy it shows far exceed that of Credence in the past. At least in the past, Credence could still control his Obscurus to a certain extent, and it would not be so disorderly. As Dumbledore spoke, he raised his hand and released a white light, and the Obscurus in the cage suddenly quieted down. The two monsters, one old and one young, were chatting here, and they quickly suppressed the Obscurus without a wand. Can he be changed back? Shane asked. The Obscurus will slowly calm down when he meets someone he trusts, and gradually return to human form. Dumbledore gave an answer. Trusted person. Shane looked around and rolled his eyes. Professor, in this situation, where can we find someone worthy of the Obscurus trust? St. Mungo's or the underworld? Of course there is another way. Dumbledore began to give a second answer. Although the Obscurus is special and powerful, it still has its upper limit. As long as the power of the Obscurus is exhausted, it will naturally shrink back into the host's body. Okay, I understand. Shane looked at the Obscurus in the cage and rolled up his sleeves inconspicuously. You or me? I'll do it. Obscurus usually don't live beyond 10 years old. He may still be a child. Dumbledore quickly stopped Shane, who was about to take action, and took out the Elder Wand. You hit him without any mercy. I'm afraid you will beat the child to death. What do you mean by without any mercy? Shane retorted unconvincedly, my magic is just a little more powerful, I was very measured. I don't know if I was measured or not. But I know that when we fought last time, you caused chaos in most of Europe. Dumbledore also refuted with facts, and then sighed helplessly, leave it to me. There should be many people buried under the ruins around here, and you should be able to get them out quickly with your strength. Oh, forget it, it's up to you. Shane silently put down his rolled-up sleeves again, and then went to rescue people. Dumbledore was relieved when he saw this, and he also began to deal with the Obscuran in front of him. In the ruins of the town of Abrador, Professor McGonagall and the surviving Ao Chuan were using magic to dig out the Ao Chuan buried under the soil one by one. Shane couldn't help but complain in his heart when he saw this. How long will it take to dig like this? People are dying of suffocation and still can't dig it out. So he stomped his feet hard, and a huge purple magic circle instantly covered the ruins of the entire town of Abrador. Then, the force of gravity brought all the rubble and soil to the air, and at the same time, the Ao Chuan buried underneath was instantly exposed. What is this? A dusty Auror looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He had never seen this kind of magic, and the other Aurors were the same. They were shocked by Shane's astral magic and stood there. Oh. Shane agreed, and then waved his hand, and the colorful cage disappeared instantly. What are you doing? Shane saw that the Aurors were suddenly frozen in place, and then he couldn't help but frown and yell, I've got the people out, why are you standing there without saving them? Oh Minerva, how is the situation? At this moment, Shane also came over. He saw the little girl in the cage at first sight, and then exclaimed, huh. It's a little girl. He really didn't expect that the Obscurus who raised the entire town of Abrador to the ground was such a thin girl. 0134065244 follow 1911611201. I know. I'll go over and take a look. After saying that, Professor McGonagall walked quickly in the direction of the Obscurus. Fudge didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. He was lucky because he was still alive, and he was unlucky because both of his legs were broken and one of his two arms was crushed by a stone. Don't worry, the Obscurus in her body will not erupt in a short time, I will be back soon. Most of these 67 people were muggles, and more than half of them had no signs of life when they were rescued. Among the Aurors, only the remains of the bodies of 4 were found, and the rest were all seriously injured. Okay, but... Professor McGonagall was obviously doubtful. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly tickets. Oh. My God. Professor McGonagall covered his mouth. Mr. Dolea, while you are showing off your cleverness, you can try to observe the surroundings. Snape looked at Shane coldly and replied, but if you think you can't find anything, you can try to use your magic to restore this town. This should allow your troll brain to discover the secrets here. After saying that, he dragged his long black robe and walked towards Momo Ran. It's all right now. Dumbledore is trying to get the Obscurus back to normal. Shane replied, and then looked at the location of the Starlight Prison. In the distance, they are there, and it looks like they are almost successful. The little girl in front of him was very thin and ragged, and it was obvious that she had been malnourished for a long time. Everyone has been rescued and sent to St. Mungo's. Professor McGonagall replied, and then cast his eyes on the Obscurus in the cage. How is it? Shane, please remove the magic. Good. Dumbledore said. Minerva, take her back to Hogwarts first and place her in my office. Dumbledore instructed Professor McGonagall, if the Ministry of Magic comes to ask for her, find a reason to stop them. Never hand this child over to them, especially those unspeakables in the Department of Mysteries. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. Festival. It should be soon. The Aurors were awakened by the scolding. They all thanked Shane and began to pull the closest companions out of the ruins and sent them to St. Mungo's as quickly as possible. Oh. Shit. Shane looked at Snape's back in shock. Why does it feel like this old bat's venomous tongue is getting stronger day by day? Who said I didn't find out the secret here? I found it as soon as I got here. As he said that, he also raised his legs and walked forward. But for this kind of injury, the healers of St. Mungo's can still cure it, but the treatment process is a bit painful, and it may also leave a little disability, muscle weakness, very sore on rainy days, or feeling bitten by many ants. Professor Snape, are you also interested in creatures like the Obscurus? Shane looked at Snape who was following him and asked curiously. Professor McGonagall came to Dumbledore's side, and saw that the old wand in the latter's hand had a long white strand connected to the Obscurus in the cage, and the black substance on the Obscurus was gradually disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Many people who were already dying were finally forcibly held on to their breath and saved their lives. A total of 67 people, including Muggles and Aurors, were found under the ruins. BT. After that, Professor McGonagall took the little girl away, but Snape was still standing there. Mr. Doria. Professor McGonagall, who had finally sent the last injured away, came over and asked anxiously, "Where's Albus, and how's the Obscurus?" As soon as the voice fell, with the continuous output of Dumbledore's magic, the Obscurus finally shrank back, and at the same time, its host, a dirty little girl, appeared in front of everyone. The Obscurus itself is a product of tragedy. Generally speaking, the life of the Obscurus is usually not much better, otherwise there would not be a negative collective like the Obscurus. Professor McGonagall hurriedly stepped forward and picked up the little girl, and immediately said distressfully, "So light. What on earth did this child go through? Starlight Prison is still there, and they can't go up to check." Shane cast sky magic while casting astral magic. In the past, according to the character of the old bat in front of him, he should have run away long ago, but now he didn't leave, but followed Professor McGonagall instead. It seems that he has become interested in the Obscurus. Watching Professor McGonagall leave, Shane began to talk about the so-called secret of the town of Aberdor. "Professor, look at what I found." Shane picked up an ordinary stone and showed it. "There are all over the place. I think you also feel that it is difficult to cast magic here. I think the birth of Obscurus may be related to it. This is, the Devil's Sealing Stone. Dumbledore took the stone and looked at it carefully. He recognized what this stone was at a glance. No wonder, when I first came to this town, I felt something was strange. It turned out to be the Devil's Sealing Stone. Devil's Sealing Stone, it is a stone that is not too rare but not too common. It looks like an ordinary stone, but you may encounter it anywhere in nature. The Devil's Sealing Stone contains a small colorful crystal that has the function of almost completely isolating magic. It is often used in the field of alchemy and the production of various magic props in the magic world. There are several puppet targets in the Fairy Tale Guild that are made of this stone. The Weasley twins also often purchase some materials for their own alchemical products. At the same time, the magic stone has another characteristic. If there are enough of them, a magic field will be formed, making it impossible or difficult for wizards in it to use magic. And it is precisely because of the existence of this stone that ordinary people who do not know magic have an advantage in the medieval witch-killing operation. It is also because of the magic stone that the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was born. Otherwise, why would wizards who possess this mysterious but powerful power try their best to hide themselves? In fact, it is because of the characteristics of the magic stone and its non-rarity that wizards cannot form an absolute advantage over muggles. This looks like a piece of building debris. Look at the pattern on it. It looks like a church. At this time, Snape saw that there seemed to be a pattern of Jesus' cross on the stone, so he said. Because usually only churches will carve this special pattern on buildings. Well, Shane, can you restore the entire town in a short time? Dumbledore pondered for a while, then looked at Shane and asked. Even if it was the White Lord, the power of the basic spell, Reparo, was not enough to restore the entire town of Aberdor. It's okay, but what do you want to do? A question mark appeared above Shane's head. I want to find out why that child became an obscurial and was able to evade the surveillance of the Hogwarts student handbook. If I don't figure this out, I'm afraid that a new obscurial will be born in the future. Dumbledore explained. An extremely powerful obscurus suddenly appeared in the town of Aberdor, and this obscurus escaped the detection of the Hogwarts student handbook. The Ministry of Magic had not found anything unusual here before, which was really intriguing. As a famous tourist attraction in England, the muggle-repelling spell around Aberdor could not be maintained forever, so in order to eliminate the impact of this obscurus accident, the Ministry of Magic must completely repair the entire Aberdor, and the people involved must also sort out their memories. Otherwise, once more and more people go here to play or visit relatives in the future, and these people can't find the town of Aberdor in their memories, then it will definitely alarm the Muggle government and cause a lot of trouble. And why is it sorted out instead of cleaned up? Because the Ministry of Magic cannot really erase the memory of all people, that would be a serious violation of the International Statute of Secrecy. In order to maintain the stability of the two worlds, the people who formulated the International Statute of Secrecy not only wrote clauses to protect wizards, but also added some clauses to protect muggles in the Statute of Secrecy. One of them is that the Ministry of Magic of each country cannot use spells with sequelae to a group of muggles with more than 50 people related to the same incident for various reasons. The Oblivion spell is one of the spells with sequelae, which can cause people's memory to decline. So in summary, if the specific reason for the appearance of the Obscurus is not clear, it is possible that after the town of Aberdor is repaired, another Obscurus will appear in a few years. At that time, there will be another magic exposure accident like today. Who can bear it? Not everyone is monsters like Dumbledore, and Shane can suppress the Obscurus with just a wave of their hands. Okay, actually I'm also curious about how this Obscurus was born. Shane agreed to Dumbledore's request, then took out his wand and pointed it at the sky, Arc of Time, Contraflow. Instantly, a huge silver magic circle quickly unfolded and covered the entire town of Aberdor. The torn trees gradually healed their wounds, the collapsed houses were gradually piled up, and the soil and stones of the stars slowly filled the huge pit caused by the Obscurus. The coverage of the Arc of Time is limited, and Shane took several attempts to repair the entire town of Aberdor. And here someone asked again, why can the Arc of Time affect the Forbidden Magic Stone? Please, the Forbidden Magic Stone only isolates the magic flowing on it or forms a forbidden magic field, while the Arc of Time acts on time. The two are simply incomparable. I just sensed that in the entire town of Aberdor, only that place is almost 100% made of forbidden magic stone, and the rest are scattered everywhere, which will not have much impact on wizards. Shane pointed to a church in the distance. The stained glass on its windows was still shining in the low sun. I have a hunch that the birth of Obscurus may be related to this church. Thank you, Shane. Let's go over and take a look. Dumbledore nodded, then walked over first, and Snape followed behind him. Shane couldn't wait to teleport to the church. He could clearly feel that there was a very powerful invisible barrier in front of him that was affecting the flow of magic. He felt that the magic around him was like ordinary water suddenly added with dry cement. Shane curiously checked the outer wall of the church. According to the traces of weathering of the magic forbidden stone on it, the small church in front of him was at least 200 or 300 years old. Pushing open the slightly heavy door of the church and walking in, it was completely different from the outside. Shane could clearly feel that there was no original magic in the air inside the church, and at the same time he could also feel that the magic in his body seemed to have turned into a cooled and sticky syrup, and the flow was extremely sluggish. The church was very clean. There was a shelf next to the door with some brochures on it. This church was probably regarded as a tourist attraction in the town of Aberdor. Shane picked up a brochure and opened it. There were some pictures of the church and an introduction to the church. From the introduction, it can be learned that the church in front of us was built around the mid-15th century. It is said that it was built by people to avoid the invasion of witches. At that time, the Black Death was raging throughout the European continent. The popes of those religions saw that their faith in God could no longer be maintained, so they could only blame the Black Death on the so-called witches to maintain the authority of religion. Shane, did you find anything? At this time, Dumbledore also walked in and asked. At the same time, Snape frowned as soon as he stepped into the door of the church. Not only him, but all teachers who come to this teaching will definitely feel very uncomfortable. This church has a history of hundreds of years. It is very old and is a product of the witch-killing period. Shane raised the brochure in his hand and answered, if the child stays in this place, can the effect of the magic forbidden stone turn him into an Obscurus? There is no such precedent, but according to the conditions for the formation of the Obscurus, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Dumbledore replied. At the same time, Snape did not care about the conversation between the two, but walked deeper into the church on his own. The entire church is lined with chairs for worship outside, and nothing can be seen. In the innermost part of the church is a marble statue of Jesus tied to a cross, and it is obviously a modern craft product, new. Snape looked around and found a shabby wooden door on the right side of the Jesus statue, so he walked forward and pushed the door open. What came into view was a room full of life. It was very simple inside. 2 wooden beds were covered with blue bedspreads and quilts that had been washed and obviously turned white. There was also a wooden storage cabinet in the middle of the 2 beds. The surface was already bald and some photos were placed on it. On the other side of the room, several shabby tables and chairs were placed together, with some bread and pumpkin porridge placed messily on them. There was also a clothes hanger in the room with several clothes hanging on it, 2 of which were old and small and should belong to the little girl of the Silent One. And just at this time, Shane and Dumbledore also followed in. Shane looked around, and then walked straight to the most informative photo in the room. Picking it up and looking at it, he saw that the photo showed an old nun and a little girl who was probably only 2 or 3 years old. But the photo was blurry, and only the outlines of the nun and the little girl's facial features could be seen. The nun's face looked very kind, but the girl lowered her head slightly, and it was impossible to see what she looked like. "Professor, take a look, is this the child in the photo?" Shane handed the photo to Dumbledore and asked. "Well, it should be right, it's her." Dumbledore took it and looked at it carefully and replied, "It seems that this room is where the child usually lives. It's just strange." Looking at the layout of this room, the child should not have suffered any abuse, and his life should be guaranteed. The formation of Obscurus requires that the host has suffered a huge psychological trauma. Without this condition, the forbidden magic field here alone would not form such a strong Obscurus. Moreover, the child can't stay in the room and not go out since childhood, right? Shane asked in confusion. Doro, can you recognize what medicine this is? At this moment, Snape suddenly handed over a bottle of medicine. Medicine? Shane took the bottle curiously and read the instructions on it, then he showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. This is, antagonist. So that's it, I understand. The child is likely to be autistic. What is autism? Snape asked. Autism is also called autism, which is the name of a mental illness in the Muggle world. Shane explained, this disease is not uncommon, and it is congenital, and it often occurs in children who are only a few years old. The main manifestations are social interaction disorders, communication disorders, narrow interests and stereotyped repetitive behaviors, and the bottle of medicine in my hand can alleviate these behaviors and symptoms. People with this disease are very painful, not only for themselves, but also for those around them. If the child is an autistic patient, or she is born with this mental illness, combined with the forbidden magic stone, it is natural that Obscurus will be born. So that's the case, then now everything is probably clear. Dumbledore nodded, not expecting so many coincidences to add up to brew today's huge disaster. At this time, Snape listened to Shane's explanation, but fell silent holding the photo. After a while, the three people who had basically investigated the facts walked out of the church. At this time, the town of Abrador was full of birdsong and flowers, and it was peaceful, but there was no trace of life. Then if there is nothing else, I will go back to Hogwarts first. I want to see what happened to the girl. Shane stretched and said, goodbye, two professors. As soon as the voice fell, the person disappeared instantly. I'm going back too. Snape left this sentence indifferently, and also disappeared, leaving only Dumbledore standing at the door of the church. Sad-faced 0 asterisk. Alas, Dumbledore saw that there was suddenly no one in front of him, and suddenly sighed sadly, it's really a troubled time. On the second day of the Obscura disaster, such a big thing happened, but the Daily Prophet was silent, and the situation of the incident was only briefly described in the corner of a page of the newspaper. This is very strange, because Shane did not give any instructions to Rita Skeeter. The Obscurus in Apador was a completely accidental event. It is untenable to use this force majeure factor to make the Ministry of Magic write an article. Therefore, there is only one possibility for this situation, that is, the Ministry of Magic used some unknown method to suppress this incident. After all, in this Obscurus disaster, preliminary statistics have caused 56 Muggles to die and hundreds of Muggles to be injured. Now St. Mungo's is still busy. This is since Credence, that is, this is the most serious magic exposure accident since the incident in New York caused by Dumbledore's nephew, the Obscurus. According to statistics, 8 Aurors were killed in the Ministry of Magic this time, and several Aurors were seriously injured and left with lifelong disabilities and lost most of their combat effectiveness. I am afraid that these people will regretfully retire early after recovering from their injuries. Such a large number of casualties in a short period of time is rare even during the Wizarding War. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic will definitely try every means to suppress this matter, otherwise it will cause some unnecessary panic or trouble. Therefore, this Obscurus incident did not affect Harry's plan to use the Daily Prophet to clear his godfather's name. Now people are discussing the various doubts about Sirius's escape in the streets and alleys, and the Ministry of Magic has not noticed that some accomplices have come to them in order to avoid the follow-up effects of the Obscurus incident. At the same time, because Fudge was seriously injured and lying in St. Mungo's, the Ministry of Magic was leaderless, so now the respected Dumbledore had to go to help the Ministry of Magic deal with the aftermath of the Obscurus. At the same time, because of the fear of accidents, the little girl was temporarily transferred from the principal's office to Fairy Tale. At this time, Hermione was happily watching TV at home with the Grangers, and she would laugh happily from time to time. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the three of them. Then a hand patted Hermione's shoulder, and the latter turned her head subconsciously. A familiar face came into view. Huh? Why are you here? The Granger couple also looked over when they heard the voice, and saw that it was their daughter's classmates and friends, and they quickly stood up to greet them. But Shane immediately stopped him and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry, Uncle Granger, Aunt Granger. I came to find Hermione for something urgent, and I want her to go back to Hogwarts with me now." "Oh, is that so? It's okay, but since you're here, you have to stay at our house for dinner tonight," Mrs. Granger said with a smile. "Okay, no problem." Shane nodded, then took the hand of Hermione, who was still puzzled, and disappeared instantly. "Shane, what happened?" Hermione asked curiously as soon as she returned to the goblin's residence. "Don't ask first, just come with me." As he said, Shane pulled Hermione went straight to her room. "What's wrong? Why are you so secretive? Come here first. I need your help." Asterisk asterisk asterisk. While talking, Swannon took Hermione's hand and walked towards the bathroom. 0134065224 Felu 1911611471. Hermione immediately misunderstood something when she saw this. Her blood immediately surged, her skin turned red, and steam came out of her head. She immediately grabbed Shane's wrist and braked suddenly. Her eyes were circling, and she began to stammer and talk nonsense. You, what do you want to do? No. 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 We are still students, this kind of thing is not allowed. Absolutely not. Shane looked speechlessly at the man who was already drunk in front of him. Hermione stretched out her hands and pinched her cheeks, saying unhappily, "What are you thinking about? I just want you to help me take a bath." "Take a bath? Pervert. Oh, why can't you explain it clearly?" Shane covered his forehead, then dragged Hermione into the bathroom, pointed at a child inside and said, I want you to help wash this child." "Child? What child?" Hermione looked in the direction of Shane's finger a little dizzy, and saw a ragged child lying in a bathtub in the bathroom. "Pervert." Hermione recovered instantly, and shouted these two words again with an extremely contemptuous look and a different attitude. "What are you thinking about?" Shane raised his hand and gave Hermione a head bang. "Her name is Elu Prince, and she is an obscure." "Obscure? Obscure?" When Hermione heard the term obscure, the three words obscure immediately appeared in her mind. That's right. Just yesterday, the obscurus in her body broke out, causing heavy casualties at the Ministry of Magic and destroying the entire town of Aberdor. Professor McGonagall brought her back to Hogwarts yesterday, but later a group of people claiming to be from the Department of Mysteries came to the school to ask for someone. She was busy dealing with it and handed Elu to me, and Dumbledore is now helping the Ministry of Magic to clean up the mess, so now it's safest to leave her with me. I see. Hermione looked at Elu lying on the chair. Then why is she sleeping all the time? I gave her some sleeping potion. She is very likely an autistic patient. I'm afraid that when she wakes up, she will lose control of her emotions and the obscurus will run out again. Shane replied. Okay, I get it. Hermione nodded, then took off the coat she was wearing outside and handed it to Shane. You go out first, I'll give this child a bath first. Okay, I'll wait for you outside, her clothes are on the shelf. Shane nodded, then turned around and walked out. After more than 10 minutes, the bathroom door was finally opened, and Hermione walked out of the smoke. She was holding Elu in her arms, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. Hermione, what's wrong? Shane asked curiously. Shane, look at this child. Huh? What's wrong with this child? Shane looked at Elu's clean little face and immediately uttered the Huxia quintessence in shock. Wow. Wow. On the other side, on the first floor of the fairy house, Harry and Ronald agreed to come to the guild to practice magic together today. However, before starting the boring practice, the two of them first had to do some leisure activities, wizard chess. "Ronald, how is your rock magic practice going?" Harry asked while fiddling with the chess pieces on the chessboard. "I'm pretty good, but Ginny." "Oh, don't mention it, I feel a headache when I think of her." Ronald shook his head helplessly. "Ginny? What's wrong with her?" Harry asked curiously. Crushing magic has extremely high requirements for practitioners. If the control of magic power is not up to standard, it is easy to accidentally crush the objects around you. Do you know this? Of course I know, but didn't the president teach Ginny before? I don't think she would damage the things in her hands normally. But the bad thing is that in order to let Ginny further master crushing magic and exercise her magic control, the president has been increasing the pressure on her a while ago. Ronald explained with a face full of resentment. The president seems to have given her a special training method. She tries it at home every day, making the whole family in a mess. Then why don't you let her 090 go out to practice? My mother said the same thing as you, so I used rock magic to build a small house for Ginny outside. That's great. Good P. Ronald said madly, you know the power of crushing magic. Do you know how many houses I have to repair every day? And I have to watch Ban Ban. I think the president is not training Ginny, but me. This. A drop of cold sweat left on Harry's forehead. From another perspective, this is indeed a good thing, at least your rock magic has been trained, right? My mother said the same thing. Ronald repeated what he had just said, and then shuddered. Fortunately, I didn't choose crushing magic in a rush, otherwise my mother would definitely beat me to death just because it would break things at home. This kind of magic that destroys surrounding objects when it is uncontrolled, that is, Ginny is the youngest daughter in the family and is very spoiled. If it were him, Chow Liwirn would definitely let him open the sky. Just when Harry and Ronald were discussing the daily fun of magic practice, an owl of light and shadow suddenly flew in front of the two and turned into a paragraph. Harry, my room. Huh? Why did the president ask you to go to his room? Ronald looked at the words on the table strangely, and then asked a little scared, you didn't do something to make the president angry again? This. No. Harry thought for a while, with an expression that he was not sure. I have been dealing with Sirius's affairs recently, so how can I have time to do other things? Then maybe he has something to do with you, go. Ronald arranged the chess pieces of wizard chess, and then said, I'll wait for you here. Okay, I'll go upstairs. After saying that, Harry got up and ran upstairs quickly, and went straight to Shane's room. President, what do you want to ask me? F***K. As soon as he entered the door, Harry subconsciously wanted to ask Shane what he wanted to ask him, but before he finished speaking, he saw an incredible scene. A thin little girl in white pajamas was lying quietly in Hermione's arms, looking a little cute. But what surprised him was not because there was suddenly such a little girl in the guild, but because red hair, green eyes, pretty, but why do these facial features look so much like the female version of Snape? Harry, you are here. Shane looked at Harry teasingly, come and see your sister. Sister? Harry was stunned for a moment, his head was completely blown away by the word, sister. Don't scare him. Hermione glared at Shane, and then began to explain to Harry, Harry, actually, this is the case. It turned out that just 10 minutes ago, Hermione had just come out of the bathroom with Elu, and saw that Elu had woken up at some point, although she was still in a sleepy state. But these are not the main points. The main point is that he found that Elu, this child, seems to have a great relationship with Snape and Harry's mother. Wow. Wow. Shane saw Elu's green eyes and red hair, and couldn't help but be shocked. Before, Elu was dirty, her hair was full of dirt, and her eyes were always closed, so he didn't pay much attention to what she looked like. But now I see it like this, I was shocked for a whole year. No wonder the old bat acted strangely yesterday, he wouldn't have discovered Elu's problem a long time ago. Shane guessed in his heart. Isn't she a relative of Snape or Harry? Hermione asked with a strange look on her face while holding Elu. This is too much like Harry. The eyebrows are very similar to Harry, but the combination of facial features plus the slightly melancholy temperament, which makes the two people present feel a little complicated. Elu has been raised by nuns before, it is unlikely that she is related to Harry. Shane said thoughtfully, you also know that Harry's parents were killed by Voldemort shortly after he was born, and his only relatives are his aunt's family. This Abrador is 1,000,000 miles away from the Dursleys, and it is impossible to establish blood ties, not to mention that the Dursleys don't have such good genes to give birth to such a beautiful child. But I think it's a bit too. Hermione couldn't think of an adjective for a while. Never mind that, maybe it has something to do with the Snape family. Shane shrugged, and then suddenly showed a playful smile. I'll call Harry up first. And not only him, but also another person. Then, he waved his hand to send 2 light and shadow owls out. Hermione rolled her eyes when she saw Shane's expression. She knew that his evil taste had started again. This is what happened. Hermione spent several minutes explaining the whole story to Harry. So, she's really not mine. Harry felt as if his brain was suddenly filled with unresolvable information, and the CPU was stuck. Of course not, they just happened to look alike. Hermione shook her head and glared at Shane. Shane, say something. Can't you see that Harry is completely stunned? Puff. Shane couldn't help laughing when he saw Harry's embarrassing look, and then began to explain, Harry, this person is really not your sister. Oh, Harry still stood there stupidly. 0134065244 follow 1911710001. To be honest, the incident happened too suddenly, and the word sister just now almost scared him to death. And at this moment, the door of Shane's room was suddenly pushed open. Bang! Snape was standing outside the door, his black robe was still swaying in the wind, and his expression was still as cold as ever. What are you looking for me for? Huh? Because the school is about to start, Snape had returned to Hogwarts from his home in Spinner's End. As soon as he entered the door, Snape's eyes widened when he saw Elu's expression, and he stood there at a loss for words. Hey, that's right, that's the expression. Seeing this, Shane immediately took out his camera that he had prepared long ago, and quickly took a photo of Snape. This old bat's out-of-control expression is a rare treasure, it must be preserved well. Snape was stunned when he saw Elu's face. Especially when he saw those green eyes, he was a little dazed for a moment, but when Shane took a photo of him as a souvenir, the flash emitted by the camera instantly brought Snape back to his senses. Mr. Dole, what are you doing? Snape asked Shane with a cold stare. I didn't do anything. Shane put away the camera and pretended to be innocent. I was just testing the camera. Snape's eyes twitched when he saw the camera in Shane's hand. He wanted to snatch the camera, but he was not strong enough. Humph. So he had no choice but to snort coldly, then made his symbolic robe-waving gesture and walked quickly towards AI. He squatted down and carefully examined AI Lu's body. What did you give her to drink? 0.0 inch. Seeing that AI Lu was always dizzy, Snape frowned and questioned Shane. Just some sleeping potions. Shane replied calmly, her mental state is very unstable, and I don't have any antagonists. Do you want the obscurus in her body to run out? I just don't know why. The amount I gave her should have made her sleep for a while, but just now when Hermione was bathing her, she suddenly woke up and has been in this state. Drinking too much sleeping potion will damage the brain, don't you know? Snape glared at Shane and cursed, I think even the slow-witted Mr. Longbottom knows how to arrange for such a young child to drink sleeping potions. Mr. Dolea, you really disgrace your title of Ravenclaw and Slytherin heir. After the venomous tongue, he took out a bottle of potion for Elu to drink. Shane looked at Snape in surprise. It wasn't because of the sarcastic remarks that the other party had just made. He could just forget about them after hearing them too many times. It was just because of Snape's extremely gentle action of feeding the medicine. Why did he feel like he was going blind? Elu drank the medicine in small sips, then slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. This medicine can calm her down after she wakes up. Don't give her food yet. I'll come back tonight. Snape put away the medicine bottle, stood up, left these words, and left. Before stepping out of the room, he also glanced at Elu, who was sleeping soundly in Hermione's arms without leaving a trace. Oh my God, what a double standard. Shane watched Snape disappear at the door speechlessly, then looked at Harry, who was still a little confused. I said you haven't woken up yet. To be honest, it's really hard to imagine what Snape would be like if Elu looked like you. Looks like me. Harry's imagination bubbled up above his head, and he began to imagine what Snape would do to a female version of himself. But after a while, he couldn't think anymore, shuddered all over, and felt a little nauseous. Oh, it seems that my brain is stuck again. Shane stared at Harry with dead fish eyes, his eyes were still dull, and shook his head helplessly, then turned to look at Hermione. Hermione, you will take Elu to the next room next to Luna's room, and I will let Luna take care of her next time. As for the choice of person to take care of Elu, he himself was not convenient, and after thinking about it, only Luna was the most suitable in the guild. But this arrangement immediately caused dissatisfaction in Hermione. She hugged Elu tightly and said with a questioning look, "Why do you want Luna to take care of Elu? Can't I?" It's obvious that she is jealous. At the same time, she likes this child very much. Come on, with your straightforward personality, you are going to take care of an autistic patient. I'm afraid I will have to rebuild the guild when Momren runs out. Shane rolled his eyes immediately. Luna is a natural soul reader, and the most considerate person in the guild. She is more suitable to take care of Elu than you. But Hermione still wanted to fight for it. No buts, just leave like this. Shane made the decision directly. Elu will be temporarily left to Luna to take care of. She is the most suitable person in the guild. Oh, Hermione lowered her head in frustration. So another day passed, and Dumbledore, who helped with the aftermath, finally returned to Hogwarts from the Ministry of Magic. The Obscurus incident had a great impact, and the Ministry of Magic spent a lot of effort to investigate and deal with all the things clearly. Elu Prince, 7 years old, a resident of the small town of Aberdor, was adopted and raised by the nun Mana Zapata of the local church. According to the information found, Elu was diagnosed with autism by the local welfare agency when she was 2 years old, and the gentle and kind nun Mana who raised her died when Elu was 5 years old. After Mana's death, Elu, who had lost her only guardian, was taken away from the church by the local welfare agency many times and sent to an orphanage for care, but every time Elu was sent to the orphanage, she inexplicably escaped back to the church in various ways. So helpless, in the end, the people of the welfare agency could only send people to the church regularly for care. However, over time, because Elu had difficulty communicating with others and always liked to lock herself in the church, the staff of the welfare agency gradually changed from care to simply sending her some basic medicines and food on a regular basis. Just a few days ago, on the anniversary of Mana Zapata's death, Elu went out to pay tribute as usual, but was bullied by some local naughty kids. In her excitement, the silence dormant in her body finally broke out, and the naughty kids who bullied her died on the spot. Shane looked at the report on the parchment in front of him and couldn't help sighing. Although he had long thought that Elu's life experience might not be good, he didn't expect that she had lived alone since she was 5 years old. He heard the 5 words, Department of Mysteries, almost every day during this period. You heard wrong. Dumbledore pretended to be confused and began to change the subject. Regarding Elu, my idea is to separate the Obscurus in her body. Newt succeeded once a long time ago. This way, we can divert the attention of the Ministry of Magic and protect Elu. In the original book, there was not much description about this department, so he was very unfamiliar with the Department of Mysteries. He only knew the name and had no impression of anything else. Looking at Dumbledore, who was standing at the window looking up at the sky, Shane asked curiously, "Professor, what does the Ministry of Magic say about the handling of AI?" "Hey, that's right. That's the expression." Shane quickly took out the camera he had prepared in advance and quickly took a photo of Dumbledore. 143 Old B's shocked face photo get. "But Professor, I suggest that we keep it for the time being." Shane disagreed with Dumbledore's suggestion. "Elu is still young, I can temporarily seal the Obscurus in her body, and then guide her to slowly learn to master the power of the Obscurus. And I'm wondering if I can leave Elu to Professor Snape's care." "No, Elu Prince. The Ministry of Magic is still dealing with the impact of this accident, so it has not yet determined the rare obscure of Ailu. But from the tone of some people, they seem to want to send Ailu to a specific institution for surveillance." Dumbledore replied, "Of course, some people have different ideas. The people in the Department of Mysteries are very interested in this child, so we must be wary of these people. So now you know why I propose to hand Elu over to Professor Snape for care." Shane said teasingly while holding the camera, "I get goosebumps when I see him like that these days. That scene is very incongruous. When have you ever seen Professor Snape feed people medicine in small sips?" He dared to guarantee with his relationship with Grindelwald that Shane was definitely thinking about going to the Department of Mystery sometime and catching a few unspeakables for fun. "Severus?" Dumbledore frowned in confusion. "Why do you have this idea?" "Severus may have discovered that Elu is related to him by blood a long time ago, so he treats Elu so specially." Dumbledore said, "If that's the case, I think it should be no problem for a master of potions to take care of a child." Dumbledore suddenly stopped talking because he found that he seemed to have said something wrong. "Tears, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support." "Oh, then I really haven't seen it." Dumbledore was stunned, and then he recalled that Severus used to feed people medicine by gavage. "In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly tickets." At this time, Dumbledore seemed to suddenly remember something and began to mutter Elu's name. "No, there is no more." Dumbledore was full of black lines. But then again, in the small town of Aberdore that day, Snape did seem to be a little bit wrong. He seemed to be very interested in Elu's identity at that time. He. Shane raised his lips slightly, took out a photo from his pocket and handed it over. "Professor, you don't seem to have seen Elu's true appearance yet." "Huh? Didn't you just say there was more?" Shane stared at Dumbledore with an unhappy face. He hated people who only spoke half of their sentences the most. "Keep talking, what else? Don't stop." Shane looked at Dumbledore with shining eyes and said, "No. Rather than saying something wrong, it is better to say that he should not have said so much." He suddenly forgot that the man in front of him was a man who went to Azkaban to catch Dementors to satisfy his curiosity. His words would only cause unnecessary trouble. "Professor, what's wrong with you?" Shane asked in confusion. "What do you mean?" Dumbledore took the photo and looked at it with a puzzled look, and his eyes almost popped out. "Lily? Not Severus?" The Department of Mysteries is actually a department in the Ministry of Magic responsible for researching all unknown secrets. Most of the contents of this department are highly confidential. Only a very few wizards in the Ministry of Magic know what is in this department. The Department of Mysteries studies many mysteries of the world, such as love, space, thought, time, death, etc. I recently heard that they are very interested in the power of magic circles, and the wizards working in this department are called silent people. Their work is highly confidential. "I think so." At this time, Shane answered, and the scene of Snape taking care of Elu began to emerge in his mind again. Then he felt uncomfortable all over, and always felt that his worldview collapsed. God knows what kind of trouble he would cause then. 0134065244 follow 1911711131. I once learned some things through some channels. To be honest, some of the things they do are not even comparable to Tom. When Shane heard this extremely ridiculous information, he was speechless. I remember a long time ago, there was also a student named Prince in Slytherin. Because she was not very popular in Slytherin at that time, I have some impression of her, and the person she married after graduation seemed to be Tobias Snape. Department of Mysteries? Them again. Shane frowned when he heard the name. What exactly does this Department of Mysteries do? They came to ask for people the day Ilu came to Hogwarts, but Professor McGonagall sent them away directly. Time flies, and Hogwarts is back for the new semester. Because of his heroic sacrifice in the Obscurus disaster, our dear Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was tied to the bed and struggling in pain. All the bones in his broken arm were broken, so in order to heal him, the healer of St. Mungo's picked out all the broken bones in Fudge's arm and asked him to use a large amount of bone spirit. This treatment method is very uncomfortable. People will feel that the wound is bitten by millions of ants, and it is very itchy and painful from the inside to the outside. This painful treatment process will last for a month. So because of Fudge's injury, the leaderless Ministry of Magic did not realize that a conspiracy had quietly descended on them. Harry's plan to save his godfather is still going on. Because of Rita Skeeter's extremely attractive article, in the second half of the winter vacation, people in the magic world are discussing various mysteries about Sirius imprisonment in their spare time. Unfortunately, because the audience of the Daily Prophet is mostly adult wizards, they will not delve too deeply into such topics, so this also caused the fire of public opinion that had just been ignited to gradually extinguish as time passed. At the same time, Harry was also anxious when he saw this. His original plan was to wait until the public opinion caused by Rita Skeeter's article fermented to a certain point, and then add fuel to the fire through the channel of the Quibbler, using the power of public opinion to force the Ministry of Magic to restart the investigation of Sirius, and then he would naturally reveal the secret of Scabbers. Unfortunately, the plan obviously cannot keep up with the changes now. According to the current situation, the Ministry of Magic has not made any moves. Even if he uses the Quibbler to add fuel to the fire of public opinion, the final result is likely to be like now, and gradually forgotten as time goes by. So after thinking about it, Harry decided to ask Shane for advice on the next step. President, this is what happened. In the Goblin residence, Harry told Shane about all the efforts he had made for Sirius during this period and the results he had achieved. Although I successfully planted the seeds of doubt through the channel of the Daily Prophet that you lent me, it is now obvious that the reaction of the Ministry of Magic is not as big as expected, and from the publication of the article to now, the topic of doubt about Sirius has gradually cooled down. So I don't know what to do next. If I rashly start the channel of Singing the Quibbler, I'm afraid the effect will be worse than it is now. Alas, to be honest, your luck is a bit bad. Shane said helplessly, in the past 6 months, Sirius's escape from prison has become a daily topic for many people, and the Dementors that can be encountered every now and then have been reminding everyone not to forget this matter. In addition, you Harry Potter's name, such a big public opinion should have caused a certain reaction from the Ministry of Magic. But what a coincidence, just when the Daily Prophet published your interview article, the obscurity in Elu's body broke out. The Ministry of Magic's attention is all focused on dealing with the impact of the exposure of the Tibetan method. Now Fudge is seriously injured and is recuperating in St. Mungo's hospital. As time goes by, the public opinion caused by your article will cool down. This is not a strange thing. Then President, what should I do now? Harry asked worriedly. Don't be so sad. Since the development of things has changed, we will change with it. Shane replied with a smile, and then put on a mysterious expression. Harry, do you know how to make people really believe in something that is still in the doubt stage? I don't know. Hearing this question, a question mark suddenly appeared on Harry's head, and he shook his head in confusion. Fudge is seriously injured now. The person who is temporarily replacing him in the Ministry of Magic is a senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic. Her name is Dolores Jane Umbridge. N mentioned one of the 10 original characters that everyone on Blue Planet who has watched the Harry Potter series of movies hates very much, Umbridge, nicknamed Pink Toad. Dolores Umbridge, full name Dolores Jane Umbridge, is the current Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. She is a short, fat and ugly woman and Cornelius Fudge's confidant in the Ministry of Magic. In the original book, Order of the Phoenix, Umbridge once served as a professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, a senior investigator at Hogwarts, and later served as the headmaster of Hogwarts. He successively issued several educational orders, trying to interfere with the teaching of Hogwarts. Later, the Minister of Magic Cornelius Fudge admitted the fact that Voldemort had returned and resigned from this position. At the same time, Umbridge was suspended and investigated. Until Voldemort fell, Umbridge was sentenced to life imprisonment for his past cooperation with Voldemort and other behaviors, and served his life sentence in the highest-level prison area of Azkaban Wizard Prison. Is there anything special about this deputy minister? Hearing Shane suddenly mention such a strange person, Harry's puzzled look deepened. Umbridge is different from the conservative and power-loving Fudge. She is very domineering, self-righteous, unreasonable, rigid and high-handed, and has a desire for control that goes beyond the sky. Shane began to briefly talk about Umbridge's personality traits. From the time she temporarily held the position of Minister of Magic, she likes to control people very much, and has a strong desire for control. She thinks that anyone who challenges her authority and opposes her or does not agree with her values should be punished. So what do you think, such a terrible person, if she finds out that Sirius is wronged, what will she do? I don't know. Harry thought for a while, and still shook his head woodenly. Sad face 0 asterisk, alas, this child is incorrigible. Shane rolled his eyes and gave a direct answer. Harry, ask Professor Dumbledore to find a way to get Umbridge to come to Hogwarts. Then you can meet her and create an encounter. Let her know the truth by accident, and then find ways to anger her and make her hate you. Find ways to anger her and make her hate me, and then what? Harry wrote and drew on the notebook with a quill, then looked up and asked. Even if Umbridge knew the truth, due to the reputation of the Ministry of Magic and the fact that she hates you, she will definitely suppress the fact that Sirius was wrongly accused. Shane explained. So, I need you to write down the entire process of investigating Sirius's injustice from beginning to end. The logic must be clear and there must be no fraud, but don't draw any conclusions at the end of the article. Umbridge wants to suppress the truth, but we make the truth public through the Quibbler. What do you think will happen then? What will happen? Harry fell into deep thought and began to deduce in his mind. After a while, his eyes lit up. President, you want to use Umbridge to indirectly make everyone believe that Sirius was wronged? That's right. A teachable child. Shane smiled and nodded. How to ensure that everyone reads your article and believes the content in it? The best way is to ban it. Umbridge has a strong desire for control, so we can take advantage of her weakness and strike while the iron is hot. Take advantage of the day after you anger her, send out the article to seduce her to make a move, and then leave the problems to time. But President, didn't you say before that Fudge already knew that the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler were controlled by you? If we do this, can Umbridge really fall into the trap? Harry then expressed a doubt in his heart. Oh. If you think so, then you think too highly of Fudge. Shane sneered. Fudge is a person who is very power-conscious. He will never tell others about losing the right to public opinion, which will affect his reputation. Don't worry and do it. Okay, thank you, President. Harry nodded happily, then turned and ran away immediately. Oh, I finally understand why the old man used to worry so much. If I were the guild leader, it would be hard for me to feel good. Shane suddenly sighed as he watched Harry leave. Thinking back to when he was in Aslant, Natsu and Gray would cause trouble to the guild every now and then. Whenever this happened, the old man would be furious and take all the responsibility on himself. So compared to them, Harry's things are really nothing. However, Harry's things have been solved temporarily, and now it's time to deal with the uninvited guests. Shane stood up and stretched comfortably, then suddenly flashed and caught the two mysterious visitors hidden in the void, and threw them to the long sofa not far away. It turned out that just when Shane and Harry were talking, two wizards wearing the disillusionment suddenly slipped into fairy tale. The two men in front of him were wearing black robes with hoods like the standard, and they also wore the same red gem rings on their fingers, with some unknown inscriptions engraved on the rings. And surprisingly, even if they were discovered, their expressions were not panicked at all. Facing the unidentified intruders, Shane did not say much nonsense and directly began to use legilimency. But what was surprising was that the two people in front of him actually knew the brain occlusion technique. When the power of legilimency invaded their brains, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, and nothing could be read. So, seeing that legilimency was ineffective, Shane waved his hand casually and started to use illusion magic. And soon, he knew the identity and purpose of the two people in front of him. These two people were the silence of the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic. The purpose of their coming here was actually to secretly take Elu, the silent, back for research. Just when Shane knocked the two people unconscious, Hermione suddenly came down from upstairs. She saw two strangely dressed strangers suddenly appear in the guild, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Shane, what's the situation with these two people?" The unspoken man from the Department of Mysteries of the Ministry of Magic sneaked in and wanted to secretly take Elu away, and I found him. Shane replied. Department of Mysteries? Unspoken man. Hermione frowned immediately. I have heard some classmates say that the Department of Mysteries 623 is an extremely mysterious department of the Ministry of Magic. No one has ever known what they are doing. Their mission is top secret. What do they want by taking Elu? What else can I do? Research. Shane explained, I just used magic to interrogate them. They are very interested in the existence of Obscurus, which is between spells and creatures. A bunch of disgusting guys. Hermione immediately said with disgust, and then looked at Shane, how do you want to deal with them? I have no interest in these two unspoken men, just strip them naked and throw them on the street. Shane replied calmly, it's just that I just used illusion magic to make them release the restrictions of brain occlumency, and then used legilimency to read their memories. I have to say that the Department of Mysteries is indeed mysterious. Even without brain occlumency, their brains are still set with passive restriction magic. There are some deep memories that I can't pry into. If I force myself to see the punishment restrictions, I'm afraid they will explode their heads. So scary. Hermione was surprised. Forget it, find some time to take a look. While talking, Shane separated a thought body and took the two silent people away directly, and then said to Hermione, Hermione, let Ronald come over, his little pet should be judged. A few days later, Umbridge, who was temporarily replacing the Minister of Magic, suddenly asked Dumbledore to personally go to Hogwarts for a so-called inspection, and Dumbledore, surprisingly, agreed to such a request. Umbridge came to Hogwarts for a so-called inspection on the pretext that Hagrid's pet Buckbeak, a hippogriff, injured a Slytherin during a Care of Magical Creatures class last semester. Hermione touched Crookshank's hair that stood up like a brush, loosened her hands and said, go. But unlike the original book, because Draco protected him at the time, Vincent Crabbe only suffered some minor injuries. Although it caused some problems in the end, he did not receive a ruling from the new head. Then, in front of everyone, Ronald pretended to be anxious and chased outside, while shouting, Scabbers, don't be afraid. I'm coming. Crookshanks, shut up. At this time, Dumbledore was passing by the Great Hall of Hogwarts with Umbridge. Umbridge, who was standing at the door of the Great Hall, looked at Ronald who had just run past her, and just wanted to criticize Dumbledore a few words, but then a figure suddenly bumped into her. Chick. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be generous and vote for the poor child. Oh, it's incredible. Umbridge looked at Harry's back in shock and said to Dumbledore, Principal Dumbledore, is the quality of Hogwarts like this now? I think it's really necessary for the Ministry of Magic to intervene in the education problem of Hogwarts. Crookshanks instantly accelerated on the spot and rushed toward Scabbers. Quickly closing the door, Hagrid looked at the two nervous people in front of him with a puzzled look, and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Harry, Ronald, what's wrong with you?" "Oh my God, is she Umbridge?" Ronald whispered in Harry's ear at a round table. "Really, she gives me the feeling of a toad in pink clothes. I think Filch is prettier than her. At least Filch is just disgusting in character, not disgusting in appearance." Harry nodded in agreement. At the entrance of the Great Hall, Umbridge was commenting on the furnishings of the Great Hall and the students in her extremely artificial girlish voice, while Dumbledore just nodded from time to time, or said, "Oh," or in a perfunctory manner. Hermione, who was not far away, saw that the target person had arrived, and quickly made a "poochie poochie" sound to signal Harry and Ronald at the next table. Harry and Ronald also received the signal and silently made an OK gesture. After everything was ready, Hermione whispered to her pet Crookshanks, "Crookshanks, drive him to Hagrid. If you succeed, I'll open 5 cans for you." "Excuse me, ma'am." Harry apologized hastily, and then pretended to look anxiously in the direction of Ronald. "Excuse me, this weirdly dressed lady, and Professor Dumbledore, I have something urgent to do and I have to leave first." After saying that, before Umbridge could react, he chased after Ronald like crazy. At this time, Scabbers, who was eating, suddenly felt the hair on his body stand up, and the alarm bells in his head rang wildly. On the other side, Crookshanks was chasing Banban from the front and back, and finally took him till he rushed to the direction of Hagrid's hut. "Here we are." Hagrid immediately stepped forward and opened the door upon hearing the sound, then looked at Ronald and Harry outside the house. "Oh, it's you. I was just about to look for you, Ronald. It seems that your and Hermione's pets have come to me." She had a broad, flabby face, a small black velvet bow on her short curly hair, and wore a particularly eye-catching but awkward fluffy pink cardigan. Anyway, the first impression she gave was that she was very disgusting. He turned his head and saw a yellow behemoth rushing towards him. Scabbers made a scared cry and turned around and ran out of the cafeteria. "Hagrid! Hagrid! Are you there?" Ronald's voice came from outside the house. "His name is Harry Potter, I think many people know him. Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support." He quickly put Scabbers in a cage and picked up Crookshanks to comfort him. "Scabbers!" Ronald immediately pretended to be nervous and yelled, adhering to the principle of playing a full role, and also pretended to scold Hermione. "Hermione, you didn't keep an eye on your cat again." Inside Hagrid's hut, Hagrid was preparing food for his little pet Norbert, and at that moment, a mouse ran in from the window, followed closely by Crookshanks. "Help me up." Umbridge ordered the assistant beside her, then she stood up and tidied her clothes, and asked stiffly, "Principal Dumbledore, what is the name of the student just now?" "As the Senior Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, I think I am fully qualified to make that student get the punishment he deserves." "Don't worry about it, Scabbers is going to be eaten." Harry also pretended to pull Ronald's arm. "Oh, it turns out to be the famous Mr. Potter." Umbridge smiled stiffly, "Then let's see what urgent matter this Mr. Potter has, and he doesn't even want to explain." "Let's go in and talk, Hagrid." Harry turned his head and observed, and found that the conspicuous pink was approaching here quickly, and hurriedly pushed Ronald into the curry. Just when Hagrid was wondering why the two pets came here, there was a knock on the door. Umbridge, who fell to the ground, made a sharp and artificial sound. "This is just an individual problem, Dolores." Dumbledore said calmly, "I believe that through criticism and education, students will understand their mistakes and correct them seriously." Wow. What's going on?" Hagrid certainly recognized the two little creatures in front of him. Ronald and Hermione had brought them here to eat and drink before. Dong! 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 Crookshanks' eyes lit up when he heard that there was canned food to eat. He suddenly stared at Scabbers, who was eating toast in front of Ronald not far away, ready to attack. In the original book, Draco was supposed to be injured, but because of Shane's butterfly effect, the injured person was Draco's former lackey, the fat Vincent Crabbe. "Oh, nothing, Hagrid. We just. In order to avoid Peter's suspicion, Harry immediately pretended to be fine, and then patted Ronald's arm with a slightly stiff expression. Oh. Yes, we just saw Buckbeak there, it's beautiful, isn't it? Ronald also reacted at this time, turned around and smiled awkwardly, and found a random excuse. Today's plan requires Hagrid's participation, but Harry thought about it a few days ago and finally decided not to tell the latter the whole process of the plan. After all, regardless of Hagrid's acting skills, everyone has already experienced his secrecy before. When Hagrid heard that Harry and Ronald were interested in his pet, his attention was immediately diverted. He said proudly, "Haha, I told you. Buckbeak is very beautiful and majestic, right? You know, it is rare to see a hippogriff in the entire magic world. When Buckbeak was still an egg, Hagrid unknowingly began to fall into the daily self-praise of his magical animals. Harry and Ronald could only look at each other and smiled helplessly. But soon, the arrival of the guest behind them broke the slightly awkward atmosphere. There was a knock on the door outside, and Hagrid immediately pulled himself out of his memories, and then he went forward to open the door in confusion, while wondering why his little house seemed particularly lively today. When he opened the door, he saw a familiar figure standing outside the door, and there were two strangers standing next to him. "Oh. Professor Dumbledore, good afternoon." Hagrid hurriedly greeted respectfully, then frowned and looked at Umbridge next to him. "Excuse me, who is this?" He had a very bad first impression of Umbridge, always feeling a little disgusted. "Hagrid, this is Ms. Umbridge, the Deputy Minister of Magic. She has something to ask Mr. Potter." Dumbledore introduced expressionlessly, and directly stated the latter's purpose. "Oh, then please come in." Hagrid nodded, and then stepped aside. Umbridge walked into the room arrogantly with her short legs, and began to look around, and then she found Harry and Ronald standing by the window. She took a few steps forward with a stiff smile on her face, staring at the somewhat nervous Harry, and pretended to be very kind and asked, "Mr. Potter, you should not have forgotten that you bumped into me just now, right?" "I'm sorry, ma'am. Please call me ma'am." Hearing that Harry actually called her old, Umbridge immediately frowned and showed a threatening smile, interrupting Harry's words. "I'm sorry, ma'am. I was just a little anxious just now, and I didn't expect to scare you." Harry took a deep breath, suppressed the nausea in his stomach, and answered with a stiff expression. "This has nothing to do with Harry. He just cares about me and accidentally bumped into you." Ronald suddenly interrupted, pretending to be indignant. Hermione should be the one who should apologize the most. She didn't take good care of her cat. Crookshanks has always wanted to eat Scabbers, but she still brought him to the Great Hall to eat. I think she did it on purpose. I don't understand. Scabbers is not the only mouse in Hogwarts. Why does it keep staring at my poor Scabbers? As soon as the voice fell, Hagrid frowned and looked at Crookshanks not far away and Scabbers in the cage after listening to Ronald's explanation. He knew long ago that Crookshanks had catkin blood, and for this reason he also taught Hermione how to raise it. As an expert on magical animals, he is very clear about the abilities of catkins. Catkins will only attack people with malicious intent, and will not have the habit of chasing or eating mice. It's just that Crookshanks is a mixed blood, so he always thought that it attacked Scabbers, probably because it also has the characteristics of a cat, so he didn't care much. But just now Ronald said that Crookshanks only attacked Scabbers, which is a bit intriguing. At the same time, Scabbers seemed to have noticed Hagrid's strange look, and he suddenly became a little agitated in the cage. It turned out to be just because of a fat rat. Umbridge heard that he was hit, and it was just because of a fat rat, and he immediately felt that his self-esteem was insulted. At the same time, before she could start to attack Harry and Ronald, Harry, in order to further anger Umbridge and make him hate him, suddenly said a little rudely, "Ma'am, I'm sorry for bumping into you, but I apologized to you at the time. I don't think you need to hold us back, right?" "Yes, ma'am, you are not injured, but Scabbers has lived in our house for more than 10 years. If it is eaten, our whole family will be very sad." At this time, Ronald also added fuel to the fire and directly degraded Umbridge's status to a level lower than Scabbers, which immediately made the latter feel more insulted. "You too. So rude. So rude." Umbridge was immediately furious and turned to Dumbledore and said, "Professor Dumbledore, I think your two students should be well educated. They should know how to respect the senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic." "I think I know how to educate my students, Dolores." Dumbledore continued expressionlessly, "I am the headmaster of Hogwarts. Even if Fudge is here, he has no right to interfere in the affairs of Hogwarts." "You." Umbridge's face flushed with anger. At this moment, Hagrid suddenly came over thoughtfully and whispered in Dumbledore's ear, "Professor, can you come out with me for a moment? I want to talk to you about something." Dumbledore nodded, then just said, "Wait a minute," to Umbridge, and turned around and followed Hagrid out of the house. This attitude of ignoring made Umbridge even more furious. Harry and Ronald were laughing crazily when they saw this. They had long disliked this pink toad, and it would be great to see her suffer. Asterisk 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 asterisk. But at this time, Peter, who was trapped in the cage, could not help it, because he looked at Hagrid's expression just now, and the intuition cultivated by years of escape life told him that his identity must have been exposed. If he did not escape, he would probably be in Azkaban and accompany Dementors for the rest of his life. So, he quickly showed his big teeth and began to bite the small wooden cage. Outside the house, Hagrid rubbed his hands, and said with a look of hesitation, "Sorry, Professor. I pulled you out suddenly, but I always feel that something is wrong. I should talk to you immediately." 013406524 follow 1911715551. "You said." Dumbledore nodded as expected. "Ronald's pet mouse, Scabbers. I think there is something wrong with him. He is very likely an animagus." Then, Hagrid spoke out his analysis. "A Kneazle is not a cat. Although Crookshanks is a half-blood, it has inherited the abilities of a Kneazle. It doesn't like to eat mice and shouldn't have the habit of chasing mice." 1. 0. Just now I heard Ronald say that Crookshanks has been chasing Scabbers, and he also said that Scabbers has lived in the Weasley family for more than 10 years. These two reasons directly made me suspicious. How could a mouse live for more than 10 years? So according to your guess, Scabbers is very likely to be an illegal animagus. He has been hiding in the Weasley family for more than 10 years. He is very likely a vicious criminal, right? Dumbledore asked back. Yes. Hagrid nodded affirmatively. Your guess is unreasonable. Let's try it. It's not difficult to verify Banban's identity. On the other side, Hermione left directly after cooperating with the plan. Her task was just to let Crookshanks drive Banban to Hagrid, and Harry and others could complete the follow-up. Shane, don't you want to go and take a look? Hermione found Shane directly after the Great Hall. After all, the specific process of this plan was formulated by Shane, and she felt that the mastermind in front of her should be interested in the progress of her plan. Unfortunately, Hermione guessed wrong. Although Shane did formulate the specific process, he was not interested in how this plan, which was equivalent to a child's playhouse, would develop. He had handed over the entire process of the plan to Harry. If he couldn't act according to the script, he would find a piece of tofu to kill himself. I'm going to a place now. Do you want to go with me? Instead of answering Hermione's question, Shane asked. Where are you going? Hermione looked puzzled. Just follow me, are you going? Yes. As soon as the words fell, Hermione felt her eyes were dizzy, and the next second, she found herself in 10 long and magnificent halls from Hogwarts. Looking around, it was full of wizards. The hall had a dark wood floor that was polished to a shine, and the peacock blue ceiling was inlaid with glittering golden symbols that kept moving and changing, like a huge bulletin board in the sky. There were many gilded fireplaces on the walls on both sides of the hall. Waves of green light flashed by, and people walked out of the fireplace on the left one after another, and people disappeared from the fireplace on the right one after another. It was obviously the Fleur network. In the middle of the hall stood a fountain of magical brothers, with a group of pure gold statues on it, including male and female wizards, centaurs, goblins, and house elves. And streams of shining water sprayed out from the top of the wizard's wand, the arrow of the centaur, the tip of the goblin's hat, and the 2 ears of the house elf. Where is this place? Hermione looked at everything around her in shock. Ministry of Magic. Shane replied with a smile. Ministry of Magic? What are we doing here? Didn't 2 people from the Department of Mysteries break into the guild a few days ago? I read something interesting in their minds, so I'm here to take a look while I'm free today. Shane said, and began to walk forward. Hermione also followed him quickly, and her hand naturally rested on Shane's arm. Because Shane cast a spell on himself and Hermione the moment they arrived at the Ministry of Magic, no one around them could detect their presence. Even if you kick the crotch of the male wizard next to you, he will only think it's his own problem. Passing through the crowd, the 2 soon came to the end of the Ministry of Magic's hall, where there was a row of golden doors leading to at least 20 elevators. According to the memories of the 2 silent people, the Department of Mysteries is the department of the Ministry of Magic that conducts secret research on specific puzzles. If you want to go there, you must take the elevator to the 9th floor underground, but not everyone is qualified to press the button to the 9th floor. Shane explained, while pulling Hermione straight through the elevator gate and into the elevator shaft. You just said there are some interesting things in the Department of Mysteries. What are they? Hermione asked curiously, observing the darkness around her and whether there was light coming in from outside. I just wanted to come and see because I don't know. Didn't I say it before? The deep memories of the 2 unspoken have been restricted. If they force themselves to see, their heads will explode. As they spoke, the 2 ignored all obstacles and slowly descended, directly to the 9th underground floor of the Ministry of Magic. After passing through the old iron fence that blocked the elevator shaft again, the first thing that caught my eye was a simple corridor with 10 very plain black doors at the end of the corridor. This door had no handle, not even a keyhole, and the whole thing was flat. Just when Hermione was wondering how to open the pure black door in front of her, Shane suddenly took out his wand and chanted a strange spell at the door, and then the door disappeared in an instant, and then the 2 entered a black circular room. As the black door behind them closed automatically, Shane and Hermione suddenly felt a trance. The surrounding walls suddenly seemed to be spinning rapidly, making it difficult to figure out which direction they came from. Then all they saw was black, endless black. Everything in this room was black, including the ceiling, walls and floor. It seemed that there was no sense of space here. Except for being able to see people, nothing could be seen, as if someone had blindfolded them. Is this the Department of Mysteries? Why does it feel so gloomy here? Hermione looked around and said nervously. The scene in front of her reminded her of some horror movies she had watched and some horror novels she had read before. The pitch-black darkness really made her feel a little paralyzed. You said before that the Department of Mysteries is where the Ministry of Magic conducts secret research. There won't be those scary, weird things here, right? As she spoke, Hermione's mind began to flash with images of some of the horror monsters she had in mind, balls with eyes, octopuses with countless weird smiles, and humanoid monsters with rotting and bubbling bodies, etc. I told you not to watch so many horror movies and novels. Why do you think about these weird things all day long? Shane complained immediately, and then began to explain, this is just the entrance to the Department of Mysteries. This room is covered with light-absorbing substances. Remember the cave that you must pass through when you take the boat back to Hogwarts. The paint here is made of the same or as there. Where is the entrance? Hermione asked puzzledly. It was all black in front of her, and she couldn't figure out where the door was at all. Shane didn't answer, but waved his hand, and then some candles with blue flames were instantly lit on the wall. The flames emitted by these candles were cold, and the flickering candlelight was reflected on the bright marble floor, making the floor look like 10 streams of black water. These candles are specially made. Only when they are lit can you see these so-called doors. As he said, Shane pointed to the 12 identical black doors that suddenly appeared in the room, without marks or handles. They were embedded in the black walls around them at a distance from each other, which was quite mysterious. Relying on the memory of the two silent people, Shane opened one of the 12 doors, and then the two entered a brand new room. Unlike the round room just now, the new room seemed unusually bright. A straight corridor, and you can see something at the end from a distance. Walking in the gray and white corridor, Hermione suddenly remembered a question and asked curiously, "By the way, Shane, how did the two silent people get into Hogwarts last time?" Hogwarts is well guarded, and it is reasonable that no one should be able to sneak in so easily. Hermione, there is a fact you need to know. That is, the saying Hogwarts is the safest place in the world is completely based on the fact that the strength of the principals and professors of Hogwarts is strong enough. Shane said, although Hogwarts itself has certain defense mechanisms, these mechanisms were left by Ravenclaw more than 1,000 years ago and have long been out of date. And in the past 1,000 years, how many wizards have graduated from Hogwarts, and there must be some who know the secret passages of Hogwarts, and Sirius Black is one of them. He was able to enter the Gryffindor lounge quietly before because he knew some secret passages hidden in Hogwarts. To be honest, it was fortunate that he did not really go to kill Harry, otherwise you should be able to see a stone tablet with the words Harry inscribed in Godric Canyon. Potter's tombstone. Oh, so that's how it is. After listening to Shane's explanation, for some reason, Hermione suddenly felt that the tall image of Hogwarts in her mind was a little shattered. And while talking, Shane and Hermione walked to the end of the corridor. I saw that the front was almost empty, with only a table, and in the middle of the room there was a huge glass water tank filled with dark green liquid, which was big enough for people to swim in. The two walked closer to the water tank and took a look, and then Hermione exclaimed in disgust, "Hey, what is this?" In the dark green water tank, there were many white things with tentacles floating slowly in it, like living brains, which made people feel very scary and disgusting. This place is the brain room, and these things are human brains, alive. Jeannin explained expressionlessly. Human brain. Alive? Hermione immediately took a few steps back as a conditioned reflex. Shane put his face close to the water tank, and the light above his head reflected on his face through the dark green liquid in the water tank. These brains are from some great figures in history. Without exception, they have all achieved extremely high and unique achievements. The Department of Mysteries has preserved their brains for research, using these people's transcendent thinking to explain unknown mysteries. Just like people sliced Einstein's brain for research, although it is not very humane, it is a means to explore the unknown. Just as he was talking, a brain suddenly floated to the surface of the water, and the tentacles behind it quickly stretched out of the water tank and wanted to wrap around Hermione, but they were immediately stepped back. 0134065245 Philo 1911811091. Be careful, I said these brains are alive, and many of them have always wanted to have a body. Shane reminded, there's nothing to see here, let's keep going. Shane walked to the back of the water tank, opened a door on the wall, and the two walked in. This third room is larger than the previous one. It is dimly lit, square, and concave in the center, forming a huge stone pit about 6 meters deep. The stone steps surround the whole house, like stone benches, gradually descending step by step, each step is very steep, like a stepped classroom. In the center of the stone pit is a raised stone platform, on which stands an arch, which looks very old and tattered. It is a bit strange why it can still stand there without falling down. There are no walls around the arch, and a series of tattered black curtains or draperies are hung on it. Although the air here is cold and there is no wind, it is swaying gently, as if it has just been touched. What is this? Hermione asked doubtfully, looking at the archway at the bottom of the stone pit. This door gives me the feeling that it is a portal to another world. To a certain extent, you feel right. Shane also looked down at the archway in the center of the stone pit and answered, "This is the Hall of Death, where the Department of Mysteries studies death and souls. That door can suck in the soul of a dying person. Some other vicious dark wizards will also be imprisoned here after being tried and used as experimental materials." "Are there dark wizards imprisoned here? Are they their souls?" Hermione asked after looking around. "No, they are still alive. But I don't see any prison here. They are at the bottom." As he said that, Shane took Hermione's hand and came to the bottom of the stone pit in a flash. Facing the black curtains and draperies fluttering in the wind, Hermione couldn't help but think of a creature, Dementors. Shane raised his hand and tapped Hermione's head. "I gave you the power of perspective, look down. Look down." Puzzled, Hermione slowly lowered her head and looked down at her feet. Through her eyes that had become vertical pupils, what came into view was that there were actually square vertical shafts made of stone bricks under the stone pit as big as an ear. These deep wells were very small, and the small ones could barely squeeze in one person, and in fact, most of the deep wells were indeed imprisoned with people who were not sure whether they were human or not. I saw that their hands were tied to iron chains, hanging, and the whole person lowered his head, and there was a dark area under his feet that could not see the end at all. Are they all dead?" Seeing this horrifying scene, Hermione felt her scalp tingling and even her breathing became a little rapid. This is a bit too much visual impact for a girl who has lived in a peaceful world for many years. "They are not dead, but it doesn't make any difference." Shane replied calmly, "For the Department of Mysteries, these people are very important materials. The power of the Arch can only absorb the souls of the newly dead. Once a long time, the soul will naturally dissipate. To be honest, I read only these fragmentary information and the pictures of these people being hoisted down in the minds of the two silent people in the Department of Mysteries. As for what these people have experienced, I don't know. But looking at their current appearance, they are probably eager for others to kill themselves. Too cruel." Hermione frowned and said, then she pulled Shane's hand. "Shane, can we?" "No." Before she finished speaking, Shane interrupted Hermione coldly. He knew what the latter wanted to say. "Hermione, don't show the same pity you have for house elves to these people. These guys are all evil dark wizards without exception. You can't imagine what they have done. If you knew, you would definitely think that they deserved it here now, and you might even think that this punishment is not enough." $308. Hermione nodded a little frustrated. Although she still couldn't accept the Department of Mysteries using such a cruel way to punish dark wizards, she knew that what Shane said just now was right. But at this moment, she suddenly heard some whispers. "Shane, did you hear anything?" Hermione raised her head and was about to ask, but the next second she was suddenly stunned there, and her face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hermione, what's wrong with you?" Shane looked at the person in front of him with a puzzled look. Why did his expression suddenly change? "Shane Doria, you just said that this magic is called perspective, right?" Hermione rushed over and grabbed Shane's collar, and asked with a dark face. "Yes. What's the problem?" Shane's face was more confused. "So, the ability of this magic is to see through all objects. Then why is it called this?" "Not only perspective, I also have hyperopia." Shane was about to introduce some of the various pupil magics he created as if nothing had happened, but he reacted suddenly before he finished speaking, and then his smile became stiff, forehead drooping wildly. Hermione, listen to my explanation. Countless and various exquisite clocks are decorating the whole room. They are of different sizes, including floor clocks and travel clocks, hanging between bookshelves, or standing on a table as long as the whole room. This is the Hall of Time, where the Department of Mysteries studies time. Shane came over and explained, the Department of Mysteries is responsible for keeping the time converters. Yours has been kept here before, and what we see now is likely to be the only batch of time converters in the world. At this time, Shane suddenly remembered the scene in Aslant where he was chased by all the female wizards of fairy tale. To be honest, I was also shocked when I read these memories. There is a famous saying among flower growers, since we are here. It should be. Professor McGonagall told me before that the manufacturing technology of the time converter has long been lost. Even if there are related refining materials circulating, no alchemy master has been able to reproduce the time converter so far. Hermione said, and then she was attracted by the most eye-catching diamond-like bright jumping light in the depths of the Hall of Time. As he said, Shane stretched out his hand and gently stroked the black curtains and draperies in front of him. His hand did not feel the existence of a substance, just like touching the air, the only feeling was a little cold. It would be unreasonable not to go with 0-10 things. Let's go to the next room. Shane smiled and reached out to touch Hermione's head, then pulled off a piece of black curtain, folded it and put it in the bag. The room is full of beautiful, diamond-like sparkling jumping light. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. The rapid and endless ticking sound echoed throughout the room, like the neat footsteps of thousands of tiny marching in a procession. The voices were very small and very chaotic, and it was impossible to hear what they were saying, but Hermione could clearly feel that these voices were full of despair and pain. The souls of the people under our feet. Shane slowly walked to her side and explained, most of the souls of these dark wizards have been taken out of their bodies, but there is still a trace of connection. As long as the person is not dead, the soul can live forever. This is how the Department of Mysteries ensures that its research materials are sustainable. Oh my God! What is this place? Hermione looked at everything in front of her in shock, and then she caught a glimpse of a glass closet not far away, and ran over immediately as if she had discovered something incredible. These are all time converters. The wall where the closet was located was full of various hourglasses. So, the two of them passed through a dark door again, and then came to a brand new room. To be honest, she didn't know what words to use to describe it. 0134065244 follow 1911811241. What's there to explain? Hermione blushed and shouted in shame and anger, I ask you. Did you often use this magic to do bad things? I didn't, don't talk nonsense. Shane denied it 3 times in a row. He admitted that he had thought about it, but such a dirty thing would damage his handsome image. He would never do that. Really? Really? Shane nodded frantically and raised 4 fingers, 4. Seeing Shane actually raised his hand to swear, Hermione gradually loosened her hand holding Shane's collar. She knew that Shane would not lie, so the strange mood in her heart slowly subsided. Ha ha ha. Shane smiled awkwardly and then began to change the subject. By the way, Hermione. What did you say just now? I just wanted to ask you, did you hear any strange noises? Hermione returned to her original appearance, but her face was still a little red. Oh, you're talking about this. Shane immediately showed a look of understanding, and then pointed to the black curtains and draperies not far away and said, you can hear it more clearly if you come closer. Huh? Suspicious and curious heart, Hermione frowned as she looked at the black that was constantly fluttering without wind, and began to move forward slowly and cautiously. I have been studying Dementors for more than half a year, but these guys will die quickly if even a corner of their cloaks is cut off. Even if I use special methods, I can only slightly extend their survival time. Shane, you look like a fallen angel who rebelled against God. Hermione looked at the somewhat weird picture in front of her, a boy gently stroking the gauze that looked like an angel dyed by darkness under the dim light, and immediately complained. What is this sound? Hermione turned her head and looked at Shane in confusion. It was just like this back then. He accidentally revealed his eye magic ability in the guild, and then Urza and Mira led a group of female wizards in the guild to hunt him down frantically, flattening several mountains. The Department of Mysteries has developed a more sophisticated method. They can strip off the Dementor's cloaks as a whole and make these substances that can imprison the soul. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please show some mercy, cast a ticket for the poor child. This is the sound of the clock. She walked to the black curtains and draperies and listened carefully, and gradually she began to hear a chilling whisper from behind. Do you feel that these curtains and draperies in front of us are very familiar? In fact, they are made of Dementor's cloaks. People in it seem to really feel the flow of time, and time doesn't seem to turn into matter and flow on the skin. The light came from a towering bell-shaped crystal glass cover at the end of the hall. It was as tall as a person and stood on a table. It seemed to be filled with a surging, sparkling airflow. Inside the glass cover, there was a small, bright egg like a gem floating up and down. When the glass cover rose, the egg cracked, and a hummingbird emerged and rose directly to the top of the glass cover. But as the airflow fell, the hummingbird's feathers would be dirty and wet until it landed at the bottom of the glass cover and was locked in the egg again. This repetition represents the flow of time. This is the symbol of the Hall of Time and also a high-level alchemical product. Its power can make a person experience the same thing over and over again for a period of time. Shane explained as he picked up a few good-looking hourglasses from the wall and put them in his pocket. There's nothing to see here. According to the memories of the two unspoken, the time hall leads to the office of the Department of Mysteries. Let's go and take a look. Office? Hermione frowned when she heard these three words. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something and asked curiously, by the way, we have been here for so long, why haven't we seen anyone from the Department of Mysteries here? There are very few unspoken people working in the Department of Mysteries. In order to study mysteries, they often like to go to some weird places. Going out is their daily routine. But the most important thing is that this time period is special. They all went to have afternoon tea. Shane said while smiling and opening a secret door. Hermione looked at him with a frown on her face. Really? This guy is still in the mood to joke in such a weird place. Passing through the secret door, the two came to a strange office. It was dark and messy here, surrounded by gray stone walls. The office was very small, not even half the size of a classroom in Hogwarts, and there was only a table and a bookshelf in the middle, and there was nothing on it. Are you sure this is the office of the Department of Mysteries? Hermione looked at Shane with doubt in her eyes. Why do I feel that this is more like an abandoned library? His strange. Shane scratched his head in confusion at this time. This is different from what I saw in the memories of those two people. In the memories of the two silent people, the office of the Department of Mysteries should be a very spacious room. There are at least a dozen tables, filled with messy files and research materials, and there are tall bookshelves embedded in the walls on all sides, and the bookshelves are also filled with various ancient books and scrolls. Hermione came to the only table in the room curiously and looked down. The whole table fits perfectly. Although there are cabinet handles, they are just decorations. It looks like it was carved directly from a piece of wood. Shane, come and take a look. Hermione felt that there might be something wrong with the table in front of her, so she wanted to call Shane to come and take a look. But after waiting for a while, she didn't hear any response. So Hermione turned around in confusion and suddenly found that Shane, who was standing behind her just now, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, the secret door from the Hall of Time also disappeared. The whole room was empty and she was the only one left. Shane, stop playing. Come out. Hermione subconsciously thought that Shane was scaring her, but after waiting for a while, she didn't hear any response, so she began to get a little scared. Because although Shane sometimes likes to joke with her and play tricks on her, he is a person who knows the importance of this. He will never disappear for so long just because of playfulness. Hermione took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She took out her wand just in case, and then began to look for the secret of Anne's sudden disappearance. Something must have happened at that moment. Shane was powerful, and the magic in this weird office should not have any effect on him. The problem could only be with herself. Was she transferred to another space? Hermione guessed. She guessed that it was probably because she accidentally touched some mechanism after leaving Shane just now, which caused her and Shane to separate. So, after thinking for a while, Hermione returned to the position where she started just now, and then began to carefully calculate and step by step according to the original route to the table again. There was no movement. In the short distance just now, she had been carefully observing everything around her, and even made a mark every step she took. But it was obvious that the red mark was very eye-catching, and she did not transfer to other spaces. Seeing this, Hermione tried again a few times. Twice she even closed her eyes and deliberately did not sense the surrounding environment, but the result was still the same. Therefore, now either her guess was wrong, or the way she triggered the mechanism was wrong. So, Hermione began to think hard again, trying to find possible mechanisms in various parts of the room. But after searching for a long time, she found that there was nothing in this strange room except the table and the empty bookshelf. Finally, after more than an hour, Hermione sat tiredly on the broken bookshelf that had been pushed down. In more than an hour, she found nothing. For the first time, she felt that she was a stupid fool. She usually read so many books, but now there is no knowledge in her mind that can be used. So now she can only choose to wait for Shane to find her. She believes that Shane can definitely find her with his ability. Sure enough, after another half an hour, just when Hermione was getting more and more irritated, a ripple suddenly appeared in the empty room, and a foot stepped out of the void. "Ha, I finally found you." Shane walked out of the void, saying with a face full of fear, "Hermione, you really made me nervous." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Shane coming, and the uneasiness in her heart gradually subsided. Then she pretended to be angry at Shane. "Why did you come just now? Do you know how long I have been waiting here?" "I'm sorry, the space structure of the Department of Mysteries is too complicated. I studied it for a long time before I found the operating rules of these magic mechanisms." Shane scratched his head awkwardly, and then explained. "Really?" Hermione frowned. For some reason, she always felt that it was a bit strange to find Shane in front of her. "What's wrong with you? Why are you still frowning after being rescued?" Shane looked at her puzzledly, and then took out a piece of chocolate. "Come, eat something first, you must be hungry after waiting for so long." "Thank you." Hermione took the chocolate. She was indeed a little hungry after staying here for so long. After taking a bite, the familiar sweet cocoa scent instantly filled her nose, and the bad mood caused by being trapped was instantly improved. The chocolate made by Shane himself was as delicious as ever. After quickly finishing the chocolate in her hand happily, Hermione raised her head and said proudly, "For the sake of your chocolate, I will forgive you this time." "Okay, thank you, lovely Hermione, for forgiving me." Shane smiled, and then stretched out his hand and pinched Hermione's face a little dotingly. Hermione blushed, and some strangeness rose in her heart. She patted Shane's hand a little embarrassedly and said, "Let's continue to go down, I still want to see what's in this Department of Mysteries." "No, let's just leave it at that for today." Shane shook his head and rejected Hermione's proposal. "It's too late today, some of the unspoken have returned, let's find a chance to come again next time." "Okay then." Hermione nodded a little regretfully. Then, the two returned to Hogwarts through space magic. But before leaving, Hermione looked thoughtfully at the bookshelf behind her that had been pushed down by her. She always felt that something was wrong, but she didn't know why. She couldn't tell. "Hermione, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Shane saw Hermione's thoughtful look and asked worriedly, "You have been in a daze since just now. Did you encounter something in the room just now?" As he said, he wanted to check Hermione's body. Hermione immediately stopped him with a red face. She held Shane's hand and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just stayed in the room just now for too long, and my mind is a little trance." "Well, is that so?" Shane frowned. Do you want me to take you to see Madame Pomfrey, get money Zhao? I said no, I'll just take a nap. Hermione waved her hand and refused. Okay, let's go back. Shane took Hermione's hand and soon returned to the goblin's residence. Hermione, you should go and have a rest first. I have to go to Professor Dumbledore to discuss some things first. Shane said with a smile, we will have dinner together tonight, and I will cook for you myself. Cook for you myself? Hearing this news, Hermione was surprised and happy. You said before that you hate trouble the most, so you let Calula cook the meals, but today you actually want to cook for you yourself for the first time. Huh, I did say that I am afraid of trouble. But I never said that I hate cooking. Cooking every now and then is also very good. Shane smiled and touched Hermione's head and said, tonight, just regard it as compensation for not rescuing you from that room in time. You should go and have a rest first. I will be back from Professor Dumbledore soon. I will call you after the meal is ready. After that, he disappeared instantly. It seems that he should go to Dumbledore. Since returning from the Department of Mysteries, life has returned to its former peace. According to the plan, the day after Umbridge left Hogwarts, the Quibbler and the Daily Prophet began to carry out extensive publicity, and Umbridge was fooled. Seeing that the Ministry of Magic actually used its power to ban the spread of half of the absurd books, people were curious to read Harry's articles through various channels and believed in the content of the articles. So in the end, the Ministry of Magic had to restart the investigation of Sirius Black's unjust case under the pressure of public opinion, and Shane helped Harry to formulate a plan to save his godfather. Half a month after returning from the Department of Mysteries, in Fairy Tale, Shane was bringing out a lot of delicious food from the guild's kitchen and placed it in front of Hermione. Come on, let's eat. Shane shook the water off his hands and said. But for some reason, Hermione looked at the fragrant food in front of her, but she looked thoughtful, as if she was thinking about something in her heart. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Aren't these your favorite foods? Shane looked puzzled, and then asked worriedly, since you came back from the Department of Mysteries, you often stare blankly for no reason. What happened? I'm fine, I just read too much recently and I'm a little tired. Hearing the worried tone, Hermione gradually came to her senses and found a random excuse, and then she picked up the spoon and scooped a mouthful of fried rice into her mouth. The very rich taste of eggs and seafood, as delicious as always, but... I said a long time ago that learning must be a combination of work and rest, otherwise it will be twice the result with half the effort. Shane criticized helplessly. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hermione smiled, and then began to change the subject. By the way, why is it that more than half a month has passed and there is no news from Harry's godfather? This is not surprising. The matter of Sirius is very complicated. Although the Ministry of Magic has restarted its investigation under pressure, in order to reduce the impact, they will definitely choose to trade time for space. Shane took a sip of water and explained, plus, Peter Pettigrew was killed by the angry Sirius that day. Now there is no evidence. How to prove his innocence may require a lot of work. So before that, the Ministry of Magic cannot announce anything about Sirius, otherwise it will be difficult to reverse the situation, and any accident will put the Ministry of Magic in a passive position. Oh, is that so? Hermione nodded, and then absent-mindedly took a spoon to stir the fried rice in front of her. For some reason, since she came back from the Department of Mysteries, she felt that everything around her was particularly comfortable, and it was a bit abnormal. Shane didn't tease her as often as before, and almost always met her requests. The professors praised her academic performance and grades, and Penelope was also assigned to the job of connecting with Rita Skeeter. Everything was so satisfactory, without any worries or dissatisfaction. But it was because of this that she felt a little uneasy, because it all felt too unreal. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Shane saw that Hermione suddenly became depressed again, frowned and asked, You are like this almost every day recently, did something happen at home? I'm really fine, just a little tired. Hermione immediately shook her head in a panic and responded, Keefe. Tired? Shane frowned even more tightly, and then cast his eyes on the time converter on Hermione's neck. It's because of the time converter. I've said many times that if you use this way of learning for a long time, your body will not be able to bear it. After that, he quickly stood up and walked quickly behind Hermione. Then, a warm breath gently caressed Hermione's neck, and the latter immediately felt a current flowing through her body, numb. Shane, what are you doing? Hermione turned her head suddenly, her face flushed as she looked at the person behind her. Nothing. Shane replied calmly, and then put away the time converter that had been untied. I'll keep this thing for you first, and I'll give it back to you when you've rested well. No. Hermione hurriedly jumped up from the chair and stretched out her hand to grab the time converter back. Professor McGonagall said that the time converter must never be given to anyone else. It's useless for you to protest. Unless you've rested well, I will give the time converter back to you. Shane raised his hand high. Because he was a head taller than Hermione, no matter how Hermione jumped, her hand couldn't reach the time converter. So, Hermione felt a burst of shame and anger, and she grabbed Shane's other hand and wanted to bite it, but Shane pinched her face in an instant. Your trick doesn't work anymore. Shane teased, and gently rubbed her fingers. Let go. Hermione slapped Shane away proudly, turned around and sat back in her seat, and angrily stuffed a big mouthful of fried rice into her mouth. Shane touched her head with a smile, and then comforted her. Okay, as long as you have a good rest, I will give you the time converter in a few days. Hermione glared at him, then quickly finished the dinner in front of her, and turned away angrily. She was going to go back to rest, but to be honest, she still felt Shane's concern. And she also felt that Shane was right. If she kept using the time converter frequently to study, her body would collapse sooner or later, and then her study would be twice as effective. So, more than a month passed, and the little wizards at Hogwarts began to welcome the devilish exam week before the summer vacation. In addition to the Hogwarts exams, Neowen also set exams for the members of the guild to test their practice of magic circles. In the afternoon, in Fairy Tale. At this time, everyone was consciously practicing magic circles in the guild, even the Weasley twins and Zoe, who were usually very funny. But at this moment, Hermione was looking up and staring at Shane, who was eating chocolate happily in front of her. For some reason, she suddenly said in front of everyone in Fairy Tale, "Shane, can you be my boyfriend?" Boom! In that instant, everyone in the guild felt as if their brains had exploded, and more than a dozen pairs of eyes looked over at the same time, and the guild, which was a little noisy, suddenly fell into silence. Everyone was gossiping and waiting for a good result. Ha! Facing Hermione's confession, Shane raised his head and pretended to be puzzled. We are already like this, why do you ask this question? Oh! The whole guild suddenly cried out and applauded. Congratulations, Hermione, you finally got what you wanted. Wow, finally together, I'm dying of suffocation. Every day watching the ambiguous atmosphere between the president and Hermione is simply torture. Yeah, you feel like there are millions of feathers tickling your heart. Have a party. Have a party. The guild was filled with laughter, and everyone was happy that Shane accepted Hermione's feelings. But Hermione, one of the protagonists, lowered her head and smiled bitterly, as expected. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Ronald was the first to notice Hermione's abnormality. You've liked the president for so long, why are you still frowning now that you're together? Hermione didn't say anything, but stood up from the chair, lowered her head, turned around and walked out of the guild. The guild suddenly became quiet again, and everyone looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. Hermione, what's wrong with you? Shane rushed up worriedly and grabbed Hermione's hand. Did I do something wrong? But Hermione didn't say anything, but pulled her hand out without leaving a trace, and continued to walk out. Suddenly, the whole guild was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Hermione walked forward aimlessly, along the corridor, stairs, through the gate of Hogwarts Castle, and she unknowingly came to the edge of the Black Lake, with the Fairy Tale Guild following far behind her. The breeze blew, stirring waves on the water. Hermione looked up at the sky, and a few white clouds were like white sails, floating in the blue and distant sky. This was her favorite weather, but unfortunately, it was fake. Everything around her, whether it was the flowers and plants on the ground, the constantly changing sun, moon and clouds in the sky, and the group of friends who had been following her, all of this was fake. Since the moment she separated from Shane in the Department of Mysteries, everything around her was actually a fantasy created based on her previous cognition of all people and things, combined with her deepest wishes. She liked Shane, so in this fantasy, Shane took good care of her. The food he cooked was her favorite. It tasted good and familiar, but it didn't change. She enjoyed the professor's praise, so at the end of the semester, all the professors gave her an "Oh, excellent" rating. It was because of her that Professor McGonagall won the title of the best Dean of the Year this school year. As the second-in-command of Fairy Tale, responsible for managing the daily affairs of the guild, she hoped that everyone could practice diligently, so she could see that everyone in the guild was actively staying in the guild to practice every day, and no one was an exception. In the short period of less than 2 months, Hermione has been enjoying everything in this dream. She couldn't believe that the beauty around her was fake. But just now, her conscious confession to Shane completely broke her last fantasy. That was not the real Shane, because the real Shane was a very frank but a little funny person. Facing her sudden confession, he would never act so natural. He should tease her and then touch her head gently as usual. So, that Shane was not real, it was just a fantasy made up according to her own wishes. This world is a chronic poison that will make people gradually lose themselves. Hermione has already noticed this at this time. She knows that she can no longer immerse herself in this beautiful dreamland and face an illusory relationship. So, slowly closing her eyes and letting herself fall into endless contemplation, Hermione was thinking about what she should do to get rid of this illusory world. But at this moment, Shane came to her side. He asked with a puzzled and worried look on his face, "Hermione, what's wrong with you?" Suddenly interrupted, Hermione opened her eyes helplessly. She looked at the familiar yet strange person in front of her, who was created by her own cognition and wishes, and felt unusually hesitant. "Shane, I have a question for you," Hermione asked, looking directly into the other person's eyes. "What's the question? Tell me. If you are trapped in an illusion, and everything in this illusion is the best for you, what would you do?" "Of course, find a way to leave the illusion." Shane answered as a matter of course, no matter how beautiful it is, what's fake is fake, and what's real is real. Lies can't cover up the facts after all. Although people hate suffering, if a person has always lived in a beautiful world, then this person's world must be colorless. Then how would you escape? Hermione asked calmly again. Shane frowned and thought for a while. Maybe, I might choose a high place to jump, because in the illusion, death is also a lie. Okay, I understand. Hermione smiled. Thank you, Shane. No. Thank you, Hermione Granger. Since the Shane in front of her is composed of her cognition and wishes, then he is her. His answer also represents her truest thoughts. So, Hermione suddenly took a deep breath, the blue magic circle under her feet slowly turned, and a hurricane formed under her feet. Hermione. Shane was confused and didn't know what to do. Bang! With a dull sound, Hermione soared into the sky and flew straight to the sky. The Hogwarts under her feet changed from big to small, and gradually became as big as an ant. At an altitude of thousands of meters, Hermione withdrew the power of the sky magic from her body, then slowly closed her eyes and began to do free fall. She fell headfirst towards the ground at a very fast speed. There was no doubt that she would become a pool of blood and flesh in just a dozen seconds. However, just when she was about to succeed in committing suicide, an accident happened. Just more than 10 meters above the ground, Shane suddenly appeared and caught her. At the same time, he looked at Hermione in his arms with her eyes closed and said in horror, "Hermione, what are you doing? Don't close your eyes if you want to play bungee jumping. It will kill you." Feeling the warm embrace, Hermione frowned and slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the familiar face in front of her, clenched her fists, and a few crosses appeared on her head. She said with resentment, "Really, no matter which world you are in, you are still so annoying." Hermione was crazy. She had been brewing in her heart for so long, and finally mustered up the courage to commit suicide once, but she didn't expect to be ruined by Shane. So in order to vent her frustration and dissatisfaction, she stretched out her claws and grabbed Shane's hair. "It hurts." Shane felt the pain and asked aggrievedly, "Hermione, what are you doing? What do you care about me?" Hermione's mentality was completely blown up, and she couldn't do it again now. Even if she knew that this was an illusion, no matter what, the human instinct for survival would prevent her from committing suicide. So if she wanted to succeed in suicide, she needed to constantly build up her mentality and gather enough courage to do it. At the same time, Shane was also confused when he saw Hermione's crazy look. He wanted to ask her the reason, but it was obvious that she couldn't hear him at all. So, Shane waved to the fairy tale people in the distance, signaling them to leave. Everyone immediately understood and ran back to Hogwarts Castle. Under the bright sunshine, the soft breeze blew from the lake, which was very pleasant. Shane slowly landed on the ground and put Hermione down, then he held Hermione's waist with both hands and asked weakly, "Dear, can you let go of my hair?" Hermione got goosebumps all over her body when she heard this name, and her face turned red. "Get out, who is your dear?" "You fake." "Fake? What do you mean?" Shane had several question marks on his head. Hermione ignored him, but let go of her hands holding her soft hair, turned around and walked quickly towards the castle. She must now think of a way to come up with a more convenient and quick way to die. When Shane saw Hermione walking further and further away, he immediately reacted and quickly swallowed the love word stuck in his throat, then raised his legs to chase after her and shouted, "Wait for me, dear." At the same time, outside of Hermione's wish illusion, Shane had already found something wrong since he stepped into the office of the Department of Mysteries. The appearance of this office in front of him did not match the memory picture of the two silent people he read, so it is very likely that there is some magic here that hides the real office. Just when he was thinking about further exploring the secrets here, suddenly a strong mental force hit the thinking barrier in his brain. "Please give flowers 0. He frowned instantly and shouted in his heart that this place is a fraud. Shane immediately turned his head to observe Hermione's condition, only to see that the latter had frozen there, her pupils had completely lost focus and a trace of grey halo flowed in them, and it was obvious that she had been tricked. The sky magic that Hermione practiced was theoretically immune to almost all negative states, but she had not yet practiced to that level. So Shane quickly squatted down and put Hermione on his legs, and his pupils began to glow blue. He wanted to enter Hermione's consciousness world to wake her up or crack the mental magic she was hit by, but the next second, a golden light flashed before his eyes, and his consciousness bounced back instantly. "Oh no! It's useless!" Shane frowned, and the blue light in his pupils gradually disappeared. Unexpectedly, the defense measures set up by the Office of the Department of Mysteries were more advanced than he imagined. Now he was in trouble. He was not good at magic involving mental factors, so he had to find a way to wake Hermione up as soon as possible, otherwise he didn't know what kind of harm he would cause to her. And at this moment, Shane suddenly saw Hermione suddenly become shy, her face flushed, but then suddenly acted very painful, frowning. Seeing this, Shane mistakenly thought that Hermione was attacked by mental magic, and hurriedly cast sky magic to see if it would work. But contrary to expectations, the ability of sky magic to remove negative states did not have any effect on Hermione. Instead, the speed at which the expression on Hermione's face changed became faster and faster. Sometimes happy, sometimes painful, sometimes angry. Quickly think of a way. Quickly think of a way. Shane's brain was working fast, and just as he was scratching his head, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Helena who had been hanging on his chest. At this time, He suddenly remembered that the brain wakener prepared by Snape using Helena's venom had the ability to resist the Imperius curse, so could this potion also wake up Hermione? So he did it right away. Shane quickly found the brain wakener that had been idle for a long time from his personal space, then opened the bottle stopper and poured the potion into Hermione's mouth. "I hope this potion has not expired," Shane prayed. But what was unexpected was that because Hermione was in an abnormal state, her constantly changing expressions made the muscles on her face constantly change, she couldn't swallow these brain-awakening potions on her own. Shane watched the blue potion leak out from the corners of Hermione's mouth, so he was quick-witted, took a sip himself, lowered his head, and moved closer to Hermione's face. At this time, Hermione was in a fantasy, and after unremitting efforts, she finally drove away the fake Shane who had been around her. After that, she found a hidden place near the Forbidden Forest and began to practice shouting to the ants on the ground, Avada Kedavra. That's right, the method Hermione thought of was to use the killing curse. This curse is painless, quick, convenient and extremely effective, and it can be said to be the best choice for suicide. But she had only seen Shane use this spell on Dementors a few times before. Apart from that, her knowledge of the killing curse was limited to the fragmentary descriptions in the books, and she didn't know the practice method at all. But Shane once said in class at the guild that the spell is the embodiment of human spiritual power in reality. If a person has a strong enough will, then he can make his wish come true. So Hermione guessed that in order to successfully cast the killing curse, he must have a strong desire to kill the creature he wants to kill. At this time, the wand in her hand was constantly flashing green light, but the ants on the ground still did not receive the so-called dimensionality reduction attack. And as time went by, because of the long-term failed and incomplete release of the killing curse, the chaotic magic power had made the wand in Hermione's hand a little hot, but after countless attempts, it finally didn't work. Avada Kedavra. The wand in Hermione's hand shook wildly, and the huge force almost made her wand fall out of her hand. Then, a green 313 beam shot out, directly blasting a crack in the trunk of a big tree above the ant queue. Yes. I succeeded. Hermione rubbed her wrist, which was a little painful, and jumped up excitedly. She had just felt the feeling of the killing curse. As long as she kept practicing and paid attention to holding the wand tightly, her suicide plan would be successful. So, Hermione, full of confidence, continued to raise her wand and pointed it at the ants on the ground, shouting, Avada Kedavra. After that, for 4 or 5 consecutive days, Hermione secretly practiced the killing spell in the Forbidden Forest, and the green light kept flashing in the Forbidden Forest. At the same time, with countless ants, the killing spell was finally practiced. Avada Kedavra. Hermione casually swung the green beam of light and directly knocked down a big tree. Then she wiped the sweat from her forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I have mastered the killing spell skillfully. I have to say that this world is really terrible. Everything is fake, but everything is real. These days, the fake Shane would stick to her side whenever he was free. If she hadn't been strong enough, she would be immersed in her beautiful fantasy and couldn't make up her mind. After mastering the killing spell, Hermione sat down and began to mentally prepare herself. It's okay, this is fake, it's just a moment, there's no pain. She kept muttering to herself. So after more than 10 minutes of self-hypnosis, Hermione took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and pointed the wand at herself. Bojbit. Bojbit. Her heartbeat began to accelerate sharply while she said the spell, and the nervousness made her clenched hands tense. It's not so easy to kill yourself without any desperate motivation. Whenever she wanted to finish the 3 words, eating big melon, the instinct for survival always made her shut her mouth. After brewing for a long time, Hermione finally mustered up the courage in that moment, discarded all the rationality in her mind, and wanted to shout out the words loudly, Avada eating big. But when she shouted only the last word, she suddenly felt her hand empty, and she suddenly couldn't feel her wand, nor could she feel the existence of anything. Hermione wanted to open her eyes to see what happened, but she suddenly found that she had lost all consciousness. She had no way to feel and control her body. Gradually, Hermione felt as if she had lost her fulcrum, as if she had fallen from a height, and an inexplicable dizziness came over her. But this situation did not last long. In that instant, the dizziness suddenly disappeared. Hermione began to feel the drowsiness of her brain, and then her facial features, limbs, skin and temperature, and gradually all her senses returned. So, she began to try to open her eyes, and through the blurred vision, a dim light pierced her pupils. Hermione felt a little itchy on her face, and her vision gradually turned from blurry to clear, and what she saw was the enlarged face of Anne. This immediately made Hermione feel very confused, because she had been in a state of confusion for a while, and she couldn't react for a while why Shane came so close. At the same time, she felt her lips were still wet, and a cold, strange-smelling liquid was flowing into her throat. So after a few seconds, her consciousness finally returned completely, and Hermione instantly understood why Shane was so close to her. Shane is kissing me. He is kissing me. Hermione's skin turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her eyes began to draw circles, and she felt like she was going to faint again. Shane slowly released Hermione's soft lips, but he saw that Hermione still showed no signs of waking up. He immediately looked at the bottle of medicine in his hand with a puzzled look and said, "Is it useless? Or is it expired? This is a fake product that bats would not make. In theory, the Brain Wakener can resist the Imperious Curse, so it should have some effect." Shane threw the bottle of medicine away and wanted to continue to check Hermione's condition, but he found that the person in his arms had actually woken up a long time ago, but he didn't know why she kept her head down and her face was still red. Is it the sequelae of the magic? Shane thought, so he gently patted Hermione's face, and then asked, "Hermione, Hermione. How are you? Is there anything wrong?" But Hermione still looked dizzy and didn't respond, so he thought that the amount of medicine might not be enough, so he took out another bottle of Brain Wakener and planned to feed it to Hermione. 013406524 Fulu 1911912221. Of course, this time I didn't use my mouth. Hermione was dazed when she saw Shane approaching. She immediately felt shy and woke up. She quickly put her hand on Shane's chest and stammered, "Shane. What are you doing?" "Oh Hermione, you're finally awake." Shane breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was finally awake. "I was so scared. I thought the medicine was not enough." "Medicine?" Hermione felt a strange taste in her mouth. Then she looked around and found that she had returned to the weird office in the Department of Mysteries. Then an exclamation mark and question mark appeared above her head. "I'm back. How long have I been unconscious?" It was less than 2 minutes. This office should have set up defensive mental magic. Once someone steps in, they will be affected. Shane explained, and then asked worriedly, "By the way, how are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" "I'm fine, I just felt like I had a very long dream. Just now Hermione shook her head and replied, and then spent about 2 minutes simply telling her about what happened in the illusion. "I see." Shane nodded with sudden realization, and then fell into thought, "If you say so, then this mental magic is very likely not a means of defense used by the Department of Mysteries, but a magic to test the mental state of the unspeakable." Test the mental state. Hearing Shane's statement, Hermione showed a puzzled expression. "Why do you say that? If it is just a simple defensive measure, the Department of Mysteries has no need to go to such great lengths to set up a magic that can make people fall into an illusion. Simply making people faint will be enough." Shane explained, "The Department of Mysteries is an institution of the Ministry of Magic that studies unknown mysteries, and this means that the unspeakable will often come into contact with some weird and inexplicable things, and there must be things among these things that may affect people's minds. This magic set up by the Department of Mysteries is an illusion based on a person's memory of past events and his own will. I guess its existence is most likely to screen out those silent people whose will is not firm or whose mind is affected. Those with weak will are absolutely not qualified to be silent people in the Department of Mysteries." This job requires a wizard to maintain absolute rationality. At the same time, the Department of Mysteries can determine whether a silent person's mind is affected through the 2.2 illusion. If so, it can provide timely treatment. This may be the reason why the Department of Mysteries set up this special illusion magic here. Of course, this is just my guess. It is not ruled out that this was originally a trap to deal with intruders. So that's the case. Hermione sorted out her thoughts, rubbed her still dizzy head and stood up. I just don't know how those silent people get rid of the illusion. I just thought about it in the illusion and came up with a way to commit suicide. They should have their own, what did you say? Shane wanted to continue to express his own views, but when he heard the second half of Hermione's words, he immediately exploded. I said that I was in the illusion just now, and I realized that this was fake, so I wanted to use the killing curse to get rid of the illusion. Hermione's voice became smaller and smaller, because she saw Shane's face gradually turning black. Are you a fool? You're even cursing me. Shane instantly turned into a red-eyed demon, stretching out his hands and squeezing Hermione's face, and then began to curse. Have you read yourself, stupid, and you can come up with such a method that only a troll can think of? Do you know that the human brain is subconscious, that is to say, anything you do in the illusion, your brain will be stimulated accordingly and make corresponding behaviors in the illusion. In the less than 2 minutes you were unconscious just now, although you have been in the illusion for 2 months, you have changed dozens of expressions in reality. The most important thing is, haven't you realized that it is an illusion? If you know it, you should know that I will definitely save you in reality. You just need to wait obediently. You still want to commit suicide. I think your brain has been eaten by a troll. If I didn't feed you the medicine in time to wake you up, do you know that your brain may really control your body to cast a killing curse on yourself, and you will really die at that time? Don't lower your head, look up at my eyes. Shane was so angry at this moment, and the more he spoke, the angrier he got. He really didn't expect that this little witch in front of him, who was usually quite smart, would come up with such a bad idea. Fortunately, he thought of using a brain stimulant in time, otherwise the consequences would be really disastrous. Faced with Shane's scolding, Hermione timidly lowered her head and dared not speak. Because she heard Shane's explanation, she was now also afraid. She was only one word away from shouting the spell of Avada eating Big Melon in the illusion. If Shane hadn't woken her up in time, she might have been a corpse now. But just when Shane's blood pressure was rising, suddenly, the surrounding space was distorted. Seeing this, Shane immediately stopped scolding, and quickly pulled Hermione over to protect him, and frowned and looked around vigilantly, fearing that something unexpected would happen again. The entire office space was distorting to a visible degree. The gray walls and the worn-out desks and bookshelves were gradually fragmented, just like the drawing paper burned by flames and slowly dissipating. After a while, the dim and worn-out office became brighter, and the real office of the Department of Mysteries appeared in front of the two. This time it's right. The environment of this office is exactly the same as the memory of the two silent people. Shane put down his vigilance and said, "It seems that because you came out of the illusion, the office detected that no one was trapped in the illusion, so it revealed its true appearance." Hermione looked around curiously, then raised her head and looked, and found that there was no ceiling above their heads, but a piece of darkness extending deeper and deeper. The brackets embedded in the surrounding walls also extended upwards and could not see the end at all. My God! How many books and materials are there here? Hermione exclaimed. She felt that the number of books here might be more exaggerated than the library of the Dumbledore family. I'm not sure. Anyway, I've heard Professor Dumbledore say that the Department of Mysteries existed when the Ministry of Magic was still called the Wizards' Council. This is at least 700 or 800 years of accumulation. Shane replied, and then began to explore the office in front of him. Because the true face of the Department of Mysteries office was revealed, he temporarily put aside the matter of Hermione. Shane walked to the center of the office, where there was a very conspicuous purple-gold sphere shining, and there were several golden outer rings around the sphere that were slowly rotating, like a large armillary sphere. What is this? Hermione asked curiously. This is a recorder used by the Department of Mysteries to record all archived materials, used to help people find what they want to find. Shane explained, and then stretched out his finger and wrote 3 words in the void, Dementors. Then he waved his hand, and the 3 words were directly integrated into the recorder. Then, the golden outer ring of the recorder slowly rotated a few times, emitting waves of rhythmic purple light. After a while, the purple light disappeared, and dozens of old and new books and scrolls suddenly floated slowly in front of the 2 people from the darkness above. Shane picked out several materials according to the 15th century. He opened one of the notebooks and checked it, and then showed an expression that was not expected. I was right, the Ministry of Magic has known the secrets of Azkaban and the birth of Dementors since the beginning of the year. At this time, Hermione also came over curiously to take a look at the contents of the notebook, and saw that it recorded the situation when Azkaban was just born. After the Ministry of Magic completed the suppression of Dementors, it sent people from the Department of Mysteries to Azkaban to conduct an investigation. At first, the silence of the Department of Mysteries did not know what the fortress on the island was used for. They only found the body of Ectes and a lot of human remains that were supposed to be used as alchemical guinea pigs at the bottom. However, as the investigation deepened, the silence found the research materials left by Ectes. Later, they compared the alchemical runes engraved in the entire underground space of Azkaban with the obtained materials, and soon figured out the secrets of Azkaban and Dementors. After investigating everything, the silence brought all the research materials left by Ectes back to the Department of Mysteries for research, and Azkaban was also blocked to prevent the secrets here from being leaked. Since then, the Department of Mysteries has begun to carry out research on the realization of human thoughts and will based on Ectes's research materials. The black curtains and draperies in the Hall of the Dead that can imprison souls were developed based on Ectes's materials. It's incredible. Hermione said in shock as she looked at the thick notebook in her hand. Did the Department of Mysteries really figure out a way to make their imaginary imagination come true? They haven't reached that level yet. Shane spread out a relatively new scroll and said, it took them a lot of effort to make the black curtains and draperies in the Hall of the Dead that can imprison souls. Here is the production process. Really? Let me see. Hermione ran over curiously, but she was pressed on the head by a finger the next second. You can't read the contents here now. Shane put away the scroll and said, let's take a look at the others. To be honest, the contents of this scroll made him, a man who had experienced many things, feel a little anti-human. 013406524FLU1911911361. If you don't want to read it, then don't read it. What's the big deal? Hermione puffed her cheeks and complained angrily, staring at Shane's back. Putting away the scroll, Shane walked to the recorder and wrote 2 more words, Fiendfire. After a while, a few thin sheets of parchment floated out from the darkness above his head, which formed a sharp contrast with the thick stack of information about Dementors next to it. Shane picked up a piece of parchment and took a look. It was about the methods of practicing Fiendfire and various derivative spells. It was useless to him. It could even be said that wizards of Dumbledore or Grindelwald's level used Fiendfire in a much more sophisticated way than what was on this scroll. Hey, Shane, come and have a look. At this moment, Hermione suddenly waved her hand and said excitedly, it mentions the history of the origin of the Fiendfire. The Great Fire of London in 666 was caused by fire. Shane walked over and took a look. The history of the Fiendfire recorded on it was almost the same as his previous guess about Fiendfire, but this was not what he wanted to see. So, Shane cast his eyes on the last strange black parchment. He took the black parchment and saw that the content on it was written in gold paint, and it seemed to describe an unknown history. Shane began to read carefully, and gradually, a secret hidden in the long river of history finally came to light. The black parchment recorded the story of a 188 Fedor Demir the Unspoken in the Department of Mysteries. The story originated in 1752, the second year after the end of the Second Goblin Rebellion. At the beginning, after the Great Fire of London was extinguished, people did not pay much attention to the source of the fiend fire. Everyone thought that the fiend fire was probably just a powerful spell developed by a spell master, but it was because the spell was just developed and lost control that caused the fire in London. So taking this as an opportunity, human wizards gradually mastered the fiend fire spell, and its power also made human wizards in the last Goblin Rebellion war was won, and just as the war was coming to an end, the Department of Mysteries began to collect books from the goblins for their own use. However, during an operation to eliminate the remaining goblins, the silent man Fedor Demir suddenly heard the words of a goblin before he died, "Human. The fire you use, sooner or later, all the evil you have done will be returned to you, and then all of you will go to hell." The silent man is a kind of existence that pursues the unknown and mysterious, and the words said by this goblin before his death attracted the attention of Fedor, who was a silent man. He began to devote himself to the study of the fiend fire, but he spent a very long time without any research. So in the 8th year after the goblin died, Fedor finally chose to give up and turn to the study of the alchemical runes left by Axtis in Azkaban, focusing his research center on the embodiment of human wishes. But at this time, an accident happened. One day, the Dementors in Azkaban suddenly rioted for unknown reasons, and when the Aurors of the Ministry of Magic suppressed the Dementors again, they encountered an extremely strange thing. After suppressing the Dementors, the Ministry of Magic suddenly discovered during their patrol that Fedor Demir, who had been studying alchemical runes at the bottom of Azkaban, had disappeared. In the end, people only found some crooked words made of white powder in the room where the Dementors were born, Ike. A silent man died inexplicably. After hearing about this, the Department of Mysteries quickly sent investigators to Azkaban to investigate, and soon determined that the white powder was actually ashes, but it was unknown whether it was Fedor Demir's. The silent man sent by the Department of Mysteries to investigate checked Fedor Demir's research diary. Through some minor records in it and a logical reasoning, it can be basically inferred that the meaning of the few words that suddenly appeared in the room where the Dementors were born. Ike, this should refer to the original owner of Azkaban, the alchemist who accidentally created a monster like Dementors in order to resurrect his beloved wife, Justice. Fire, most likely refers to fiend fire, because people found traces of fire spells after the torture in Fedor Demir's wand that had not been completely burned. However, the last word evil is too interpretable, so the silent man in charge of the investigation at the time could only think that the word meant what it said. After basically figuring out that this was suspected to be Fedor Demir's last words, the silent man began to further investigate and analyze these 3 words to see what the connection was. But after more than a year of investigation, the Department of Mysteries studied for a long time and could not figure it out, so in the end they could only record Fedor Demir's deeds on special parchment and seal it. This special black parchment has the ability to self-repair, which can ensure that some important information will not be lost due to accidents. Very strange. After reading the story on the parchment, Hermione suddenly asked, since the Department of Mysteries didn't find anything at the time, what did they mean by writing this sentence? As she said that, she pointed to the last sentence on the parchment, "We sacrificed many people and finally understood what evil is, but we couldn't stop it at all, but fortunately." 2. The words stopped here. This sentence was added later. Shane saw the clue. He tilted the parchment along the light, and then explained, "Look, the aging degree of this gold paint is different, the color of the last sentence is brighter." Looking at Hermione's neat and sure expression, Shane immediately showed a dangerous look, and then reached out and pinched Hermione's face. "Miss Granger, do you have any misunderstandings about me? Why don't I take these things away? Who do you think I am, huh?" Shane walked to the end of the prophecy hall and opened a black, irregularly shaped door. The two entered a black room full of planets. On the contrary, Hermione, who knew very little, still looked at the contents of the parchment with a puzzled look and fell into deep thought. "Let's keep going, there's nothing to see here." "What did you say?" "No." Shane rolled his eyes and looked up at the endless books and scrolls in the office. "I don't need to take all these away. If you want to read them, you can come and read them anytime. Anyway, no one can stop me," Hermione complained in her heart. Shane opened a movable bookshelf door, and then he and Hermione came to a hall that was much larger than all the previous rooms. Shane reached out and felt the coldness of the metal. In the memories of the two silent people, this door only appeared a few times, and there is no information about what is behind this door. I guess, maybe they don't have enough authority to access the things inside, or some of their memories have been deleted to prevent the secrets of the Emperor from being leaked out. Tears of Tears, please subscribe, monthly votes, flowers, thank you for your support. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly votes, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. After tidying up, the two continued to move forward. What is this place? Hermione looked at everything in the room in amazement, which was very spectacular. This is the Prophecy Hall. All the prophecies that have appeared in history will be recorded in crystal balls and then placed on these shelves for preservation, and those prophecies that have been fulfilled will not be destroyed. Shane calmly looked at a crystal ball and explained, the prophecy about Harry's savior star that Professor Trelawney made before is placed here. While explaining, Shane suddenly had a guess in his mind, that is, the Ministry of Magic may have discovered the existence of the fiery world through the incident of Fedor Demir. But Shane did not give her time to think, he reached out and patted Hermione's head and said, okay, let's move on. It was a huge, cold room, as tall as a church, filled with towering shelves, on which many gray glass balls were neatly placed. There were small yellow labels on the shelves under each glass ball. Some of the balls emitted mysterious, gas-like flowing light, and some were fuzzy and dark, like extinguished light bulbs. After listening to Shane's point of view, she felt that her worldview was restored again. I think what you said makes sense. Hermione nodded with a smile. Walking behind the secret door, I saw a long corridor with black and white squares on the floor. It extended to the depths of darkness as far as the eye could see. Like the bookshelves in the office of the Department of Mysteries before, there was no end in sight. But because of its limited strength, it is impossible to explore it in depth. Let's not talk about Extus, Fiendfire and Evil. These two words together reminded him of the monsters in the Fiendfire world, whether it was the Black Goat, Leviathan or the Nameless Mist, whether their existence came from legends or literary works, but they all had one common feature, that is, they have always been evil in human cognition. As soon as she entered this room, she felt as if she was floating a little, as if she was in space, and she could also see extremely gorgeous and magnificent scenes such as stars surrounding meteors passing by, meteorites falling and stars exploding. This mysterious door seemed to be a decoration directly embedded in the solid wall, giving people the feeling that behind this door was just an ordinary gray brick wall. Let's go, this should be the last room. As he said, Shane walked to the only moon in the planetary room, stretched out his hand and crushed it, and then a secret door appeared in front of the two. After walking for a few minutes, the two finally reached the end of the corridor. The light in the hall was very dim and blurry, the candle flames were blue, and the candlesticks were embedded in the shelves and placed at both ends of the room. It seems that you have already regarded the Ministry of Magic as your own backyard. A slightly rusty, tightly closed gray metal door with no keyhole, no handle, and no chain blocked their way. No, no. It hurts, it hurts. Let go. Hermione slapped Shane's hand away in shame and anger, then sniffed and muttered, I'm just telling the truth. 11. This is the planetary room, where the Department of Mysteries studies the changes in the stars. Shane also looked at the stars around him with interest. You should know that the centaurs have the ability to divination through the stars. Unlike Professor Trelawney's innate ability, the centaur's divination through the stars is a technology or a kind of knowledge that people can learn. So, this is also next to the Brain Hall and the Prophecy Hall, which is for studying the ability to predict the future. Predicting the future, is it really possible? After experiencing 2 rooms about prophecy, Hermione felt that there were some cracks in her understanding of the world, because she really couldn't understand why people could predict the future through the simple appearance and laws of some things. This is not logical at all. In my opinion, prophecy is not a question of whether it can be done or not, but a question of whether people believe it or not. Shane smiled and expressed his point of view, just like Voldemort, if he didn't believe in Professor Trelawney's prophecy, he would not be likely to go to Godric Valley, and he would naturally not be killed by Harry's mother. Huh. Just leave like this, you don't take these things back. Hermione was a little surprised at this time, because according to Shane's character of not leaving, he actually had no idea about these materials, which she did not expect. Personally, I usually don't care too much about prophecies, because if you believe in them, you will easily be constrained by the results of things that have not happened yet, and this also means that you become a puppet of the so-called future. Shane suddenly felt that he seemed to have grasped something in the dark, but it seemed that he had not. Shane and Hermione walked in the corridor. For some reason, their footsteps were very light, but every step they took would have clear footsteps echoing throughout the corridor. And every time they walked a certain distance, a blue candle would light up in front of them to lead the way, and at the same time, the candles that had been lit behind them would go out. Prophecy. At this moment, Hermione suddenly thought of Professor Sybil Trelawney's mysterious look for a long time. You came to the Department of Mysteries just for this door. Hermione suddenly remembered what Shane said before he set out, that he had read some interesting things from the minds of the two unspoken men. Yes, that's right. Shane admitted directly, I have basically learned about the rooms we just walked through from the memories of the two unspoken men, so I have no interest in them, except for this door. Then how do we get in? Hermione asked, there is no lock or handle, it should require a special spell. It's very simple, since you don't know how to open the door, you can only demolish it violently. After saying that, Shane put his hand on the door, and the white magic circle instantly unfolded and printed on the door. Hermione saw this and quickly stepped back, and cast a silent spell to prevent the unspoken men from being attracted by the loud noise. However, her worry this time was unnecessary, because Shane used crushing magic. The rusty metal door quickly turned into shiny metal powder at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell to the ground, forming a small hill. This door is actually cast with a very powerful protective magic. If other people come, I'm afraid they can only stay away. Shane turned his head and smiled at Hermione, but for me, this is not a problem. Let's go in. Then, the two of them went into the room behind the door together. After returning from the fiery world, he had been investigating information about the fiery world intentionally or unintentionally, but there was no record of the fiery world in the books of Hogwarts or the Dumbledore family. No traditional candle lighting was used, probably to prevent fire damage to the items here. Demon? Is there really hell? Hermione looked up in shock. She always thought that hell was just a legend. But it doesn't look like it was carved later. Won't you know if you take a look? Shane smiled, then explored around with curiosity, and soon, he found something extremely familiar. This room is very special. Compared with the Brain Hall, Death Hall, and Planetary Room they passed by before, it seems too plain. He seemed to understand what the evil left by Fedor Demir meant. He didn't expect to see something from the world of Fiendfire here. In the mid-19th century, the Department of Mysteries suddenly restarted the investigation into the disappearance of Fedor Demir for some unknown reason. But unfortunately, the experiment lasted for a month without any results. So based on the new speculation, the Silent Man began to investigate in this direction, and finally they discovered a long-hidden secret. The word hell is just a noun. It may be hell or not. Shane gave an ambiguous answer, and then suddenly saw a yellowed curled paper under the crystal box where the horns of the demon of the capital were placed. Shane picked it up curiously and found that it was a file of the Department of Mysteries, which directly answered the reason why the horns of the Fiendfire appeared in this room. The ashes and last words suspected to be Fedor Demir were found at the regeneration point of the Dementors, which was the core of the alchemical runes of the entire Azkaban. It seems very likely now. Shane replied, and then slowly fell into deep thought. Yes, this thing is actually the horn on the head of the demon in the world of Fiendfire, which he called the Fiendfire demon. He had always been confused before. Leviathan was fine, as this monster existed in the Bible and had a historical basis, but why did the Black Goat and the Nameless Mist, which only existed in a modern literary work, appear in the fiery world. The Silent Man suspected that the sudden riot of the Dementors was probably related to Fedor Demir accidentally killing a Dementor, because only when the same kind of Dementors died would the Dementors riot. So, the Silent Man began to simulate, placing a Dementor in the room where it was born, and then killing it with the fiend fire. Because of the Dementors, Azkaban needs someone to guard it for a long time, and the ones responsible for guarding it are all wizards who have mastered the powerful Patronus charm. On the day when Fedor Demir disappeared, a new wizard released an overly strong Patronus when facing the Dementors for the first time, which led to the death of 2 Dementors. So the Silent Man in charge of the investigation suddenly thought of whether he could combine the so-called last words to restore what might have happened that year. So logically speaking, the wizard who killed the Dementor by mistake should bear serious responsibility, but what happened was that this wizard was related to a senior official of the Ministry of Magic at that time, and the Dementor did not cause any serious incidents at that time, so naturally this matter was suppressed, leaving only an ordinary record file. So according to this new clue, the Silent Man believed that it was during the few minutes when the Dementor was resurrected that Fedor Demir, who was in the birth point room, released the fiend fire in a hurry, which led to the subsequent strange events. 013406524-19120107. So, the Silent Man began to conduct experiments based on his new conjecture. They first killed a Dementor, and then asked one person to release the fiend fire in the room where the Dementor was reborn, while the others stayed outside the room just in case. Unlike before, this time something strange happened. Fiend fire was completely out of control not long after being released. The people guarding outside rushed into the room and extinguished it immediately when they noticed something was wrong. It took less than a minute. But now that he saw the information in the Department of Mysteries, he seemed to understand a little. The Silent Man who was in charge of investigating and researching the matter suddenly discovered during the investigation that the riot of the Dementors that year might not be an accident, but might be caused by something Fedor Demir did at that time. This thing doesn't belong to this world. It's a demon's horn. Shane explained. Then another Silent Man asked whether it was not Fedor Demir who killed the Dementors, but other events that caused the riot of the Dementors, which caused Fedor Demir to release the fiend fire in the room, and then coincidentally triggered a dozen unknown events. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. But in this short period of less than a minute, the unspoken man who was responsible for releasing fiend fire in the room disappeared. Unlike Fedor Demir, he did not leave any clues, not even his ashes. The room is not big or small. There are ordinary magic lamps hanging from the ceiling. There are many iron shelves on the ground in a staggered manner. The shelves are full of various things neatly placed, crystal boxes for sealed items, bones of unknown animals, some constantly shaking jars, and some books and scrolls. This place is very strange. Compared with the rooms we walked through before, this place seems too ordinary. Hermione asked doubtfully, this room is placed in the deepest part of the Department of Mysteries, and even has a door with powerful protective magic. Judging from this level of protection, the things stored here should not be ordinary. On a shelf filled with bones of various unknown animals, a black, rough surface with vortex patterns, of 10 black horns were placed in 10 crystal boxes. Shane took the black horn out of the crystal and looked at it carefully. At the same time, Hermione came over and asked curiously, "Is there anything wrong with this goat horn? Look carefully, is this a goat horn?" Shane stared at Hermione with dead fish eyes and gently tapped Hermione's head with the black horn in his hand. "Do you think cow horns will have such patterns? Don't hit the head." Hermione covered her head with a grin and took the black horn to look at it. It was found that this was indeed not a goat horn. It felt very hard and had a hint of metal texture. With the circles of vortex-like patterns on the surface, if it was placed in an art museum, everyone would think it was a very exquisite work of art. What is this? Is it an alchemical product or the horn of some magical animal? Hermione was puzzled. I've never seen an animal with such fine lines on its horn. After all, even in the magic world, there is no record of hell so far. The origin and description of hell have only existed in the Bible. So far, no network teacher has published a theory about hell. Seeing this, Hermione began to raise questions. I heard you say before that fiend fire is a summon from another world. Are Fedor Demir and the missing unspoken man related to this other world you mentioned? This is a very serious matter, because if a Dementor breaks through the defense set by the Ministry of Magic in Azkaban and runs outside to harm people, it will lead to an extremely serious magic exposure accident. From the moment Shane knew that this was the world of Harry Potter, he had discovered that the power of magic in this world had an extremely idealistic side. When a wizard child is forced to suppress his magic due to physical or psychological abuse, they will feel extremely painful emotions, thus creating a dark parasitic magic power called Obscurus. Axtis got inspiration from Obscurus and successfully developed alchemy that can transform human thoughts. According to the goblins, fiend fire is the flame from hell, and they also said that all the evil done by humans will be returned to humans. What is the evil done by humans? As the name suggests, it actually refers to the evil thoughts of humans. What is fiend fire? It has the property of burning everything. In human history, Catholicism summarizes human evil as arrogance, jealousy, rage, laziness, greed, gluttony and lust. These 7 original sins have all caused great destruction in human history, whether to people or things. Fiery is the basic condensation of human evil, and the condensation of human evil thoughts will naturally derive various products with specific images, thus giving humans spiritual sustenance. Leviathan is a monster in the Bible. It means twisted and whirlpool in Hebrew, and in Christianity it is the demon corresponding to jealousy in the 7 deadly sins. Cthulhu mythos is essentially a cosmic horror work. Most of what is described in it can be summarized as human fear of the unknown, distortion, disorder, madness and other elements, which are vividly reflected in the Cthulhu mythos system. Although the Cthulhu mythos system does not have a strong historical foundation like the Bible, its complete and huge worldview, coupled with the continuous understanding and creation of it by many authors over the years, has led to the complete reflection of the monsters in the Cthulhu mythos in the fiery world. But what about fiery demons and ghouls? There is no corresponding image of their images in human history. Shane probably figured it out. In the long history of mankind, there are countless evil thoughts of mankind, but only a few of them can really derive products of sustenance. Monsters such as fiend-fire demons and ghouls are likely to be the collection of these scattered and unsystematic evil thoughts. So this means that the fiend-fire world is actually the evil thoughts of mankind, or it should be said that it is a world reflected by all the negative aspects of human nature, and the role of Axtis alchemy is just to materialize the human spiritual will. When the Dementors die, the alchemy of Azkaban will begin. If someone releases the fiend fire, which represents the basis of human evil thoughts, at the core point of Axtis alchemy at this time, with the blessing of alchemy, it is very likely that the passage between the 2 worlds will be accidentally opened. Axtis alchemy can open the passage to the evil world of mankind through fiend fire. This is the complete meaning of the text left by Fedor Demir at that time, and this is the clue that only he who has studied fiend fire in detail can leave. To be honest, Shane never expected to learn the truth about the fiery world here, nor did he expect that the Ministry of Magic actually came into contact with the world on the other side by chance. In his opinion, this discovery may be a huge hidden danger for the people in the entire Harry Potter world. From the current point of view, except for him as an outsider, the strongest person in this world should be in the flower growers. According to the strength shown by Su Peng and the 2 siblings of the Bai family last time, the humans in this world are still far from enough to fight against the monsters in the fire world. And combined with the black parchment I saw in the office just now, the Department of Mysteries must have entered the fiery world at a great sacrifice and brought back the horns of the gods' capital demon. They must have basically understood the horror of that world. But humans have always been arrogant and greedy. The Department of Mysteries will never stop exploring the fiery world. Human desires will also drive themselves to explore the unknown, especially when some powerful people are in desperate situations. If one day they really open the channel between the 2 worlds completely, then this world is likely to enter the countdown to destruction. Shane. Shane. Shane was lost in thought when he suddenly felt his body shaking. He came back to his senses instantly, turned to look at Hermione and asked, "Hermione, what's wrong?" "You're asking me what's wrong? I called you a few times just now and you didn't respond. I thought something happened to you." Hermione punched Shane's arm in reproach. "What were you thinking about just now? Why were you so lost in thought?" "No, nothing." Shane shook his head and replied. "President, in fact, we didn't expect such an accident." Harry said dejectedly. Peter Pettigrew used a sacrificial magic to create a big explosion at the cost of his entire arm, and then escaped in the chaos. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly votes. Knife. Now it seems that this Department of Mysteries is really omnipresent. But it's not surprising. After all, the power that defeated the Dark Lord is indeed worth studying. In addition to the crystal ball that stores the power of love, some strange and incomprehensible things were also collected by Shane, but he did not take the horn of the Fiendfire demon away. Then, he handed the crystal ball to Hermione next to him, and then took away the purple silk cloth under the crystal ball, and a small note pressed in the depression of the stone platform came into view. There was only one sentence written on it: October 31st, 1981, Lily Potter. 0134065245 Philo 1912012221. Are you going to take it away? Hermione asked. Run away? You actually let Peter Pettigrew run away? Shane was so upset at this time that he asked in disbelief, "I have written the script for you, you just need to do it according to the above, but you actually told me that Peter Pettigrew ran away." Strange. Hermione pursed her nose, muttered in dissatisfaction, and then continued to ask curiously, "By the way, is this goat horn really from the world of Fiendfire?" Hermione nodded, and her hand naturally crossed Shane's arm. "This crystal ball really looks quite special in the room." After saying that, Shane put the crystal ball in his pocket. Then in the next 10 minutes, the two walked around the room again. "This is..." Shane walked over curiously. In a flash, the two returned to Hogwarts and soon found Harry and others. He did not intend to tell Hermione about the world of Fiendfire. After all, it was not something she could touch at the moment. The power contained in this crystal ball is worth studying. I feel that if this power can be combined with the Patronus charm, it may cause the Patronus to undergo a qualitative change. Shane explained, "Of course, there is another reason. Since it happens, let's help get back what belongs to her mother. I think I know what is in this crystal ball." This is Harry's mother, Lily Potter, who released the remaining power of the ancient magic that rebounded Voldemort's killing curse. It is a powerful power of love released by a mother to protect her child. October 31st, 1981, this is the day when Harry was called the Savior by the world, and it was also the day when his parents were killed by Voldemort. Let's talk about this later. Shane put the goat horn back into the crystal box and replied lightly, "This place is probably where the Department of Mysteries keeps core secrets. Let's see if there are other valuable things." However, the development of things seemed to be a little unexpected. Shane picked up the crystal ball curiously and looked at it carefully. He saw a silver-white light flowing in the crystal ball, which seemed to be the power of the Patronus charm, but it seemed to give people a different feeling. The Patronus charm gave people a positive and happy feeling, but this crystal ball gave people a very warm feeling. Before one's strength was strong enough, curiosity about unknown things might ruin a person forever. The other items were neatly arranged on the shelves, but this one was placed on a stone platform with a round pit, and there was a piece of purple silk cloth underneath. 0. That thing is of no use to him. If he wants, he can just go to the Fiendfire world, as many as he wants. If you say valuable, I think it attracts my attention more. Hermione pointed to a place not far away without hesitation. "I saw it as soon as I came in. It is the most special in this room." Then, Shane curiously looked in the direction of Hermione's finger and saw a crystal ball placed on an independent stone platform, emitting a warm silver-white light. After exploring the Department of Mysteries, Shane looked at the pocket watch in his hand and said, "Let's go back. The time is just right. Harry and the others should have dealt with Peter Pettigrew's affairs. What about the old bee? Wasn't he there? What did he do? Lily Potter? Isn't this Harry's mother?" Hermione looked at the note on the stone platform in surprise. How could her name appear here, and what does this date represent? Professor Dumbledore couldn't be distracted for a while to protect us. In the lobby on the first floor of the British Ministry of Magic, Shane and Hermione instantly appeared in the middle of the crowd, but the people around them did not notice their presence at all. Time went back a few hours ago. Just when Dumbledore and Hagrid had just finished talking about Scabbers and were thinking about going back to the house to catch him, they suddenly found that Scabbers in the cage had disappeared at some point. He had bitten through the wooden bars of the cage and escaped. "Ronald, where is your mouse?" Hagrid asked anxiously, bypassing Umbridge. "Huh? Scabbers?" Ronald pretended to be confused and looked towards the cage. "Scabbers, where is my Scabbers? Why is it gone again?" He rushed forward to look for it everywhere, and bumped into Umbridge. That's right. In fact, Harry and Ronald had been watching Scabbers' situation. They watched it escape with their own eyes. "Oh damn. He may have found it." Hagrid murmured with regret. "Hagrid, what's wrong?" Harry asked with pretended curiosity. "I just realized that Scabbers might be an animagus. A normal mouse can't live for more than 10 years. He has been hiding in the Weasley family for so many years." "Who do you think he is?" Hagrid asked. 0, 2, 3. "Oh, Merlin's beard. This must be either a dark wizard or a bad guy." Harry replied, and then stood up quickly. "It should still be in the cage before you go out. Let's go chase it. Scabbers shouldn't have run far. But it's so big outside, we don't know which direction it ran to," Hagrid said anxiously. Thinking of this problem, everyone looked at Crookshanks, who was rummaging through boxes and cabinets not far away to find food. Then I saw Crookshanks tilted his head and meowed, indicating that this matter needed to be canned. Then, everyone ignored Umbridge and chased after Crookshanks. Although the latter felt offended, he heard that there seemed to be an opportunity to increase his reputation, so he hurriedly followed. On the other hand, after Peter escaped from Hagrid's hut, he ran deep into the Forbidden Forest at a very fast speed. Then, in order to speed up his escape, he changed back to human form and ran forward desperately. Peter didn't dare to stop at all, because he always felt that someone was chasing him. And in fact, his feeling was indeed correct. Just as Peter was struggling to escape deep into the Forbidden Forest, a black shadow suddenly rushed over from the forest on the side, pounced on Peter and bit his calf, causing Peter to fall to the ground instantly. "Ah! Ah!" Peter screamed in pain, his fangs embedded in his flesh, and he felt that his leg was about to be bitten off. But even so, he still endured the severe pain and continued to think about escaping. Peter tried desperately to kick the black dog out, while using his hands and feet to crawl forward in panic, but the black dog bit very tightly, and even if he was kicked many times, he still refused to let go. So Peter had no choice but to change himself back to the state of animagus. Sirius felt his mouth go empty, and when he looked up, he saw a lame mouse staggering towards a hole. Seeing this, he immediately rushed up and bit Peter, and threw him in the air. "GG!" Peter screamed again. Sirius twisted his neck and threw Peter out. Peter was thrown hard against a tree, and fell to the ground again after changing back to human form. "Petty! Peter!" Sirius also changed back to human form, holding a stone in his hand and smashing it directly at the wound on Peter's leg. Crack! With just one blow, Peter Pettigrew's leg was broken. You can imagine how strong the force was. "Ah!" Peter Pettigrew howled in pain and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sirius, stop hitting me. Ah. But Sirius didn't care. After so many years of hatred, he didn't stop until Peter's legs were bloody. After an unknown amount of time, Sirius threw the stone covered with blood and bone fragments to the side, and then laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, it's been 12 years. 12 years. You didn't expect it, Peter. I can still come out of Azkaban to find you. Peter Pettigrew huddled up in fear and trembled all over. He looked at Sirius with horror and argued, I didn't want to. That dark devil, you can't imagine how he tortured me. He locked me in the dungeon, turned me into food for the Dementors, and tortured me with the Cruciatus curse. I really couldn't stand it, so I confessed James. James and Lily are hiding. If it were you, you would do the same. Sirius's eyes widened when he heard what Peter said, and he stepped on Peter's broken leg, and swung his fist hard to knock him to the ground. Aw! Peter groaned and screamed in pain again. You don't deserve to call James and Lily's names, and you don't deserve to be compared with me. I tell you, I would rather be tortured to death by the Dark Lord, and I will never betray my friends. Sirius roared. Oh, it seems that we have learned some incredible secrets by mistake. And at this time, Dumbledore led a group of people out of the woods slowly. Crookshanks in Hagrid's arms was staring at Peter Pettigrew. Oh my God! He is Scabbers. Ronald felt sick when he saw Peter Pettigrew. He didn't expect that he would sleep with an ugly middle-aged man for 3 years. Peter Pettigrew's right hand was missing an index finger. Maybe he had been a mouse for a long time. The nails on his hands were black, long and black. He had a short body, a mouse-like face and a pointed nose, watery eyes, messy white hair like dead grass, and a bald spot on the top of his head. To be honest, there are many people with strange looks in the magic world, but for someone as ugly as Peter Pettigrew, even Phil might be better at fighting than him. It's you. It's you who killed my parents. Harry stared at Peter Pettigrew, and his eyes wanted to skin and bone the latter. And at this moment, Umbridge walked forward nervously with her wand, and then looked at the disheveled Sirius with an incredible look on her face, and then exclaimed, Sirius Black. She didn't expect to see the criminal wanted by the Ministry of Magic for nearly a year here. Then she turned her head and looked at Peter lying on the ground and wailing, Peter Pettigrew. I can't believe you died more than 10 years ago. Obviously, as the senior deputy minister of the Ministry of Magic, Umbridge also knew a lot of things in the past. However, Peter didn't know the pink toad in front of him, so he put his last straw on Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore. Professor Dumbledore, look. Look. Peter Pettigrew trembled all over and began to act, pointing at Sirius with excitement. He's here, Sirius. I helped you catch him. Take them away quickly. You don't have to say anything, Peter. Dumbledore interrupted Peter coldly, I heard your conversation just now. If you have anything to say, come back to the ministry with us. No. No. I didn't mean it. You have to believe me, I was forced. Peter Pettigrew looked terrified and waved his hands wildly, he tortured me, the Dark Lord tortured me. I had no choice but to do that. Then, he pretended to be pitiful and cast his eyes on Harry, playing the friendship card, Harry, look at you, you are so much like your father. We were best friends, James would not want me to be killed, your father would have spared me. Shut up, you bug. Sirius saw this, and the anger that had been somewhat calmed surged up again. He stepped on Peter Pettigrew's broken leg with all his strength. Ah! Peter Pettigrew's face became even paler due to the severe pain and the loss of a large amount of blood. Enough. At this moment, Umbridge suddenly stood up and took out his wand and pointed it at Sirius, Sirius Black, you can't kill him. No matter what grievances you had in the past, you must go back to the Ministry of Magic and explain it clearly. As long as you have not been tried by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you are still a criminal. Umbridge is very excited now. She originally just came here to simply inspect the care of Hogwarts magical creatures, but she didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Anyway, as long as she brings the two people in front of her back to the Ministry of Magic, she will have the final say on how to deal with it at that time. At the very least, she can get the reputation of capturing the prisoner of Azkaban, and as for Peter Pettigrew, just find a way to shut him up. No matter what, it will be difficult for Dumbledore to reach out to the Ministry of Magic. At the same time, Ronald looked through the palm-sized script in his hand and quickly reminded his friend next to him, Harry. It's your turn, hurry up. Harry reacted immediately, pretending to be anxious and blocking Sirius, then faced Umbridge and defended him. Sirius is innocent, he is not a criminal, didn't you hear just now? Potter. Umbridge's eyes widened. I am the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, how to deal with this criminal, I have the final say. If you dare to make trouble, I can regard you as Black's accomplice and take you back to the Ministry of Magic. As he said, he arrogantly walked forward and wanted to arrest Sirius. Seeing this, Harry immediately raised his wand and attacked without hesitation, quickly imprisoning Carcerus. The spell directly knocked Umbridge away, and Harry took the opportunity to shout to Sirius, "Go!" Sirius looked at Harry's familiar face, then looked at Peter and Umbridge lying on the ground, gritted his teeth helplessly, changed into the Animagus state and ran away. Umbridge lay on the ground struggling. She looked at the black shadow that had disappeared far away, and immediately looked at Harry in disbelief. Potter, you dare to attack a Deputy Minister of Magic, and let a serious criminal in Azkaban go? How dare you? I swear, I will make you stay in Azkaban in your next life like that dirty black dog, 24-inch. Faced with Umbridge's threat, Harry didn't care, not only because it was part of the plan, but also because there was a Dumbledore next to him. Dumbledore, who had just been standing by, came out and said to the embarrassed Umbridge, Dolores, I once said that Hogwarts knows how to educate our students, and you have no right to take Harry away. Professor Dumbledore, you just saw it, Potter attacked me and let Sirius Black go. Umbridge stood up and said angrily. Yes, I did see it. Dumbledore nodded expressionlessly, but immediately changed the subject. Of course, I can also choose not to see it. Hearing this, Umbridge realized that among the people present, except Peter Pettigrew, no one was on his side. So, a surge of anger suddenly surged in his heart, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Ignoring the irrelevant people, Dumbledore cast his eyes on Peter Pettigrew, who was still lying on the ground and making a sound. Peter felt the oppressive gaze and was so frightened that his eyes rolled up and he fainted. Useless thing, he is the most cowardly Death Eater I have ever seen. Hagrid looked at the fainted Peter with contempt, then turned to look at Dumbledore and asked, Professor, what should we do now? Help him deal with the wound on his leg first, otherwise he will die. Dumbledore replied. Oh. I have some white spirit here. Hagrid took out a small bottle from his arms. Because he often went in and out of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid usually carried some white spirit with him just in case, but for so long, he had only used the white spirit on Fawn a few times. The huge shout echoed in the woods, but the only response was the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other. But at this time, Harry still refused to give up, because he was thinking about how far Peter, who had turned into a mouse, could run in such a short time. Harry could only put down the wand in his hand helplessly, and the red magic circle that had been deployed also dissipated. Oh, it's okay, continue to sleep. So over time, the little wizards have gotten used to it. Dumbledore nodded, then turned to everyone and said, let's go back first. Many things happened today that we need to deal with. After that, he activated the apparition and took everyone away, leaving only a confused Umbridge sitting there in a shabby face. Bang! What happened? But at this moment, an accident happened. Tears of Tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. I've read some archives from that year. The finger he left at the scene was also completely burnt like this arm in front of me. That's why everyone thought he died in the explosion. I didn't expect him to do the same thing again this time. It was the magic that Peter used to escape after blowing up a whole street. Dumbledore walked to the explosion pit with a serious look, looking at a burnt arm at the bottom of the pit and said, "It's powerful and costly, it looks like a magic that sacrifices the body." After the explosion, smoke and dust filled the air. Crookshanks just tilted his head and didn't seem to respond, but Hagrid, an expert on magical animals, could see that Crookshanks, a catnip, was now powerless. Everyone didn't know what happened, but no one was surprised. Therefore, the Ministry of Magic must conduct strict guarantee reviews when approving the use of time turners. The Ministry of Magic has formulated hundreds of laws around the possession of time turners, and at the same time imposes the most stringent laws and penalties on the abuse of time turners. Time turner, a device used for time travel. It looks like an hourglass hanging on a golden necklace. The number of times the hourglass is turned represents the number of hours of time travel. Previously, Hermione was the only one in the entire Hogwarts, and she applied for it from Professor McGonagall after she had worked hard to write several reports. There was a passage written on her time turner, "I mark every inch of time, but never exceed the sun, my value to you is measured by your purpose." So, with his brain a little demented, Harry impulsively wanted to release the Fire Dragon Slayer magic to force Peter out, but he was stopped by Dumbledore the next time. And at this moment, deep in the Forbidden Forest. This is what happened. Harry recounted everything that happened today from beginning to end. Although this does not affect the subsequent plans, letting Peter Pettigrew escape is no way to prove Sirius's injustice. Indeed, Peter Pettigrew is the only one who can prove Sirius' innocence. Even if we can publish the truth of the matter through the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, without witnesses and evidence, the Ministry of Magic will definitely use this as an excuse to keep Sirius on the hook and make him always a criminal. Hermione also talked to him at the same time, and then she looked at the person next to her. "Shane, what should we do next?" "What should we do?" "Cold." Shane rolled his eyes and then took out a golden thing. "Since the person ran away, I'll just catch him back." "This is a time converter." Hermione looked at the thing in Shane's hand in surprise. "Do you want to go back in time and catch Peter back?" "Well, this is the best way at the moment." Shane shrugged and answered. "In the past few years, some strange noises have been heard from the Forbidden Forest from time to time." Then a blue light flashed, and all the smoke and dust were immediately blown away by a force, revealing the figures of Harry and others who were protected in the silver-white protective cover. Peter, who had fainted, suddenly stood up, grabbed Hagrid's arm with both hands and shouted, "Ha ha ha! I won't go to Azkaban, I won't go." Because time-related magic is unstable, and serious violations of the rules of time can also have disastrous consequences. Possible situations include male and female wizards mistakenly killing their past or future selves, or completely changing a person's life trajectory, resulting in time anomalies, and some people who should have existed were never born, etc. Damn it! Harry clenched his fist and hammered the tree next to him. Then, he suddenly started to shout angrily at the woods with regret, "Peter! Peter Pettigrew! You coward, come out!" Harry hurriedly walked forward and looked around, and found that Peter Pettigrew had disappeared in the explosion just now, and at the same time, a large pit with a diameter of several meters was left where he was lying just now, and the surrounding 8-story pillars and trees were uprooted by the impact of the explosion. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please be kind and vote for the poor child. I don't know, the sound seems to come from the Forbidden Forest. Then, before everyone could react, a flash of white light passed, and a huge explosion resounded throughout the Forbidden Forest. The little wizard far away in Hogwarts Castle only felt a dull sound coming, and then saw a group of birds flying out of the Forbidden Forest with a cackle. Hagrid Fudge opened the bottle of white spirit and walked forward to treat the wound of Peter Pettigrew who had fainted. "Harry, you need to calm down." Dumbledore pressed Harry's shoulder and said, "It's useless for you to do this. The most important thing now is to help Sirius clear his grievances. As for Peter, I promise you, he can't escape." "Damn, he actually let him run away." Harry's face turned pale, and then he ran to Hagrid and asked, "Crookshanks, can you help me find Peter again?" "Harry, I'm sorry, Lucian can't help us find Peter Pettigrew now," Hagrid said regretfully. "You wait here, I'll be back soon." Shane wanted to turn the hourglass on the time converter in his hand, but was stopped by Hermione the next second. "What are you doing?" "I want to go with you too." Hermione hung the golden necklace on the time converter on the necks of the two without saying a word, and then said, "You have never used it before, I'm afraid you will do something that violates the law of time." Then, before Shane could react, Hermione had already turned the hourglass on the time converter 3.5 times. Then, as time began to flow backwards, Shane felt that he was flying backwards quickly, with all kinds of blurred images passing by his eyes, something knocking in his ears, and he couldn't hear his own voice. After more than 10 seconds, the rapidly flowing images in front of him finally stopped, and the time they traveled through was frozen 3.5 hours ago. "Harry and Ronald should be in the Great Hall at this time, let's go directly to Hagrid's cabin." Hermione glanced at the clock on the wall and said. So Shane immediately activated the space magic, and the two of them soon came to hide not far from Hagrid's hut. "Just in time, they are here." As soon as he landed, Shane glanced into the distance and reminded. "I saw a fat mouse in the distance being chased by a vigorous orange cat and desperately running away, and then it rushed into Hagrid's hut, and soon after Harry and Ronald followed closely." "Oh my God! These two people's acting skills are too bad, it's really a good thing we didn't tell Hagrid about it in advance, otherwise everything would be in vain." Hermione looked through the window, looking at Harry and Ronald who were looking for various reasons to fool Hagrid in the house and complained. "Don't ask for too much, and isn't their poor acting just part of the plan?" Shane said while teasing Buckbeak next to him, "Let Peter realize that his identity has been exposed and then run away. I think they did a good job of this." "Shane, can you stop playing?" Hermione said with a look of disgust, "You know, when we use the time converter, we must not let others see us. What if Buckbeak attracts others later?" "Don't worry, I cast a spell on both of us. Even if Dumbledore stands in front of us, he can't find our existence." Shane waved his hand and said easily. At this time, Dumbledore, Umbridge and others had already arrived at Hagrid's hut. Soon after, Hagrid and Dumbledore came out of the house and whispered to each other, and at the same time a fat rat jumped out of the house, and ran directly into the Forbidden Forest. "Scabbers has escaped." Hermione looked at the figure that quickly disappeared from her sight, and then looked puzzled, with its mouse-like body, running into the Forbidden Forest is like a fish entering the sea. "How did Harry and the others find it?" "We'll know later." Shane shrugged. After a while, Hagrid and Dumbledore finished their conversation and walked into the house with serious faces. In less than 2 minutes, Crookshanks jumped out of the house, his nose twitched in the air, and then he followed the route that Scabbers had just escaped. "It's Crookshanks." Hermione was very surprised to see this. "Why didn't I know it had this ability before?" "You always raised Crookshanks as a cat, of course you didn't know." Shane laughed and teased, and then pulled Hermione disappeared from the spot, and the two of them appeared somewhere in the Forbidden Forest in a blink of an eye. Then, a flying object that looked like a golden snitch was released and slowly flew away. "Isn't that the golden snitch used to broadcast the previous martial arts competition?" "What are you doing with it?" Standing on a thick branch, Hermione asked curiously. "This golden snitch has a recording function. Let it take a picture of the evidence, so that we can take the initiative." Shane explained, and then looked at the orange figure who was still sniffing everywhere not far away. To be honest, even without Crookshanks, Peter Pettigrew should not be able to escape. "Why?" "Sirius has been watching not far from Hagrid's hut. As long as Scabbers doesn't run too far, his dog nose can find him." "Sirius is also here. Why didn't I know there was this link?" Several question marks suddenly appeared on Hermione's head. What does the dog nose mean? "Sirius was arranged by Professor Dumbledore later, I didn't tell you." Shane explained, and then pointed in a direction. "As for the dog's nose, look over there, it's Sirius." Hermione immediately looked in the direction of Shane's finger, and saw a ferocious black dog running wildly beside Scabbers, and suddenly pounced on Peter Pettigrew, who had turned back into a human form. "Is Sirius also an animagus?" Hermione said in surprise. "Yes, this is why he can escape from Azkaban and escape the defense mechanism of Hogwarts." Shane replied, "Dementors have a weakness that is not a weakness. These guys have no facial features and are only interested in humans, but they can only identify humans by smell and emotions. So once Sirius becomes an animagus, the Dementors will only treat him as a puppy, and he easily bypassed the Dementors' guards and escaped from Azkaban." So next, the two waited for more than 10 minutes, and then they heard a loud boom not far away, followed by a powerful shock wave accompanied by a blazing white light. "Oh my God, this power is too great." Hermione straightened her messy hair and looked in the direction of the explosion in shock. "Is this what Harry said, the sacrificial magic released by Peter Pettigrew at the cost of his arm? It should be. It's not surprising that the magic of blood sacrifice has such power." Shane replied, and then stood up. "Let's go over there. I already know Peter's location." After that, he took Hermione's hand and flashed to a place not far from the explosion. In fact, Peter didn't run far after the explosion, and he didn't have the ability to run far. Because of Sirius, he had a broken leg and lost too much blood, so he didn't have the ability to run far enough. So, in the gap of more than 10 seconds after the explosion, he changed back to the form of animagus and drilled into a deep hole, and buried himself with wet soil to avoid being found by Sirius. The cave was very cold. Peter Pettigrew felt his body temperature getting lower and lower. He was shivering all over. But at the same time, a huge fear always lingered in his heart, making him afraid that making a sound would expose himself and be caught in Azkaban to dance with the Dementors. But just when Peter was extremely nervous, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from under him. A thick stone pillar directly pushed him out of the ground. Peter instantly changed back to human form in mid-air and fell to the ground, looking around with horror. Through the blurred vision, he vaguely saw two figures standing not far away, so he quickly wiped the mud on his eyes and looked carefully, and instantly broke out in cold sweat. Dolea. Peter Pettigrew screamed in terror and turned around to run away, but he was missing a leg and an arm, so he could only use his remaining dirty hand to dig in the soil and crawl forward. "Shane, how do we deal with him?" Hermione looked at Peter's mutilated body and asked reluctantly. "Hermione, don't have any mercy on your enemies. This is cruel to yourself and your companions." Shane replied, and with a flick of his finger, a fireball hit Peter like a bullet. On the mud in front of Pettigrew, the latter froze in place and trembled. "Peter, don't waste your efforts. How far can you run like this? I wanted to catch you back directly, but after thinking about it, I still think you should be punished first." As he said, a cold black figure was pulled out of the void. Facing the rotten big mouth, Wang Zhaohao, Peter finally didn't have the courage to use the sacrificial magic again. On the other side, the fairy's residence. Harry was looking at Shane and Hermione suddenly disappearing in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. Before he could react to what was going on, the two who disappeared in the next second suddenly appeared in the same place. "President, Hermione." Countless question marks popped up in Harry's head. "Where did you go just now? What else can I do? Help you clean up?" Shane answered with a glare, then snapped his fingers, and the half-dead Peter Pettigrew suddenly appeared in midair and fell to the ground. "Peter Pettigrew?" Harry immediately stepped forward, looking at the pale face with out-of-focus pupils on the ground in shock, then looked up and asked, "President, how did you find him?" "Don't worry about how you found him," Shane replied, "he was handed over to you directly, and you should know what to do next, and you should also make good use of this." As he said that, he threw a golden snitch over. Harry took the golden snitch in a fluster, and then pressed the button on it in confusion. A projection suddenly appeared in the air, showing the scene of capturing Peter Pettigrew in the Forbidden Forest. "This is great," With this, no matter how Umbridge denies it, at least Sirius's injustice can be confirmed. Harry said excitedly, and hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, President. You're welcome. After all, you are still a member of Fairy Tale. As the President, it is natural for me to help you. Shane waved his hand and said indifferently, okay, do what you have to do next, don't let me clean up your *** anymore. Also, your godfather is in the Shrieking Shack. You don't have to hide it now. Go find Professor Lupin, he will take you to find Sirius. Okay, thank you President. Harry nodded gratefully again. Okay, your work is done for now, it's time to deal with another matter. Shane suddenly showed a gloomy smile, and then patted Hermione on the shoulder. Hermione, come up with me. Huh? What's wrong? Before Hermione could react, the two disappeared directly from the spot, and then a while later. Hermione Granger, I haven't settled the matter with you in the Department of Mysteries yet, but you are so stupid as to commit suicide in the magic mirror. Did a troll eat your brain? Don't look down, look at me when you talk. A huge curse instantly resounded throughout the guild, and the sound was so loud that it seemed that the ground was shaking, which immediately scared Harry, who was thinking on the 10th floor, and the Fairy Tale people who were studying and practicing not far away. What happened? Harry stared at the ceiling with his eyes wide open. He had never seen the President get so angry before. Could it be that Hermione made a serious mistake? While Harry was confused, the Fairy Tale members who were practicing in the study area not far away were hiding behind the windows and trembling, with only a pair of eyes looking at the direction of the fairy house in horror. What happened? Why did the President suddenly get so angry? Ronald asked in horror. I don't know. Neville shook his head in fear, and then began to guess. Just now you said Harry was in the fairy house. Isn't the President angry about what happened to you this afternoon? It shouldn't be. Ronald said uncertainly with a bitter face, even if Peter Pettigrew ran away, is it worth it for the President to get so angry? I don't think so. I just heard the name of the violent girl. I guess she must have made the President angry. At this time, Draco, who was listening more closely, provided the latest information. Hermione, no way. She usually has such a good relationship with the President. Zoe said in a low voice with a pale face, and then looked at the only person next to her who did not change her expression with a nervous face. Luna, I think the President is really angry this time. The President usually loves you the most. Why don't you go and take a look for us? We are afraid. As soon as the voice fell, the other people present also nodded in agreement. They were all afraid that Shane's anger would burn on them inexplicably. Because this, has happened before. Ravenclaw's little eagle had poor test scores, and Shane came back angry and vented all his anger on them, and trained them to death for several days in a row. Listening to the suggestions of her companions, Luna tilted her head to think for a while, nodded, and then spread her golden-red wings and flew towards the Sister Spirit residence. The light figure flew directly to the window of Shane's room and reached out to knock on the window. Boom! 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 Kr. Shane, who was still cursing Hermione and still angry, heard the sound coming from outside the window. He subconsciously looked over and found that it was Luna outside. Why did Luna come here suddenly? Shane had several question marks on his head, and then he walked up to open the window, then took Luna's hand and carefully pulled her into the room, and asked, Luna, why are you here? Everyone is scared, so I came to see. Luna stood firm with Shane's hand, and retracted her phoenix wings to respond. What happened, can you tell me? Nothing. Shane shook his head unhappily. He didn't want to tell Luna the reason. After all, this matter had nothing to do with her. However, seeing that Shane refused to say, Luna blinked and tilted her head, and then cast her eyes on another person in the room. Hermione was sitting on the bed with an unconvinced look on her face looked aggrieved, her eyes were red, and she was obviously about to be scolded. Luna slowly walked to Hermione and squatted down, holding her hand and looking directly into her eyes, her silver pupils flowing with a hint of obscure blue light, and whispered, "I can feel that you are in a complicated mood now." Hermione pursed her slightly red nose. Of course her mood was complicated, and it was still a mess. In fact, Hermione had realized that she had done something wrong, and it was something that almost killed her, but in the end she didn't do it on purpose, she just wanted to get rid of the illusion as soon as possible. From this point of view, she was not wrong, but the method was a bit stupid. So, she admitted that she was a fool. Why did she scold herself so fiercely? And he took her first kiss without any explanation. Who should she go to for justice? The more Hermione thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Although Luna couldn't read what she was thinking, she could read the changing emotions in her heart. Luna showed a thoughtful look on her face. She was born with the ability of soul reading and was smart. She easily guessed what happened between Shane and Hermione through the changes in emotions. Zoe, she won't declare her sovereignty over the president in front of Hermione. And Hermione was also stunned when she saw this scene. Zoe, that's because you don't understand her. Many times, I can't understand some of the things Luna suddenly does. At this moment, she suddenly felt that her most precious thing was taken away by someone, and she also felt that her head was green. Luna took a few steps back with a slightly red face, smiling at the two of them. So, Luna thought for a while, and a method gradually emerged in her mind. So, since this day, Shane has been completely trapped in the Shura field. At this moment, Shane felt his brain exploded instantly, and he froze in place stupidly. Feeling the minty cool touch on his lips, Shane was completely dumbfounded. Method? What the hell? What? Don't even think about begging for her. Shane put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "What she did this time was really stupid. I'm going to scold her to wake her up." Based on her understanding of the two people, she guessed that Hermione must have done something wrong, and this mistake was very serious for Hermione herself, so Shane was so angry, and then he had to use some extraordinary means to make Hermione recognize and remember this mistake. What am I doing? Draco, no, I think Luna is usually quiet and doesn't seem like someone who would take the initiative to do that kind of thing. After a while, Hermione finally reacted and her face turned from pale to black, and black air began to emerge from behind her. Where am I? Ronald, what's going on? What did Luna do to make Hermione so angry? Neville, I don't think it's strange. Luna is the strangest person I have ever seen. Ravenclaw. She slowly stood up from the bed, swayed left and right to Shane who was still standing there stupidly, grabbed his collar with both hands, and shouted loudly, "Shane Deroa, what were you doing just now?" Luna suddenly stood up and walked to Shane, tilting her head and looking straight into his eyes. Tears of begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. At this time, Harry, who was on the first floor of the fairy house, was so scared that he sat down on the ground, looking at the ceiling with horror. The huge curse directly frightened him. Just now, he felt that the whole fairy house was about to collapse. Who am I? 3 soul-searching questions directly. Just when Shane was a little confused, Luna suddenly stood on tiptoe and gently touched Shane's lips. The fairy tale people who were practicing in the study area were terrified and hid behind the windows and trembled. Zoe, not too, Sonia also likes the president. Just now, she read grievance, unwillingness to admit defeat, admitting mistakes, shyness, etc. in Hermione's eyes. This method can immediately calm Shane down and stop scolding Hermione. Zoe, based on my understanding of Luna, she might have really done it. The sound was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the guild, as if it was going to shake the entire guild to jump up. Everyone, Nari. I just thought of a way to calm you down. Luna explained, and then suddenly reached out and held Jin's face. The next day, Harry quickly published his investigation of Sirius Black through the Quibbler as planned. At the same time, under Shane's instructions, Rita Skeeter also began to write articles to launch a crazy attack on the Ministry of Magic's confusion of right and wrong. Under such a huge public opinion offensive, Umbridge, the pink toad, as expected, began to use the power of the Ministry of Magic to ban the Quibbler on a large scale. At the same time, she also verbally attacked Harry and others in the name of the Ministry of Magic through the Daily Prophet, and even said that Harry and Dumbledore were harboring criminals. Yes, Umbridge has obviously fallen into the pit. Because of Shane, the credibility of the Ministry of Magic has been declining in the past 2 years, especially the entry of Dementors into Hogwarts, coupled with several subsequent attacks, which has caused the entire European magic community to complain deeply about the Ministry of Magic. At this time, the Ministry of Magic made such an abnormal behavior, and even used official power to ban a bizarre magazine, which has to attract people's high attention. As time went by, public opinion continued to ferment. In just less than 5 days, people could be heard discussing the relationship between the Ministry of Magic and Sirius Black on the streets of the entire magic world. Harry saw that the time was ripe, so he immediately sent the golden snitch that Shane taught him to read a skeeter. In this way, Sirius Black was wrongly accused, and the real murderer was Peter Pettigrew, who had obtained the first-class badge of the Order of Merlin. How ironic it was. In just 1 week, the true history was completely disclosed. Even though Umbridge wanted to save face again and again, she could only restart the investigation of Sirius Black in the face of facts and truth. At the same time, Dumbledore, who received the news, personally sent Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew to the Ministry of Magic, and in the presence of many media, gave Peter a truth serum. In this way, after some operations, Peter Pettigrew was finally imprisoned in Azkaban, and Sirius finally washed away the injustice on his body, restored his reputation and received a considerable compensation, 10,000 gold royals. Near the end of the school year, Sirius, who had regained his freedom, was sitting in a boat neatly dressed and disembarking from the Black Lake. To be honest, he might be the kind of man that many girls like. He is tall and thin, handsome and elegant, with elegant and beautiful black hair, a pair of striking grey eyes, and a kind of careless arrogance, free and unrestrained, and has a good temperament in his every move. Looking at the ancient castle in front of him, recalling that more than a week ago, he was still a wanted criminal who could only hide in the dark, Sirius always felt that this situation was a bit unrealistic. No one greeted him. Sirius was released by the Ministry of Magic yesterday, and the news of his restoration of innocence should still be in mimeographing at this time. The reason why he was so anxious to come to Hogwarts was because he wanted to see his godson. Before Dumbledore sent him to the Ministry of Magic, he and Harry had only met twice, but because of the need to keep it secret, they were not able to talk freely during these 2 meetings. So, Sirius was so impatient that he just took care of himself and ran directly to Hogwarts. Sirius? At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Sirius looked over and found a big figure standing not far away with a big bucket. Hagrid. Sirius walked forward excitedly. Then, the 2 figures, one big and one small, hugged each other. Oh my God! Why are you here? Has the Ministry of Magic restored your innocence? Hagrid asked in surprise. It just came out last night. I guess the newspaper owl should still be taking a nap now. Sirius responded humorously. That's great. Hagrid said excitedly, and then suddenly began to wipe tears. I'm sorry about what happened back then, Sirius. I didn't expect that it would lead to you being imprisoned for 12 years. Sirius was wrongly accused, which had a lot to do with the testimony Hagrid provided about the Godric Valley. He was regretting what happened back then. It's not your fault, Hagrid. Sirius smiled and patted Hagrid's arm, saying easily, in the final analysis, it's all my fault for trusting the wrong person. I didn't expect Peter to betray and kill James and Lily. Seeing that Sirius didn't blame himself, Hagrid pursed his lips and nodded gently, then wiped the tears from his face and asked with a smile, You are here to find Harry, right? Their guild is taking an exam today, I'll take you to find him. Okay, thank you. Then, Hagrid took Sirius into the castle. Because they had just finished their final exams, the young wizards were in a relaxed state, so on the way to Fairy Tale, many people saw Sirius, the wanted criminal, who had been published in the Daily Prophet for nearly a year. Merlin's beard, isn't that Sirius Black? How did he appear here? I read the newspaper a few days ago, and it seems that it has been basically confirmed that he was wrongly accused. He should have been released. So soon. I went to Hogsmeade last weekend, and his wanted posters were flying everywhere. Who knows? But since he dared to come to Hogwarts so swaggeringly, he should be fine. Listening to the little wizard's discussions, Sirius felt extremely relaxed at this time. He didn't mind others discussing him. After all, compared to the hellish place of Azkaban, where it was difficult to fall asleep every day listening to the screams echoing in his ears, being able to feel the youthful vigor so freely at this moment was a complete luxury of happiness. Amid the discussions of the little wizards, Hagrid and Sirius gradually came to the 8th floor, and Professor Dumbledore and McGonagall, who had received the news long ago, were already waiting here. Sirius. Professor McGonagall stepped forward. Professor McGonagall, long time no see. Sirius responded with a smile. 0134065524 Falcon 1912111351. I've wronged you for so many years. Professor McGonagall showed a distressed expression. Don't worry, Professor. I'm fine. Sirius spread his hands to show himself, and then he turned his eyes to another person, Professor Dumbledore. ************************** Welcome back, Sirius. Dumbledore nodded, then turned his head to look at the door of the room of requirement. Harry is inside, go in. Then, pushing open the smooth door, Sirius walked into it with a nervous and excited mood, and the first thing that caught his eye was the collision and flashing of 10 arrays of red and blue light. Today is the final exam day of Fairy Tale. Shane personally presided over the 2-on-2 duel to test the fighting ability of the guild members, and at this time, it was a 1-on-1 duel between Harry and Draco. But Shane sensed the arrival of a guest, and interrupted the duel between the two with his hand, saying to everyone, "Okay, that's it for today. Disband." Then he turned his head and looked at Harry. "Harry, someone is looking for you, go and pick him up." "Someone is looking for me?" A question mark appeared above Harry's head, and he subconsciously cast his eyes towards the direction of the door. 0. Seeing a familiar yet unfamiliar figure coming into view, Harry's eyes widened immediately, and he immediately ran forward. Sirius. Ha 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 ha. The two hugged each other, and Sirius laughed heartily. "You came out of the Ministry of Magic?" Harry asked excitedly. "I just came out last night, and I just found a pub to take a shower, and then I came here." Sirius responded, and then began to look behind Harry. "It's really incredible. I haven't been back for more than 10 years, and there is such a place in Hogwarts. I heard Remus before John mentioned it. Is this the guild you joined?" "Yes, this is the headquarters of our fairy tale. The president led us to build it. It took us a whole summer to set up the guild," Harry said proudly. From his tone, he could feel that he was proud of being a member of Fairy Tale. Remus John also told me about him." Sirius immediately looked curious. "Can you tell me about him? What kind of person is he?" "The president." Harry frowned and thought for a while. "How should I put it? The president is a typical Ravenclaw, but he has one more thing than ordinary Ravenclaw." "What is it?" "In everyone's cognition, Ravenclaw people are very smart, they like to read and study, and they often have a strange temperament beyond ordinary people. The president is the same. He is very smart and often likes to read and study, but he is more than ordinary. Ravenclaw has a free and easy curiosity, and his curiosity has reached a perverted level." "Free and easy curiosity? Perverted?" Sirius was very curious about this statement. "How do you say that?" "That thing is what the president uses to dissect Dementors." Harry pointed to the sundries and boxes piled up in the square not far away. "Dementors?" Sirius was a little shocked. He didn't expect that someone would be interested in this creature, and if he heard it right, Harry should have said, dissection. Yes, not long after the school started this year, the president caught a few dementors into the guild on average every day, using axes, saws, hammers, etc., just to understand the structure of monsters like dementors. Harry explained. He shuddered a little when he thought of that period of time. The president even went to Azkaban to study dementors. The free and easy I just said actually means that once the president is curious about anything, he will go to study it without even thinking about it, and nothing can stop him. This. I have to say, Ravenclaw is full of weirdos. Sirius said a little surprised. At this moment, a Patronus rabbit suddenly flew out from the air in the distance. It dragged a long silver-white light and flew to the pile of boxes and sundries that Harry had just pointed out, opened one of the big boxes, and then pulled out a Dementor from it and flew away. This is... Sirius looked at this scene in amazement. That's the Patronus of our guild, Luna Lovegood. She is only in the second year, but she is the strongest Patronus in the guild except for the president. Harry introduced calmly, she should have caught a Dementor to cool down just now. Cool down? What do you mean? Sirius was even more confused by Harry's words. Luna is learning a kind of magic that is very similar to Animagus. Harry explained, this kind of magic can synchronize with the magic of all creatures and master the ability to transform into other creatures. This semester, the president borrowed Fawkes, the Phoenix, from Professor Dumbledore. Luna's training has entered a critical stage recently, and she needs the Dementors to cool down, otherwise she will burn down the training room. Oh, is that so? Sirius pretended to understand. But in fact, he didn't understand a word. Could it be that he had stayed in Azkaban for too long and was out of touch with this world? As they talked, the two walked to the Goblin residence. This is where our guild's daily activities take place. Harry lifted the curtain. Voldemort? Sirius was shocked when he heard the name. Why? Professor Dumbledore. You are so confident in Dora, even if you know the secret of the Horcruxes, as you just said, there are still some Horcruxes that have not been destroyed, and he is only a third-year student at Hogwarts, how can he fight against Voldemort? Sirius obviously didn't believe Harry's words. Harry, you don't understand. You know, once a person starts to manage money, he will involuntarily become stingy. Cedric sighed and said helplessly, then turned his eyes to the person next to him, huh? Harry, the person next to you is. Hello, Ginny. Sirius responded with a smile, don't be so polite, just call me Sirius. Mr. Black, hello. Ginny blushed, nervously looked back and forth between Harry and Sirius, and hurriedly greeted them. Cedric is the vice president of our guild. Harry introduced Sirius at this time. Sirius, I know you don't believe me. But if you had seen the president take action, you wouldn't say that. Harry sighed and said helplessly, no one knows how powerful the president is, but I can tell you that if he wants, he can raise the entire Hogwarts to the ground in an instant. Then go. Ginny nodded shyly, and then ran out quickly. Sirius looked at Ginny's back thoughtfully, and said with a smile, Harry, this girl from the Weasley family is good. Of course, he could see that Ginny liked Harry, and anyone with eyes could see that she was shy. Sirius, don't joke. Harry also understood the hidden meaning of his godfather's words, and was a little shy. Then, the two entered the Goblin house, and the first person to greet them was Cedric, who had been in charge of the guild's internal affairs. Harry. I'm going home in 2 days, I want to go back to the dormitory to pack my luggage first. Ginny responded a little shyly. Seeing this, Harry couldn't help but sweat on his forehead, and began to introduce awkwardly, this is Ginny Weasley, also a member of Fairy Tale, learning crushing magic, but it's not very stable now. After listening to Harry's words, Sirius nodded doubtfully, but he still didn't quite believe what his godson said. Just when the two were chatting happily, Cedric suddenly came in with some snacks and drinks, and he was also followed by a house elf. Sirius suddenly turned into a bean and looked at Harry. At the same time, Ginny inside the door also apologized in a panic. Sorry. I didn't know you were outside. But the next second, a white light suddenly flashed, and the entire guild door and the curtain turned into a cube and fell to the ground. Hello. Sirius also politely stepped forward and shook hands. So far, only Dumbledore can fight against Voldemort purely on the level of strength. Please sit down first. It's rare for you to get together. I'll go to the kitchen and ask Karuru to prepare some food for you. Cedric walked out of the fairy house. Not Professor Dumbledore, but the president. Harry explained, Voldemort can't beat the president, and the president has discovered Voldemort's secret since the first year. Then, he told the story about Voldemort's Horcrux again. Because he had actually experienced that extremely dark period more than 10 years ago, so he knew very well the horror of Voldemort. So far, according to the president, half of Voldemort's Horcruxes have been destroyed, so this Dark Lord who caused so many tragedies, is basically no longer a concern. 013406524 follow 1912111481. Whether it was Harry's description of his president from the beginning, the Dementors imprisoned in the guild, the powerful Patronus charm, or the magic of smashing the door displayed by the Weasley child, all these showed that this guild and the students in the guild were very unusual. Isn't there enough money in the guild? It shouldn't be necessary to replace a few doors, right? Harry said strangely. Ginny, where are you going? Harry asked curiously while repairing the damaged door with reparo. Ginny broke the door of the guild again. What a headache. Why does the president let her keep her magic out all the time? The effect of the reparo spell will get worse and worse if you use it too much. Cedric complained with a headache. You know, every time you replace a new door, it's an extra expense. Ginny, this is Sirius Black, my godfather. A little wizard who is still a student is stronger than Voldemort, which seems to him a bit nonsense. Because even if it is Voldemort, he will never dare to come here casually. Your companions look very good. Sirius suddenly exclaimed as soon as he sat down, the fairy tale guild you joined is not an ordinary student organization, right? Harry now suddenly recalled that Shane controlled the giant tree man to play with a dozens-meter-long basilisk like an earthworm, and the Dementors, this kind of monster that everyone fears, was killed one after another like little white mice. The reason was simply because of the experiment that Chong'an did to satisfy his curiosity. Oh. He is my godfather, Sirius Black. Hi. Cedric. Indeed, Fairy Tale is not an ordinary place. Harry smiled. I dare say, even if you are still a wanted criminal, I will definitely not cause any fuss to anyone here if I bring you in. At the beginning when Harry saw this elf, he thought it was Kalyulu, but when he looked closely, he found that unlike Kalyulu's clean and tidy appearance, this elf looked dirty. It was only wearing an old pillowcase, with bat-like ears, a thin nose, and protruding green eyes as big as tennis balls. Ah, it's you. Harry stood up immediately, pointing at the elf and shouting, it's the school rules that you made burn copy out as punishment. That's right, this strange elf is the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby. Dobby was frightened by Harry's roar and quickly hid behind the door, with only one eye showing and trembling in fear. Harry, do you know this elf? Cedric said in surprise, just now, Karuru disappeared halfway through cooking, and then I caught it. I heard it say that it came to deliver a letter to the president. Delivering a letter? A question mark and exclamation mark suddenly appeared above Harry's head, and it came to find the president. I don't know the details, I asked it to give me the letter, but it refused to do so. Cedric put down the snacks and drinks, you keep an eye on him here, I'll go up and tell the president. Okay. Harry nodded, and then Cedric went upstairs. While waiting, Harry also walked forward, carefully looked at the elf in front of him, and then suddenly asked, what's your name? Dobby, Dobby's name is Dobby. Dobby answered with a trembling voice hiding behind the door. Dobby, can you tell me? Why did you go to the Dursleys at that time, and why did you try to stop me from returning to Hogwarts? Harry Potter was so brave and survived many dangers. Dobby rubbed his fingers, and inexplicably praised Harry first, and then said, but Harry Potter couldn't go back to Hogwarts at that time, and it would be dangerous for him. Huh? Danger, what danger do I have? Harry looked confused and angry. If we really want to talk about danger, I think you are the source. If you hadn't closed the entrance to platform 924-3, Ronald and I wouldn't have to take the risk of driving back to Hogwarts. That's your own stupidity, don't blame the elves. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Harry subconsciously turned around, and found that Shane had come behind him without knowing when. President. Harry immediately scratched his head awkwardly and said hello. You and Ronald could have gone home and waited. You would have missed the start of term dinner. But you were so stupid that you drove Mr. Arthur's modified car and caused the third largest magic exposure accident in England this century. Shane said with dead eyes, which made Harry very upset. Actually, Dobby went to the Dursleys' house to stop you from returning to Hogwarts because he overheard that his master wanted to join other pureblood families to attack me at school. He felt dangerous. President, how did you know? If you can use legilimency, you can know it. Shane replied calmly, and then walked to the elf. Dobby, right? The last time I saw you was at Malfoy Manor. I heard that you had something to ask me. Dobby is here to deliver a letter. His master requires Dobby to hand the letter to Mr. Dolea in person even if he dies. Dobby said, and took out an envelope timidly. Shane took it directly, opened it without saying anything, and found that it was Lucius Malfoy who found the clue of one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Harry, take a look. Shane handed the letter to Harry next to him, who took it curiously and looked at it, and immediately raised his head in shock. President. Go back and talk to your godfather. The size of the vaults themselves also varies, and their security levels also vary. At the same time, some people also said that if you want to rob Gringotts Bank, you must be crazy. Shane was surrounded by people and goblins, but no one or goblin could detect his presence. From the goblin's words, we can know that although the Ukrainian iron belly dragon in front of us has been tamed in an inhumane way, it has not actually been tamed. It is only used to prevent intruders or unauthorized personnel from approaching the vaulted guards. Unlike the majestic marble hall, the stone corridor leading to the vault is very narrow and dim, and needs to be illuminated by torches or magic lamps. Deep vaults require goblins to touch the vault door to open, while shallow vaults only require a key. Among all the vaults, the largest and best protected vaults belong to the oldest wizarding families, such as the Malfoy family and the Lestrange family, whose vaults are located in the deepest level of Gringotts. In the past, people often said that Gringotts was the safest place in the wizarding world except Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The goblins of Gringotts are even more greedy for wealth than those black-hearted banks, and they also control the largest financial institution in the wizarding world, which will breed endless greed. The Ukrainian iron belly dragon is the largest fire dragon in the world. Its scales are shiny gray, its eyes are deep red, and its claws are long and vicious. The one guarding the Gringotts vault in front of him still looks extremely ferocious, but its dull scales are full of hideous bloodstains, and there is a chain tied around its neck that should be made by alchemy. It is obviously much weaker than the fire dragon outside. It can even be said that the 360-year-old basilisk in fairy tale is no match for it. All of them can fight. The responsibility can be completely pushed away with a sentence like, "We are not responsible for leaving the bank, this employee has been dismissed, this is a personal behavior and it has nothing to do with our bank," etc. The stone corridor is a steep downhill slope, and there is a railway below that stretches crookedly underground. Of course, for Shane, he didn't need to go through so many twists and turns. He just walked straight past the Ukrainian iron belly dragon and cast a sky magic on it. The vault here is already the highest level of protection in Gringotts. It needs to be opened by a certified goblin by touching it and using specific magic. Shane had just used the Imperieuse curse to control a goblin and asked him about the Lestrange vault he was looking for, which was the same as the Malfoy family vault. It was the most secure vault in Gringotts, and was located at the bottom of the entire Gringotts vault. There is a dragon guarding it. He gently moved his ankles, and the whole person fell backwards and began to fall freely. In the huge, dark and humid Gringotts vault, dots of fire and lights flashed quickly in front of his eyes, like an abstract oil painting that was constantly moving. In order to prevent wizard invasion, Gringotts also used a thief-proof waterfall. When any wizard passed through the waterfall, it could wash away all spells and magical disguises, revealing the intruder's true form. But obviously, this method was useless to Shane. He just passed through the thief-proof waterfall like a bullet, and then landed steadily on the ground. He patted the water droplets that were accidentally stuck on his body. Shane looked up and saw a scarred Ukrainian iron-belly dragon tied to an open space with a thick iron chain. Behind it was the entrance to the high-level vault. The construction of Gringotts vault has lasted for hundreds of years so far, and no one knows when it started. Vaults closer to the ground seem to be smaller in size, with fewer and lower-level security measures. He looked up at the magnificent marble hall. He had not been here since he received the admission letter from Hogwarts 3 years ago. Not only did he hate the greedy atmosphere here, but more importantly, he always believed that money was the most reliable only when it was kept by himself. But at this moment, in the center of the busy service hall of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, no one noticed that 10 people who were about to enter the highest security level bank in the wizarding world were standing there. Even a powerful fire dragon can't escape the fate of being enslaved by higher intelligent life. Shane couldn't help sighing when he saw the scene in front of him. Time passed, and soon it was the long-awaited summer vacation for the little wizards. These small trailers will take customers down hundreds of feet underground, speeding along the maze-like winding corridors, and finally arrive in front of the desired vault. Today he came to find Hufflepuff's gold cup. This matter has been delayed for too long, so it must be solved. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly tickets. This Ukrainian iron-belly dragon has been trained to recall the pain of being chopped by a hot sword as long as it hears the specific sound of the jingle piece, so it will retreat back reflexively and let the authorized goblins and wizards enter the vault. Hundreds of carts are speeding on the railway, and these carts to various vaults are usually managed by the goblins of the bank. The speed of the carts is so fast that you can feel the cold air whistling past when sitting on them, which hurts your eyes and even makes you feel like vomiting. Looking down, there was a bottomless darkness, and many dots of light were flashing in the endless abyss. Each vault door here is made of alchemy and may have different magic on it. Except for the goblins of Gringotts, anyone else who touches the door will be sucked in by the door or stuck in the door and can't get out. Haven't you seen how many banks like to cheat customers' money for various reasons in Blue Star? Those so-called managers would cheat for their own performance. At this time, Shane was standing on a railroad track, and the carts on the track passed through his body one after another. But unfortunately, these messy protections set up by Gringotts are useless to Shane. Shane activated perspective, and began to observe the situation of each vault, but the next second, he felt that his eyes were about to be blinded. F***K. Shane immediately uttered the quintessence of Huxia culture. The scene in front of him, many glittering gold galleons and gold objects, as well as various sparkling gems, made people extremely excited. In fact, many of the treasures in these vaults are actually ownerless. Because most of the owners of these vaults are Death Eaters who followed Voldemort back then. After Voldemort fell, these people died or went to Azkaban, so these wealth were also idle here. Logically speaking, the goblins of Gringotts should verify the life and death of the owners of these vaults. If the original owner is dead, then they should look for the heirs of these vaults according to the closest blood relationship according to relevant regulations. However, at the same time, according to the leasing regulations of Gringotts vaults, these vaults with the highest protection level will bring good income to the goblins every year, and most of the heirs of these vaults are abroad. So, this is a very embarrassing thing for the goblins. If the goblins find the heirs of these vaults, it is inevitable that the wealth in these vaults will be transferred away, and at the same time, a group of high-level vaults will lose their rental income sources, which is absolutely unacceptable to the greedy goblins. So, with ulterior motives, many goblins in Gringotts let these vaults idle. Anyway, their owners are dead, and their heirs don't know that they have such a huge fortune. Why not get a sum of gold galleons from these vaults legally every year? However, Shane still didn't think about these gold, silver, and jewelry. First, he didn't lack money, and second, he couldn't tell which of them were ownerless. It's better to just leave them here and come and get them whenever he really needs money. Shaking his head to get rid of the gold galleons in his eyes, Shane quickly found the target of his trip. Hufflepuff's Goblet, made by Helga Hufflepuff. The goblet has 2 finely processed pure gold handles, and the cup is engraved with symbolic exquisite patterns. It was once the first vessel in Hogwarts to assist the house elves in transporting magical food. It is said that it has a magical and special magic that can turn water into various delicious drinks. Because the mural at the door of the Hogwarts kitchen is painted with the appearance of the gold goblet, Shane recognized it easily. He knocked on the door of the vault made of alchemy with his fingers, and the whole door turned into powder instantly. Walking into the vault, I have to say that the Lestrange family is really rich. The golden floor is full of gold galleons and various gold objects, but there are few gems. Shane looked up and saw that the gold goblet was placed at the highest point of the entire vault. Because the property stored in Gringotts Bank could not be hit by the flying spell, he used space magic and reached out to take the golden cup directly. However, when Shane was taking the golden cup, he inevitably accidentally knocked off a golden pocket watch under the golden cup. Ding! 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 With a few crisp metal collision sounds, the golden pocket watch bounced along the golden galleon mountain to the ground, and then it began to shake continuously, and then it was divided into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Oh, Shane couldn't help but make a bad sound when he saw it. The sky here is gray, and the sun doesn't seem to feel a trace of warmth. Dense nettle plants seem to have grown out of hell and had occupied the entire house. There were also some cotton plants, which were like the tentacles of the devil, drilling into the house through the broken windows and various cracks. And continued to spread. Because this situation happened, it meant that he accidentally triggered the protective magic here. However, this is the only thing Shane knows about this Lestrange. Tears of Tears, please subscribe, monthly votes, flowers, thank you for your support. I saw a tall figure with a long white beard walking on the streets of the town of Great Hangleton. Great Hangleton is a very deserted town with few pedestrians passing by. Through the broken crystal mirror, you can see that the hour and minute hands of the pocket watch have long stopped chasing the passage of time. 12 Roman numerals are arranged in sequence on the outer periphery of the dial, and a name is faintly engraved in the middle of the dial, Leda Lestrange. He wiped the broken crystal dial with his thumb, then closed the cover of the pocket watch again, put it back into the pile of replicas, and then turned his attention to Hufflepuff's gold cup in his hand. As long as a person is in contact with a Horcrux for a long time, the person's body will be invisibly occupied by Voldemort. The original owner's soul will also become a slave of Voldemort's soul. Shane decided to destroy the Horcrux on the spot. After all, it would be a disaster if he kept it, so as to avoid more trouble. Then, a golden-green magic circle was instantly unfolded, and with the sound of a crisp and pleasant wind chime, spiritual bell purification, was activated. Suddenly, a black mist surged out of the golden cup and turned into a perverse and distorted human face. Voldemort's soul roared and spread around, but before it could develop, the power of spiritual bell purification quickly formed a magic shield emitting a golden-green halo, instantly pressing Voldemort's soul back. The golden-green light and Voldemort's soul intertwined with each other, and the roar of pain and anger became smaller and smaller. A few seconds later, Shane clenched his palm, and the magic shield shrank into a small point of light, and instantly disappeared into the void. The windows of the house were also very small, and the windowsills were covered with thick old dirt visible to the naked eye. Of course, this is a magical world, and physical science problems are not applicable here, and Shane also said that he, a liberal arts student, can't understand such science-related things. In order to be on the safe side, Gringotts was afraid that some thieves could successfully bypass all the protection measures outside the vault, so the goblins would set up protective magic using the copy spell and the fire spell in the vault with the highest protection level. But it was this obscure magic that could take people's lives invisibly. In general, it should have been quite a long time since human beings set foot here. It was a dilapidated and rickety wooden house, with dark green moss growing on the outer walls, many tiles on the roof had fallen off, and rafters here and there were exposed, which looked very gloomy. This turned out to be her pocket watch. Shane was a little surprised to see this name here. 1/7 of Voldemort's soul, dead. At the same time, an S-shaped dead snake was nailed to the dilapidated but still intact gate. Perhaps in another 10 or 20 years, this place will be completely buried by nature, and then people can only find out that there was a house here through the exquisite marble sculpture fragments on the ground. Shane could feel that the gold cup was emitting a kind of obscure magic all the time. Like the crown of Ravenclaw before, this magic was very difficult to detect, and its concealment was so great that even a magic master like Dumbledore might involuntarily ignore its existence. The replica is worthless, and if the thief continues to touch the property, he will eventually be crushed to death by the gold. This sentence is engraved under the portrait of Leta Lestrange, a woman with great temperament. This is a pure gold pocket watch with some bumps on the surface. With the weak firelight in the vault, you can see that its surface is a little black, which should be the trace of high-temperature burning. I don't know how long it took, after passing a road sign with Little Hengleton and an arrow, Good King, Dumbledore stopped in front of an old wooden shed. Open the buckle on the pocket watch, and the cover opens with the power of the spring, revealing the white dial inside. At the same time, not only Shane was dealing with Voldemort's remaining Horcruxes, but Dumbledore, who was far away in England, also found the whereabouts of a Horcrux. For those who break into the vault without permission, the property they touch will be burned and copied. Shane bent down to pick up a replica pocket watch and looked at it carefully with curiosity. Looking at the golden pocket watch that was constantly jumping and replicating in front of him, Shane snapped his fingers without panic, and the power of finite incantatem instantly covered the entire vault, and the replica of the pocket watch stopped immediately. Leta Lestrange, 1896–1927, honorary alumnus of Hogwarts, killed by Gellert Grindelwald's fiendfire in Paris in 1927. Dumbledore slowly walked through a dark and gloomy police station, turned a street, and then walked to the edge of the town. He knew this person. In the basement corridor of Hogwarts, there was a portrait of Leta Lestrange hanging there. To be honest, this is a bit against the law of conservation of matter. Dumbledore lifted his wizard robe and walked towards the door of the house. Stepping onto the cracked steps, the broken and rotten wood groaned in pain, which made the surroundings even more silent. Walking to the door, Dumbledore calmly stared at a moss-covered doorplate on the door, which vaguely read, Gaunt Family. The old wand slid gently in front of the door lock. With a click, the door opened, a cloud of dust fell, and Dumbledore walked straight into the old mansion. This mansion has been completely vacant since August 1943. The reason was that Voldemort, who was only 16 years old at the time, came here to find his relatives and kill his relatives, and killed the original owner of the mansion, the old Riddle family of 3. In fact, a long time ago, Dumbledore already knew that the Gaunt family had a Slytherin relic. Marvolo Gaunt, Voldemort's grandfather, regarded the ring on his body as more important than the lives of his children. This was no secret to many people. Ever since Dumbledore learned that most of the Horcruxes made by Voldemort were relics of the 4 founders, he had always had a guess. Has the ring of Marvolo Gaunt been made into a Horcrux by Voldemort by killing his grandfather and hidden in the old house where no one cares? So in order to confirm his guess, he came here today. Entering the old house, Dumbledore took out a notebook with a black cover from his arms, and then the Elder Wand gently passed over the diary. The next second, a wisp of green smoke slowly floated out of the diary and floated into the depths of the old house as if summoned. That's right, what Dumbledore held in his hand was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes 743, Tom Marvolo Riddle's diary. Although the soul that resided in the diary had long been destroyed, the remaining soul power was enough to guide Dumbledore to find Marvolo Gaunt's ring. Following the green smoke into the old house, Dumbledore soon arrived at a room full of nettles. The smoke finally pointed to a dilapidated wooden cabinet that had fallen through the wooden floor, with only 1/10 of it exposed, and the rest was buried by nettles. Dumbledore put away the diary, walked forward slowly, used the silent, floating spell Wingardium Leviosa, to pull the cabinet out of the soil, and then simply searched for a while, and a blue dusty ring box appeared in front of him. Dumbledore used his thumb to twist the dust and dirt on the box. Even after the baptism of time, the azure blue cloth wrapped in the box was still as new. Gently opened the ring box, and saw a ring inlaid with a black diamond gem lying quietly inside. Dumbledore's pupils dilated instantly at this moment, because he seemed to have seen the black gem in front of him before. So, in order to confirm his thoughts, Dumbledore gently picked up the ring with slightly trembling fingers, and began to carefully examine it with an extremely fascinated look. Through the dim sunlight, you can vaguely see a few golden lines flowing inside the black diamond-shaped gem. As the ring slowly rotated, the pattern hidden in the gem also revealed its true face, a triangular eye with a vertical line in the middle of the pupil, which is the symbol of the Deathly Hallows. It can be confirmed that the gem on this ring is the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. Dumbledore's mood suddenly surged. He didn't expect that the Resurrection Stone he had been looking for so many years was right in front of him, but soon, he quickly calmed down after being excited. Even if he was sure that the ring in his hand was the treasure he had dreamed of for many years, Dumbledore did not lose his mind because of this. He did not forget the fact that the ring in front of him was still a Horcrux. Temporarily suppressing his excitement, Dumbledore took out the prepared basilisk venom and poured it directly on the ring. Ding-dong! A crisp sound of water drops hitting metal rang out, and a distorted face suddenly jumped out of the ring, with a burst of painful hissing from his mouth. Dumbledore calmly watched the black mist-like soul of Voldemort in front of him gradually dissipate, and the burden that had been weighing on his heart for many years finally eased a lot. At least, Voldemort now has one less Horcrux, and his chance of resurrection has been reduced a little. After solving the Horcrux issue, Dumbledore continued to focus on Marvolo Gaunt's ring. After being silent for an unknown period of time, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and put the ring on. Dumbledore knew very well that the Resurrection Stone could not really revive a person, but he really wanted to see his parents and beloved sister who died young again. However, he did not expect that because of the special nature of the original owner of the ring, Voldemort had cast a curse on this Horcrux. It was evening, Hogwarts, the principal's office. There were 3 people in the office at this time. In addition to Dumbledore, Snape and Shane were also present. Shane looked at the blackened finger, and listened helplessly to Dumbledore's description of the whole process of his search for the Horcrux today, and could not help but complain. So, you, the magic master, had a brain cramp for a while and fell into the trap of the noseless man. Originally, today could successfully take the Hufflepuff gold cup and destroy Voldemort's soul. This should be a very smooth day, but I didn't expect that Dumbledore's incident would suddenly happen. Yes, I was careless. Dumbledore was pale, his forehead was covered with sweat, and there was a trace of regret on his face. I thought, Cedric, that I could wear the ring after destroying the Horcrux. I didn't expect Tom to leave a curse on the ring. Is this the correction power of the world's will? Shane felt a little pain in his head, because to be honest, he knew that in the original book, Dumbledore's cause of death was closely related to the curse on a certain Horcrux. He wanted to avoid the death of the old bee, so he took advantage of this summer vacation to get rid of Voldemort as soon as possible, so that this guy would not appear from time to time and buzz in his ears, and hurt people. However, this plan still couldn't keep up with the changes in the world's correction power. He never expected that Dumbledore would find the location of a Horcrux himself, and it was the one that directly or indirectly killed him in the original book. Shane rubbed his temple, turned his head to look at the dark figure beside him and asked, "How is the professor?" The dark figure did not answer, but took out a bottle of purple potion from his robe, uncorked it and handed it to Dumbledore. "Drink it, it can temporarily relieve your pain." The voice was as cold as ever. "Thank you, Severus. Dumbledore took the potion and drank it in one gulp. His face suddenly became a lot redder. It must be said that it was indeed a potion made by the potion master, and the effect was immediate. Your thanks cannot save your life, Headmaster. Looking at Dumbledore, who was gradually recovering, Snape said unceremoniously, I'm sorry to tell you that you only have about a year left to live. The curse cast by the Dark Lord is a death curse. It will gradually erode your life, and when the curse spreads to your heart, your life will come to an end. I can make some potions to slow down the spread of the curse, but the result will be the same in half a year at most. This sudden death notice made the White Devil, who had lived for hundreds of years, stunned for a moment, but then his face quickly calmed down. Wow, I didn't expect that I would hear the announcement of my death in this way. Dumbledore slowly put the empty medicine bottle on a plate and laughed at himself. To be honest, he didn't feel any surprise at the news that he was about to die. Because he is not as afraid of death as Voldemort, and he has lived so long, what has he not seen? Ordinary people should have been buried long ago at his age. So death is at most a result that he has expected. However, just when Dumbledore was lamenting his own death, Snape suddenly changed the subject and cast his eyes on Shane, who was thinking on the other side, saying teasingly, of course, with my ability, I can only do this at most, but our Mr. Doria may not be able to do so. Suddenly, Dumbledore also looked over subconsciously. Shane heard someone calling him, and when he came to his senses, he looked up at the two people in front of him and asked with a puzzled look, Huh? Why are you looking at me? Snape's eyes twitched, and he wanted to be venomous to the annoying student in front of him, but he still suppressed the anger that was about to rush to his forehead. After all, the most important thing at the moment was to solve the curse on Dumbledore. Snape looked at Shane coldly, then pointed at Dumbledore's blackened finger and asked, Mr. Dolores, what can you do about the headmaster's curse? This. Shane didn't know how to answer this question for a while. In fact, from the moment he learned that Dumbledore was cursed, he had subconsciously started thinking about solutions. However, although his power is indeed very strong, the curse is really not his familiar business area. In a slant, Shane knew only two people with curses. One was Xerath, and the other was the first president of Fairy Tale, Mavis. The curses they both received were from Ankerthram's black magic, one of the ancient curses, also known as the Curse of Contradiction. It was a curse that could make people immortal, and the more they respected life, the more they released the energy of death, killing all the lives around them. It was extremely painful to have this curse, which made Xerath's character twisted, but it did not change Mavis's childishness. According to the memory of the first Life anime ending, the two people died because of Ankerthram's black magic in the end, and the curse was lifted. Although Voldemort's curse cannot be compared with the legendary god Ankerthram, for Shane now, there is still a lack of sufficient means to deal with it. However, he does have some ideas about the curse on Dumbledore. Shane has some ideas or inspirations about the curse on Dumbledore. Because he had done a lot of research on the power of curses before, just in case, so he knew that different levels of curses might be solved by some alternative methods, just like the blood curse on Nagini before, which could be covered by Animagus. So, Shane thought about it, and then looked up and asked, Professors, to be honest, curses are not my area of expertise, but I did think of a way to find a different way, but before that, can you please tell me what kind of death curse Voldemort cast? As a branch of power in the magical world of Harry Potter, there are also many types of curses. Death curse, also known as the death curse, a type of curse. This curse is very rare, and those who are hit will die, and there have been no exceptions so far. The death curse is divided into two types, one is a curse on physical life, and the other is a curse on the soul. Common death curses against the body will gradually rot the body of the cursed or gradually reduce the vitality of the cursed. This type of death curse usually makes the cursed person very painful. You can imagine their situation. A person who is exposed to a nuclear radiation environment of tens of thousands of millisieverts for 1 minute can experience peeling, bleeding, rotting, and finally turning into a pool of rotten meat in a short period of time. However, the death curse targeting the soul is relatively easy. Compared with some vicious magic, this curse is more like euthanasia, and its only advantage may be its concealment. The death curse targeting the soul will erode the soul of the cursed person. Except for gradually making some impulsive and violent behaviors during his lifetime, the cursed person is no different from a normal person. It's just that as the erosion of the curse deepens, the cursed person will intermittently appear in a coma or make irrational behaviors. At the same time, as the coma time gets longer and longer, he will never wake up in the end and become a soulless shell. Therefore, Shane must figure out what type of death curse Dumbledore has, so that he can prescribe the right medicine. The death curse on the headmaster is constantly eroding his life. Snape's words were short, but he directly answered Shane's question. The curse on Dumbledore was a curse targeting the body. Oh, that's good. Shane was relieved immediately. If it was a curse on the soul, it would be very troublesome to deal with it, but if it was a death curse targeting the body like now, there is still a more direct solution. But it is because you are a member of the Dumbledore family, otherwise it would be a troublesome thing for others. Only people from the Dumbledore family can do it. Dumbledore couldn't help but show a trace of doubt in his eyes when he heard this, because he really couldn't think of what kind of special features his family had to deal with the curse on his body. However, Shane ignored the strange look on Dumbledore's face. He smiled and put on a harmless look, then suddenly said with a smile, "Professor, please die first." Snape or Dumbledore? Time quickly came to the next day. Last night, while dealing with the curse on Dumbledore, Shane also informed Harry and his godfather to wait at the Black family's old house today. The letter that Lucius asked Dobby to deliver before actually contained the whereabouts of one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. Lucius recalled some things in the past. He remembered that before Voldemort fell, he suddenly asked his Death Eaters for an elf one day without specifying the purpose. And the person who finally provided the elf was Regulus of the Black family. Lucius thought this matter was a bit abnormal. Although he didn't know what Voldemort wanted to do with an elf, he felt that such a secret matter was related to the Horcrux. When Shane saw the letter, he also vaguely remembered that in the original book, Harry Potter, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes was indeed related to the Black family, and the clues seemed to be hidden in the old house of the Black family. The Black family, it is one of the largest, oldest, noblest and richest pure-blood wizard families in the UK, and is also one of the sacred 28 families. Many British wizard families have close or distant blood relations with them. Like the Malfoy and Lestrange families, the Black family is synonymous with status and wealth. But before Shane could answer, a figure next to him suddenly came up and interrupted the conversation between the two. "Sorry to be late." Shane responded with a smile, "Oldby had a little accident, I had to help him deal with it before I could come here." At this moment, in Gryffindor Square in London, England. Two figures, one big and one small, are standing upright on a street. People and pigeons are coming and going around them, and behind them are neat red brick houses. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have a monthly ticket. Long. Under his leadership, Ravenclaw Academy has become the top of the 4 major Hogwarts colleges in terms of academic performance, Quidditch, and practical courses of defense against the dark arts. Their family motto is, "Always Pure." Similar conversations have been going on for countless times during this period of time. Sirius would ask him every now and then to take him home, hoping that he could change his mind, but the reality is that it is not allowed for the time being. Even Dumbledore once told him that Shane Doria's power is unfathomable and stronger than him. And Harry sighed helplessly when he saw his godfather like this. "Sirius, I've said it many times, I'm living well in the guild now, there's no need to move to your place." Harry smiled bitterly and shook his head helplessly. But obviously, Harry did not agree to his request. 0134065244 follow 19122141. Sirius, who was usually arrogant, actually walked up to Shane and took the initiative to extend his hand, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Mr. Dolea." But somehow, just a few decades ago, this tradition that the Black family was proud of was strangely broken by one person. Accident? What accident? Harry asked curiously. Even in the Dementors' invasion of Duff Town last year, he led the fairy tale people to fight hundreds of Dementors. Although he couldn't believe it in his heart, these words came from Dumbledore's mouth, so he had to re-evaluate the position of the person in front of him in his heart. Harry, are you really not considering coming to live with me? Sirius asked at this time with a look of unwillingness. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it will only cause trouble for Professor Dumbledore and the President. President, you are finally here. Harry hurried forward and greeted him cordially. And Professor Dumbledore also said before that Voldemort has not been completely eliminated yet. If I don't stay with Aunt Petunia, I must stay in the guild. This is the safest for me. Facing such a person, Sirius Black had to maintain enough respect even if he was arrogant. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote for the monthly ticket, please give flowers, thank you for your support. Harry, Sirius. Shane suddenly appeared in the street and walked over. The heir of Rowena Ravenclaw and Salazar Slytherin, the wise master of the contemporary Hogwarts Ravenclaw Academy, the president of the Fairy Tale Guild, and the second. And just when Harry was having a headache, a voice broke the awkward atmosphere between the two. The reason why Sirius did this was entirely because during the days after he regained his innocence, he gradually understood what kind of person Shane Dolea was in front of him through various channels. Sirius Black was sorted into the mortal enemy of Slytherin House, Gryffindor House. Sirius was thinking that his grievances had been cleared and he had regained his freedom, so he wanted to take Harry to live with him to make up for his responsibility and care as a godfather for more than 10 years. In the eyes of many people in the magic world today, Shane is always synonymous with power and mystery. 0-0. Okay, I respect your choice. Sirius nodded again unwillingly, but looking at his expression, it seems that he still hasn't completely given up his inner thoughts. Traditionally, members of the Black family are sorted into the Slytherin House of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Fairy Tale Guild he founded took on 4 colleges in the first Wizarding world, swept the field, and won the double championship of the ring competition and the team competition. Long time no see, Sirius. Shane smiled and shook Sirius' hand, then asked, how does it feel to be free again? I have to say, it's wonderful. Sirius sighed from the bottom of his heart. Compared with the prison life in Azkaban for more than 10 years, now it is simply a paradise on earth. Sleep well, eat well. Everything tastes good, and the body is strong. In Azkaban before, not to mention that there were only 2 or 3 pieces of tasteless rye bread every day to fill the stomach, just talking about the Dementors would always make people unable to sleep. Retracting his intoxicated look, Sirius began to talk about today's business. He suddenly asked in a serious tone, Mr. Dolores, is there really a Horcrux of the Dark Lord hidden in the old house of the Black family? I don't know, but at least I can be sure that the clue to one of Voldemort's Horcruxes is hidden in your family's old house. Shane answered affirmatively, you also saw the letter. Your brother provided an elf to Voldemort. It is likely related to the Horcrux. Regulus. That's a shame. Sirius laughed at himself, with some extreme disgust on his face. Let's go in. Where is your family's old house? Shane looked around and found that there were only ordinary houses around. As a pureblood family in the magic world, the place where they live should not be so shabby. The Black family's old house is hidden by magic. It's right there. Sirius took out his wand and chanted a spell between the houses number 11 and number 13. Then, the 2 houses slowly separated, and a gorgeous house with the number 12 sect hanging on it appeared in front of the 3 people. Well, to be honest, it's just a place to live. Is it necessary to hide the house in this way? Shane stared with dead fish eyes and complained. Because whether it is the Malfoy family's manor or Snape's gloomy cottage, they are all open and aboveboard and have not used any magic to hide. It's just a place for people to live, not to hide from Voldemort. Why go through so many twists and turns? Then, Shane walked towards the old house of the Black family, and Sirius and Harry followed behind him. At this moment, Sirius looked at Shane's back, and suddenly leaned over to his godson's ear and asked curiously in a low voice, "By the way, Harry, do you know who the old bee he just mentioned is?" "Oh, that's the nickname the president gave to Professor Dumbledore," Harry answered very straightforwardly. Sirius suddenly understood after hearing Harry's explanation. "I have to say, it's quite worthy of the name. Number 12 Grimmauld Place is the old house of the Black family. Except for a few people, this house is invisible to others, and the Muggles next door don't know its existence at all, and no one has ever doubted why there is a missing house between number 11 and number 13. If outsiders want to enter the Black Old House, the owner of the house must take the initiative to remove the concealment spell. The mistress of the house, Sirius' mother, Mrs. Walburga Black, died in 1985. At that time, almost all the members of the Black family died out, leaving only Sirius, the outlier of the family, so it was natural that he inherited the house. And even though Sirius was imprisoned in Azkaban for so many years, the house still belonged to him, which is also something that often makes people feel incredible in the wizarding world. If Sirius was not wronged, he could only be imprisoned in Azkaban forever until he died. And for such a person who is apparently dead, is there any need for the house to be inherited? Looking up from the street, the Black ancestral house is now dirty and messy, no longer as glorious as it once was. The windows are filthy, and the outer walls are covered with many withered creepers, showing the vicissitudes and dilapidation of the years. The entrance to the house is a scratched and black-painted door. The silver door handle is in the shape of a coiled snake, and it has become a little gray and black due to oxidation. She was drooling, wearing a black pointed hat, her mouth was still moving, and her eyes were staring at Sirius. "Dirty B***************** D, defile my ancestral dragon." As he said, he tapped the wall full of portraits with his fingers. With a crisp and dull knocking sound of dong dong, an invisible magic power suddenly echoed in the corridor on the first floor of the Black family's old house. There is no keyhole or mailbox on the door. It can only be opened by magic, but there is a doorbell. In fact, if it weren't for the Horcrux, I really don't want to come to this damn place. As long as these guys exist, this house will not be peaceful for a day. Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Dolea. Sirius stroked his slightly messy curly hair, not caring about Shane's somewhat presumptuous words. 0.1 Being different from these disgusting guys is the luckiest thing I have ever felt in my life. Bang! I have to say, very pure blood. Huh? Really? Sirius was shocked and looked unbelievable. I tried many ways before I was imprisoned in Azkaban, but I couldn't take them down. With an explosion, the spell hit the portrait, but unfortunately, it had no effect. Werewolf, mudblood, look at what kind of people he brought. Oh, sorry, this is my annoying mother. As he said, Sirius rushed over angrily and wanted to take down the portrait, but found that he couldn't do it at all. The portrait seemed to be integrated with the wall and basically did not move. Hanging on the walls of the corridor were portraits that had turned black due to age. The huge portrait behind a worm-eaten curtain was Mrs. Walburga Black. Once awakened, she would scream desperately in the most horrible voice, curse everyone around her, and try her best to wake up the people in the other portraits and make them scream as well. Then, Shane walked straight to the portrait that had just been scolded the most fiercely, and lifted the red cloth covered with mold spots. The portrait showed an old lady with sallow skin. "You annoying guys, shut up. Shut up." Sirius shouted angrily at the portraits around him. How can 10 of them, Gryffindor, be more venomous than a dozen Slytherins? 0134065524 Falcon 1912311011. So, Sirius, in his rage, suddenly began to show his Gryffindor characteristics. He suddenly took out his wand and pointed it at the portrait closest to him, shouting, "Reducto." Excuse me, Sirius. You are really an outlier in your family. Tiers of subscription, monthly ticket, flowers, thank you for your support. You rebellious son. Sirius, this is. Harry pointed with a little fear and asked. The first-floor porch of the Black family's old house is a long corridor with peeling wallpaper, worn carpets, gas lamps, a spider-web chandelier and candlesticks in the shape of a large snake on the wall. There is an umbrella stand made of a troll's leg by the door, and a staircase next to it leading to the upstairs. I say, you Gryffindors, can you not always be so confused when doing things? Have you learned all the spells taught by school in vain? Shane rolled his eyes and complained, to deal with this situation, wouldn't it be enough to cast a non-weak spell? These portraits are all cast with a permanent sticking spell, and the frame is obviously specially made with alchemy. Shane studied the old lady's portrait carefully and said, you want to take these portraits down, I can help you. It's a piece of cake. It's not a big deal for me. For some reason, Sirius and Harry and the others suddenly felt depressed when they heard this. But just at this time. In the last month of 2023, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child if you have monthly tickets. A snap of fingers sounded, and the whole corridor suddenly became quiet, and this sudden silence even made people feel a little uncomfortable. It seems that the portraits of the Black family should have been made through alchemy, and ordinary spells can't destroy them at all. As the doorbell rang, the door of the Black family's ancestral house, which had been sealed for many years, slowly opened. Before entering the door, the three heard a series of vicious and harsh curses. Seeing that his spells were useless, Sirius raised his wand again and thought of using more advanced spells. Once the doorbell rings, it will wake up the portrait of Mrs. Walburga Black in the house, but to be honest, it is quite annoying. So, the harsh curses of Walburga Black's portrait woke up all the portraits in the corridor on the first floor. After a while, in the long and dim corridor, more and more Blacks began to curse the three people in the corridor with their most vicious curses in their lifetime, and the whole corridor was filled with chaotic curses. Shane and Harry, who were walking in front, were startled by the sudden curses. They looked at the sound and heard that the sound came from a portrait hidden behind a moldy curtain on the wall. Duh. Okay, it's solved. Shane shrugged and said with ease. Seeing the man in front of him so easily solve the problem that had troubled him for many years, Sirius turned around doubtfully and grabbed the frame of his mother's portrait with both hands. With a sudden force, the portrait of Mrs. Walburga Black was easily taken down from the wall. Sirius looked at the portrait in front of him in disbelief. He stared at his mother in the portrait hard, and gradually a happy smile appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. That's great, I don't have to hear the voice of you, a nasty old woman, anymore. Sirius laughed heartily, and even the beard under his nose smiled into a beautiful arc. Thank you very much, Mr. Dolea. Sirius suddenly rushed over and hugged Shane, catching the latter off guard, then turned around and excitedly took down the portrait of the Black family in the corridor, and finally threw it violently into a utility room. This. Is it necessary for Sirius to be so excited? At this moment, Harry suddenly walked to Shane and asked in confusion. For Harry, he just saw that his godfather successfully removed some annoying portraits in the house, but it seemed that there was nothing worth being so excited about. Shane glanced at Harry beside him, and sighed at the latter's innocence in his heart, and said, if you can really empathize with others through magic one day, then you won't be surprised why your godfather behaves like this. People usually say to those who have experienced suffering, I understand your feelings. But in fact, can you really understand? This is just a comforting statement. If you can really understand each other, there won't be so many sad things in this world. Shane looked at the excited Sirius in front of him, who seemed out of place compared to the dusty and dilapidated old house behind him, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Just when Sirius was about to take down all the portraits on the wall, a gloomy voice suddenly came from the basement at the end of a corridor. Oh, I saw it, it's the coward, the man the mistress called a coward is back. The three of them immediately looked over and saw a short figure suddenly walking out of the shadows. However, just when Creature was about to return to his residence, a voice stopped him. Sirius's forehead was bulging with veins. When he saw the elf in front of him, he would think of his hated family and childhood life, so he had no good feelings towards Kekri, even though Kekri had never done anything to hurt him. Although it hated Sirius, the magic of the elf had always imprisoned it, making it unable to disobey Sirius's orders. Kekri, I didn't expect you were still alive. Looking at the appearance of this elf, Sirius' tone was full of disgust, and the joy of being able to remove the portraits in the old house just now was instantly swept away. The elf stopped cursing, but it looked like it was hesitant to speak, and it seemed that it didn't want to tell the secret it knew. However, in addition, there are many vixens in the curtains of the living room, a boggart in the desk, and a nest of dead puffs in the sofa due to long-term vacancy and lack of cleaning. Shane looked at the dirty living room, waved his hand, and cleaned the living room with a Scourgify, then sat on the sofa, and asked the elf, who was still cursing in a low voice, I'll get straight to the point, your name is Kekri, right? Can you tell me where Voldemort's Horcrux is? There is a large window on the wall overlooking the street in front of the house, a large fireplace is flanked by 2 gorgeous glass cabinets, and one wall is covered with a tree-shaped genealogy tapestry of the Black family. Anyway, they are all things that don't look good, a lot of black magic items with unknown uses. The basement of the Black family's old house is the kitchen, surrounded by rough stone walls, with a cupboard for tableware and plates, and a sink under the cupboard. Under the sink is the hole where Creature usually sleeps. Sirius immediately looked furious, and then shouted loudly, Kekri, answer the question. Did you hide the Dark Lord's Horcrux? Enough, useless trash, shut up immediately. Go back to where you belong. The glass cabinet doors on both sides of the fireplace are very dirty, gray, and covered with something unknown, and the black magic objects inside are even more weird, they don't seem to want to leave the shelf they are on. Like many house elves, this elf was almost naked except for a dirty rag. But don't forget that it was your brother who provided the elf to Voldemort, it may know something. Shane replied, let it go upstairs together, it must know something. Otherwise, how could a house elf know how to block the brain? After that, he went upstairs by himself. It is obvious that this house elf named Kekri hates Sirius very much, even though Sirius is its only master now. Oh. This is all Kekri's fault. Kekri was wrong. Kekri did not protect the master's things, woo-woo. Mr. Dolea, it's just a useless waste. Sirius stared at Creature, who was still walking to the basement, with disgust. I don't think it can lead us to find the Dark Lord's Horcrux. Between the large window and the glass cabinet are 2 exquisite sofas with golden flower patterns, but they are a little faded and covered with dust, and an old grand piano, which looks like a very precious cultural relic, but the large white leather piano stool has become black and aged, and the golden python skin wrapped on it is full of cracks. So, Sirius could only bear the disgust in his heart and forcefully call Kekri back. Then the Master 10 Elves came to the living room of the Butsai Jing's Hifi Tolu. As he spoke, Kekri suddenly became more and more excited, and then began to cry inexplicably. It picked up the poker next to it and hit its head hard, while using the dirty and worn rag on its body to wipe its snot and tears, making people feel that it was a strange creature with a brain that was not normal. So when it could not resist the orders of its master, Kekri hunched over, glanced at the 3 people in the room with vicious eyes, and slowly turned and walked towards the basement. At the same time, its lips kept moving, and some words such as scum and scum could be vaguely heard. As soon as the voice fell, Kekri suddenly became quiet. These things include rusty daggers, animal claws, coiled snake skins, a decorative crystal bottle with an opal inlaid on it, which contains blood, a silver nose box that bites people, a tumor powder, a multi-legged tweezer-like device, a music box that can crawl like a spider and hypnotize, a memorial box that no one can open, a gray box 553, and a large gold ring engraved with the Black family logo and a family photo in a silver frame. Oh, my master also brought 2 strangers. Kekri turned his eyes away from Sirius and then cast his eyes on Shane and Harry beside him, without hiding the hatred and disgust on his face. The portraits of the masters were taken down, and the carpets of the Black family were stained by outsiders. The master will definitely be very sad if he knows. Its head was bald, its eyes were bloodshot and gray, its fleshy nose was like a pig's nose, and a lot of white hair grew in its two bat-like ears. It even gave people a feeling that its skin was several times more than what its body actually needed. Wait. Shane looked at Creature, who was going down the stairs with a calm look. It can't go, don't forget what we are doing here, we need it. The living room is the most important place in the whole mansion, and it can be seen that it was once gorgeous and exquisite. Kerchery still has a master, and Ketchery cannot die. Ketchery said in a hoarse, low voice like a bullfrog, staring at Sirius, but unfortunately, Ketchery's master is A. I can feel it is in this living room, but I don't know which one it is. I guess it must have been hidden by some special means. It said the last three words very quietly, but in the extremely narrow and quiet environment around, the three of them still heard what it said. Sirius's face immediately turned very bad when he saw this. He rushed forward, staggered in the process, grabbed Ketchley's slender arm with force, stared at it fiercely and asked, Creature, tell me. Where is the Dark Lord's Horcrux hidden? I order you to tell the truth. Oh, okay, Master. Hearing the word order, Creature bowed his head and answered respectfully. However, Harry next to him also noticed that its lips were moving silently, as if saying some insulting words. It's there. Ketchley raised his skinny finger with long grey nails and pointed to the glass cabinet on the wall. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, flowers, thank you for your support. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands and vote for the poor child. Sirius's eyes twitched, and he really wanted to rush up and kick this disgusting guy away, but because Harry was still there, in order not to teach the child bad things and maintain his good impression as a parent, he had to suppress his disgusting mood. The three of them then looked in the direction of its finger and found that it was a very ordinary grey box, lying quietly in the cupboard, which was mediocre compared to the other collections in the cupboard. Shane reached his hand into the void and directly crossed the space to take the box in his hand. Looking closely, it was an octagonal golden box connected to a silver necklace, only the size of the palm, a little heavy, and the edges were fixed with two crystals by silver bars. The crystal was grey, but the pattern inside could still be seen, a golden background, a green S-shaped venomous snake was bearing two fangs, and there were many unknown black symbols around it. Holding the box in his hand, Shane could feel the magic power that belonged to the Horcrux, but because the outside of the box was wrapped by the power of a special spell, the magic power of the Horcrux could not leak out. That's right, this is one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Slytherin's locket. You used your power to hide the breath of the Horcrux. Shane turned to look at Ketchery, a little surprised. No wonder I couldn't detect the magic of the Horcrux when I entered the room, it turned out to be you who did it. To be honest, he didn't expect the elf to be able to do this, because the magic used for concealment in this world usually acts on physics. Don't touch Master Regulus's things with your dirty hands. Ketchery suddenly raised his hand and pointed it at Shane, that was given to Ketchery by Master Regulus, and Ketchery hasn't completed the order given by the Master. After saying that, he wanted to launch an attack. Shane rolled his eyes when he saw this, and a thought flashed through his mind, and Ketchery suddenly fell to the ground and screamed in pain. Ah! Ah! It hurts! It hurts! Ketchery is dying! It hurts! Sirius looked at Ketchery rolling on the ground in shock. He didn't care whether it lived or died. What surprised him was that Shane didn't cast any spells from beginning to end, but made a house elf suffer. This made him feel a chill in his heart, and at the same time improved his understanding of Shane. To be honest, Sirius's previous understanding of Shane was basically from word of mouth from other people. Even though Dumbledore had told him about Shane's mystery, he still had doubts in his heart. But now, he can be very sure that Dolea is indeed a very dangerous person. A minute later, Shane stopped torturing Ketchery with the Cruciatus curse. He looked at Ketchery, who was lying on the ground and breathing continuously, and said calmly, "To be honest, I have a good temper, but it does not mean that I can accept someone scolding me or attacking me for no reason. If I hear you say something rude again next time, I will let you experience the power of unforgivability again." After that, he clenched the hand holding the locket, and the blue-purple flame instantly illuminated the entire living room. Voldemort's soul, as always, screamed in pain and turned into black, poured out of the locket and gradually dissipated in the air. Okay, it's done. Shane spread his palms, and the locket, which had been broken into several pieces and burned to a charred black, fell to the ground. At the same time, Harry suddenly felt the scar on his forehead burning, and a tingling sensation rushed straight to his temple. Hiss, it hurts! Harry shouted, covering his forehead. Harry! Sirius was still immersed in the shock of the Horcrux being easily destroyed, but Harry's scream of pain called him back from his trance. Harry, what's wrong with you? Sirius hurried forward, holding Harry's arm and asked worriedly. Harry was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He could only curl up on the sofa with cold sweat, trying to relieve the pain in his head. It's okay, it's normal, it will be fine after a while. Shane sat back on the sofa, crossed his legs and said indifferently. What's going on, Mr. Dolea? Didn't Harry tell you that he is also one of Voldemort's Horcruxes? What? On the other side. Kerchery, who had gradually recovered his breath, slowly opened his eyes. He almost fainted from the piercing pain just now. Even though the terrible human wizard had stopped casting spells on him, the intense pain that made him live a life worse than death still made him lie on the ground for a long time and unable to get up. Kerchery propped up his thin body with his elbows, slowly got up from the ground, shook his aching head, and through his blurred vision, a familiar yet strange thing slowly came into his sight, and instantly made him sober. Kerchery's throat made a bullfrog-like sound. He kept moving his thin legs and crawled to the fragments of the locket little by little. He picked up a piece of the fragment in each hand and looked at it carefully with an unbelievable look, as if he was confirming something. After a while, bursts of shrill crying came. Shane and Sirius subconsciously looked over and saw Kerchery crying with his head down. What's wrong with you again? Sirius shouted at the elf. He was very irritable now that he had just learned that his godson was a Horcrux, and Kerchery's crying was like adding fuel to the fire. So, Sirius, who was furious, suddenly stood up and rushed forward, wanting to kick Kerchery away, but when he saw the fragments of the Slytherin locket in Kerchery's hand, he sneered and mocked, Ha! So this is what you are doing? Are you so sad that the Dark Lord's Horcrux was destroyed? But it's not surprising, after all, it was something my brother gave you to protect. After saying that, he wanted to turn around and continue to check on Harry, but he didn't expect Kerchery's words to stop him in an instant. Kerchery has done it, Kerchery has finally completed the order of Master Regulus. The box is finally destroyed, Kerchery is not a bad elf, a bad elf. Kerchery cried while pinching the fragments of the locket and hitting his head, as if he hated himself for not being able to complete the order of Regulus. Kerchery, what did you say? Sirius turned around, staring at his elf with wide eyes in shock, and asked loudly, You just said that Regulus's order was to destroy the Horcrux. Bad elf, bad elf. Enough, Kerchery, answer my question. So, under Sirius's order, Kerchery stopped crying and slowly told the secret before Regulus' death. 1979, that is 2 years before Voldemort's fall. At night, in a secret and dark canyon. Waves of mist were flowing slowly along the ground, and unknown animals were moving quickly through the dense bushes, making whizzing sounds, which resonated with the occasional wolf howls, adding a touch of darkness and gloom to this claustrophobic canyon. There were many stones scattered on the ground of the canyon, most of which were half buried in the soil, and the part exposed on the surface was covered with thick and slippery moss. From time to time, a snake, a spider, or other evil creatures that liked to haunt the dark would crawl out from the cracks in the stones. They would gently crawl over the moss, and the water droplets mixed with the poison, and as the water slowly evaporated, the surrounding air was filled with a fishy and sweet smell. For normal people, this is not a bad place where humans can survive or approach, but Voldemort and his Death Eaters used it as their base for evil. At this moment, there was a group of people in the Grand Canyon. Most of them had crazy, infatuated, or fearful expressions on their faces, surrounding a mysterious person in the middle. This person was wearing a hooded black robe, and it was unclear what he looked like. But through the dim nameless light, you can see that his skin is pale and his eyes are eerie green, like ghostly will-o'-the-wisp in the dark. Good Zhao. Dash everyone, I need a house elf. The mysterious man said easily, with a hoarse hissing sound like a snake in his throat. Master, I am willing to serve you. As soon as the words fell, a man took the initiative to step forward and said respectfully, Kekari, the elves of the Black family can be driven at will. Very good, Regulus. The mysterious man stroked Regulus' head like a baby, and then said, Go, bring your elf to me. Time and space leap, in the old house of the Black family. What does the Dark Lord want to raise a house elf for? After listening to a few words, the impatient Sirius couldn't help but frown and asked. Ketchuli didn't know, but Master Regulus recommended Keechuli at that time. Keechuli's face was a little fascinated. The master said Keechuli must complete the Dark Lord's order. This is his honor and Keechuli's. Keechuli is very happy for this. What happened later? Regulus, who accepted Voldemort's order, quickly returned to number 12 Grimmauld Place and found Kekari. Master Regulus. Kekari, I'm going to take you to the Dark Lord now. This is a great honor. Regulus said seriously, but you must remember that no matter what you do, you must come back. Do you understand? Okay, Master. Kekari was so excited to hear that he could get the honor that he trembled all over. If Kekari comes back, Master Regulus, can you allow my head to be hung on the plaque, just like my mother? Yes. So just like that, Yuanchari was brought to Voldemort by Regulus. Dear Master, this is the house elf of our Black family. It is an honor for it to serve you. Very good, Regulus. Voldemort looked at the trembling Ketchli quietly, with a hint of appreciation in his tone. Give it to me, you can leave. Faced with Voldemort's expulsion, Regulus was very tactful and did not ask more questions. He bowed his head in a very respectful manner, stepped back a few steps with his waist bent, and then turned and left. Creature went to the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord did not tell Creature what to do, but took Creature to a cave by the sea. Deep in the cave is a cave, and there is a large black lake in the cave. Creature's hoarse voice seemed to come from the dark water. Its eyes became more and more terrified, as if it saw itself clearly again, as if it had experienced the desperate pain again. There is a strange boat by the Black Lake. The Dark Lord took Ketchuli on it and drove it to the center of the lake. There is a small island with a basin full of medicine, potion. The Dark Lord asked Ketchuli to drink it. As he spoke, Ketchuli suddenly looked terrified and trembled all over. It held its head quietly with its dry wood-like hands, and a sense of reality filled its whole body. Ketchuli drank it, and saw terrible things when he drank it. Ketchuli's body seemed to be burned by fire, and he cried for Master Regulus to save it. But the Dark Lord just laughed. He asked Ketchul to drink all the potion, and Ketchuli couldn't resist. Then a box was placed in the empty basin, and the Dark Lord filled it with more potion. Finally, the Dark Lord rowed the boat away, leaving Creature alone on the island. The elf grabbed his ears and told everything that happened to him that year with a face full of fear. At the same time, Harry, who had already recovered from the pain, also heard the whole process and said, Horcrux. That box is a Horcrux. Harry. Seeing that his godson had recovered, Sirius immediately stood up and walked quickly to Harry, then grabbed the latter's shoulder and asked nervously, Harry, how do you feel? I'm fine, Sirius. Harry frowned and rubbed the slightly burning scar on his forehead and replied, Don't worry about me for now, Voldemort put it in that empty basin, it must be a Horcrux. How can you be so sure? Sirius asked doubtfully. I just saw it. Harry replied, After the president destroyed the Horcrux, I saw a series of pictures, exactly the same as what Kekari described just now, and the box was also a locket. In that case, why did this Horcrux appear here? Sirius was immediately confused. I don't know, but I think Kekari must know. Harry said affirmatively, and then looked at the elf behind Sirius and asked, Kekari, how did you come back? Creature was lying on the island and needed water. He slowly crawled to the edge of the island and drank water from the black lake. Many hands, dead hands, stretched out from the water, trying to pull Creature under the water. Kekari ignored Harry equals, but continued to talk to himself. Except for Sirius's orders, it didn't listen to anyone. Answer his question, Kekari. Sirius ordered sharply. Kekari immediately paused, and then slowly answered Harry's question. Master Regulus asked Creature to come back. The elf didn't seem to understand what Harry said, and he repeated it again. Kekari's mood gradually calmed down, and in his eyes there was a trace of fear and regret. After Kecheli replaced the box, it heard the master's last order. Stop, Kekari. Out of kindness, Harry rushed up to stop Kekari from self-harming. Then after a while, one night, Master Regulus went to Kekari's cupboard to look for it. Of course not. Harry quickly denied with a blushing face. Do you understand what I mean? Kekari, what happened after you came back? Why did the Horcrux appear here, and why did Regulus let you destroy the locket? At this time, Sirius continued. Harry asked more questions. He really wanted to find out what happened to his annoying brother. I know, but... Then, woo. Tears of tears begging for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. The mistress was also sad and mad, because Master Regulus was missing, and Creature couldn't tell her what happened in the cave. He couldn't. Master Regulus forbade it to tell anyone in the family, anything that happened in the cave. After all, Hagrid's mouth is really not so tight, and he is really stupid. Carrie became more and more excited, and then began to cry, and suddenly hit his head against the fireplace next to him, and blood immediately flowed from his head. The master was very worried, but the master did not tell Kekari what it was, just let Kekari stay at home. Carrie is damned. Damn it. Bad elf. Bad elf. After returning, Kekari told Master Regulus about the cave. Harry, what do you usually learn with your dull head? Shane, who was sitting on the sofa listening to the story, couldn't help but roll his eyes and interrupted Harry's question. It was Regulus' order to let it go home. The house elves would execute the master's orders even if they died. The magic of elves was also different from that of human wizards. Except for setting up spells in a targeted manner, they could apparate anywhere. He wants Creature to take him to the cave that Creature had been to with the Dark Lord. Isn't this common sense? How did you get an O in magical creatures? Did Hagrid cheat for you? When Creature comes back, no matter what you do, you can't leave any traces on it. The elf groaned in pain and wanted to tear off his ears. Creature tried everything, all the methods it knew, but none of them worked. There were too many powerful spells cast on the box. This seemed impossible to him, because he had seen how much Regulus worshipped the Dark Lord. Damn it, Kekari disobeyed the master's order. Master Guru said not to tell anyone. Creature also tried to open it and tried to destroy it from the inside, but he couldn't. Creature couldn't destroy the box. Master Regulus asked Creature to come back. Regulus actually betrayed the Dark Lord and ordered the elf to destroy the Horcrux. I know, I asked you how you escaped back. Master Regulus asked Kecheli to leave him and ordered Kecheli to destroy the box and not to tell anyone what happened today. Then Master Regulus was dragged to the water. Shane now seriously suspected that Harry's final exam results were fake, otherwise how could he not even think of such a simple question? Kecheli can't do anything. Kecheli still has to complete the task given to it by Master Regulus. The master's expression was very strange, different from usual, and his mind seemed to be confused. He would never tell Hagrid that he had secretly got the test questions from him in the last 10 days of the final exam. Although he had no good feelings towards the elf in front of him, he still felt very uncomfortable when he saw it self-mutilating for its master. Regulus. Sirius was a little absent-minded after hearing the truth. He never expected that the brother he had always sneered at was a hero, and he actually exchanged his death for a Horcrux of the Dark Lord. He used to think that his brother was a hateful Death Eater, a villain who did many evil things. He helped the Dark Lord do a lot of things that hurt the world, and he hated him. But in fact, Regulus Black, Regulus Arcturus Black, full name Regulus Arcturus Black. He was brave and righteous. As a defender of pure blood, he was one of the first people to join the Death Eaters, but the original Death Eaters never tortured Muggles and Muggle wizards. They followed Voldemort purely for blood and power. Regulus joined the Death Eaters at the age of 16, from serving the Dark Lord as an honor, to fighting with his life 3 years later. He did not hesitate to exchange his life for a Horcrux of Voldemort to destroy the immortal myth of the Dark Lord, and he even had only an ugly house elf as a helper. Regulus was unexpectedly kind. He did not regard the lives of house elves and Muggles as worthless like other Death Eaters and the Dark Lord. When he realized the secret of the Dark Lord's Horcrux, he arrived at the Black Lake Cave to destroy the Horcrux, and would rather drink poison and embrace pain than the elf. He ordered Kekri to completely conceal the truth of his death, and would rather die in obscurity than implicate the family. The Black family seems to have an abnormal persistence. Bellatrix Lestrange, original name, Bellatrix Black, used it to gain power. Andromeda Tonks, original name, Andromeda Black, used it to pursue love. Narcissa Malfoy, original name, Narcissa Black, used it to protect the family. Sirius Black used it to pursue freedom and prove friendship. And Regulus Black used this persistence to protect the honor of the entire family. So I am the one who is blinded by arrogance. Sirius sat dejectedly on the sofa, covering his eyes with one hand, muttering. Sirius, are you okay? Harry, who had just comforted Kekri, came over and asked worriedly. He knew his younger brother Sirius more or less. In daily chats, Sirius sometimes mentioned this name, and at this time he never concealed his disgust for this name. I'm fine, Harry. Sirius rubbed his face and stood up, then looked at Shane and said seriously, Mr. Dolores, can I ask you to do something? I want you to bring back Regulus' body for me. Oh. Shane was a little surprised by this request, but it was reasonable. He narrowed his eyes and smiled, then said, I can help you bring back your brother's body, but Sirius, what can you give? You know, Harry's relationship alone is not enough for me to make a move. I can tell you that last year Professor Dumbledore gave me all his family's books and the old house. Although he didn't mention any reward, it is worth 3 chances for me to make a move. So how much can you give? What do you want? I can give you everything I have. I don't want money, I want all the inheritance of the Black family so far. Okay, no problem. Here Sirius agreed to Shane's price without hesitation, because to be honest, although the inheritance of each of the Holy 28 clans is very precious, the books and collections of the Black family are basically dispensable to him now. He just wants to raise Harry well and live a stable life in the second half of his life. So, after the deal was reached, Sirius immediately ordered Kekri to take the 3 of them to the mysterious seaside cave. Cliffs of Moher is one of the most famous tourist attractions in Ireland. It is located on the edge of the central and western part of the island of Ireland, facing the vast Atlantic Ocean, and is famous for its strangeness and danger. It spans 214 meters across the Atlantic Ocean and covers 8 kilometers along the west coast. It is also the most important seabird habitat in Ireland. More than 30,000 seabirds breed there every year. At the same time, many rare plant species grow on the cliffs. Because it is summer vacation, the cliffs of Moher are crowded with people at this moment, and everyone here is sighing at the magnificence of nature. The sea breeze whistles, and the grass and trees wave their hands to welcome the tourists who come here to play. Standing on the edge of the winding cliff and looking into the distance, the sea and the sky are one color, which is very beautiful and spectacular. The warm sunshine shines on the turbulent Atlantic Ocean, and the rumbling sound of waves hitting the reefs can be heard from time to time under the cliff. The turbulent sea water rolls back and forth between the rocks and the mountains. Nature has used time and years to polish and cast these amazing works. Tourists who come here like to leave a trace of memory with it. At this moment, just a few dozen meters away from the edge of the cliffs of Maher, there stands a huge and majestic reef. Tourists are scrambling to take pictures of it, but no one has noticed that on the isolated huge reef, several vague figures are standing on the top of the reef, looking at the steep cliffs in the distance. The whistling sea breeze blows past the ears of several people, whistling. The huge waves will also turn into salty rain mist from time to time, shining under the sun. Ketchery pointed to the cliff in front of him with a little excitement and began to say, "There, the Dark Lord took Ketchery there, and Master Regulus was there too." Everyone looked forward, and there was nothing except the rough cliff. "Ketchery, are you mistaken? There is nothing here." Harry looked carefully and found nothing, so he looked at the elf in confusion and asked. "There, right there." Ketchery called out to himself with certainty, but as a house elf, it is unlikely to lie. "Okay, you don't have to look. The cave is behind the cliff, but it is covered by magic. Voldemort, that cowardly guy, not only cast a muggle-repelling spell here, but also a spell to repel wizards. The entrance to the cave is under the deep sea. Normally, except for animals, I'm afraid no one will find that there is a hidden cave below. Please give me flowers, 0134065245 Philo 1912315551. Shane just used the pupil magic to observe and found that there was a huge hole behind the cliff, and it extended downwards, deep and bottomless. "Ketchery, take us in," Sirius ordered. Then, the elf snapped his fingers, and the three people and the elf disappeared in the sunlight. Then, in a dark cave, a white light flashed, and four figures of different sizes suddenly appeared in the darkness and flew out in four directions at the same time. Bang! Ah! Ouch! The three people and the elf screamed at the same time. Harry rolled on the ground for several rounds and hit a stone and stopped. Ouch! Harry lay on the ground, holding his waist and back and groaning in pain. My God! What happened? He felt that his waist was about to break. The previous blow made his waist bear a weight that he could not bear in his lifetime. "Ketchery, what's going on? You should have taken us directly to that island." Sirius covered his head with a hideous face and angrily scolded the elf. "Zero." He was now half hanging upside down, with his shoulders and head touching the ground, his buttocks against the wall, and his feet hanging naturally beside his ears. Duh, hashtag. Sirius only felt pain in his buttocks and back. Just now, he landed on his back and slid for a distance before being forced to stop. With his buttocks. Ketchery lay hunched on the wet ground. It also fell hard, but fortunately, it was small and light, so the damage it suffered was not as great as expected, except that the sequelae of the sudden interruption of its apparition were still continuing. The elf shook his dizzy head, looked up and observed the surrounding environment, and suddenly looked terrified. "Oh no! Not here, this is not where Master Regulus left Ketchery. Ketchery can't go in, it can't go in." He kept muttering, as if he was blaming himself for not being able to go to that island. The elf's apparition failed and was intercepted by an unknown force, so now it can't take everyone directly to the island. Unlike the two people and one elf on the ground. At this time, Shane was hanging on a stalagmite, and his coat was cut by the sharp stone. Just now, after he came out of the apparition, he was thrown directly onto a long stalagmite in the cave and hung there. F***K his NN banana pig skin geoduck. That noseless two-hole socket actually has an extra layer of forbidden spell here. Shane covered the back of his head and shouted angrily with a livid face. Shane certainly knew what happened, so he didn't like to use the magic of apparition. The hit just now made his head buzz. Different from the space magic that Shane himself mastered. Apparition is actually composed of two spells, apparition and apparition. The effect of the disapparition spell is that you can move from one place to another immediately, accompanied by a bang sound. Among them, apparition refers to the process of moving from one place to another, and apparition refers to appearing in another place. The user only needs to rotate on the spot to make himself enter the void state, and then focus his attention on the point he wants to reach. In this way, he can use disapparition to go to the place he wants to reach in a short time, and then appear through apparition. If there is any mistake in the process, it is a small matter to lose arms and legs. Because this spell is very effective when used skillfully, but in fact, this magic is not a real space magic, and it does not have any space magic attributes. Whether it is a human wizard or an elf, the disapparition used by both is essentially the same. It is a fast movement on the physical level, not an instantaneous leap in space, so this leads to a weakness of disapparition that is not a weakness. That is, if the destination is a completely closed place, the caster will not be able to reach it, and once the apparition is activated, unless the apparition is successful, it will not be able to stop in the middle of the 430, because the speed is too fast. There are many ways to create a closed space, which are usually divided into complete isolation in the physical sense and absolute prohibition at the magical level. Obviously, Voldemort, who cherishes his life, returned to add an extra layer of protection after Kekri escaped that year in order to protect his Horcrux. Shane only used pupil magic to take a look outside, and he didn't expect that there was a forbidden spell inside. So, under the obstruction of the spell power, the road to the underground island was sealed, and Kekri was forced to cancel the apparition. The huge inertia threw several people out at once, and their heads were buzzing all of a sudden. Using Smash to turn the stalagmites behind him into cubes, Shane jumped to the ground. He first used Reparo to repair his clothes, then looked at the two people who were still recovering on the ground and asked, "Are you all okay?" "No, probably." Harry answered with difficulty, holding his waist. Sirius did not answer, because he looked too embarrassing, but then he did a very handsome move to save face. He turned over on the ground and shook his hair very handsomely and stood up. Compared with Harry, he felt better physically. After all, his butt was softer, unlike Harry who hit his waist hard. "President, what did you say Voldemort did here just now?" Harry asked curiously while rubbing his waist with a bitter face. He was just on the ground and was in pain, and didn't hear clearly what his president said. "Voldemort added a forbidden spell here, and we can't get in by apparition." Shane slowly walked to a rock wall and answered. "What? A spell?" Sirius stood aside, his face instantly turned extremely ugly. Because the spell is different from the outer layer of the expulsion spell. Although the outer layer of the expulsion spell is troublesome, it only takes some effort, and the Ministry of Magic can easily remove it with an aura. But the spell is different. The spell is a magic derivative system that combines spells and alchemy. It must be cast by a master who is proficient in spells and alchemy. Its theory, structure, and casting method are extremely complex, and it is often seen in large and important places and ancient wizards' tombs. Among them, the No Apparition of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic. The spell is a typical example. And there are only two groups of people in the whole of England who have the ability to break spells, the Spell Breakers of Gringotts and the Unspoken of the Department of Mysteries. These two groups like to dig the tombs of ancient wizards, and breaking spells is a common thing for them. So Sirius's face became so ugly. Because in his cognition, spells must be broken by professionals. This is obviously within reach, and he can find his brother's body, but now he stops here because of the spell. No one would be willing to accept this. "Sirius, are you okay? Are you hurt?" Just as Sirius lowered his head, thinking about whether there was a way to solve it, Harry's voice suddenly came, with a little worry and doubt in his tone. "No, I was just thinking." Sirius raised his head, and before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze there. In the dim cave, a square, dark hole with two people's height suddenly appeared on the smooth and wet stone wall that Shane had just faced. Shane had disappeared, and it was obvious that he had entered the cave, and Harry had also stepped in with one foot, looking back at him with a puzzled look, and there were still many square stones under his feet. "No. It's okay. Sirius swallowed the second half of the sentence that was stuck in his throat. Then let's go quickly. Harry did not notice the strange expression on Sirius's face, and turned to walk deeper into the cave. Sirius raised his head and blinked, looking around awkwardly, and followed Harry into the cave. Although he had many questions in his mind at this time, he didn't know what to ask, so he could only suppress his complicated emotions for the time being and continue to move forward. The spell left by Voldemort was easily destroyed by Shane with Crush. For people in the world of Harry Potter, breaking spells is undoubtedly a very difficult thing at any time, but the existence of everything has its limitations. No matter how powerful and complex the power of the spell is, it will still be defeated when facing an unbearable force. Through the square cave, you can enter a dark passage. The passage is very narrow, with crystals of various sizes and shapes growing on both sides. Under the illumination of lumos, you can see that these crystals are transparent, but for some reason, these precious gems from nature have now lost their due luster and appear dim and gloomy. Even if the passage to the underground Black Lake is successfully opened, it is still impossible to change your shape and shadow inside. It is obvious that Voldemort has used many means to protect his soul. In the passage, Kekuri held a ball of light and walked in front. Its expression looked very anxious and excited, but its steps were so cautious. The elf had been here before. The painful memory of the past made it afraid, but it still could not cover up its urgent mood to find its master. I don't know how long they walked, but they finally walked out of the crystal passage. What caught their eyes was a bottomless blackness in front of them, just like a black hole. The light of lumos could not illuminate the road ahead here, even if Shane increased the input of magic power. This kind of light-absorbing rock again, is this kind of thing so common in nature? Shane picked up a stone from under his feet and studied it, then complained. It's too dark, I can't see anything. Harry opened his eyes wide, trying to see what was in the distance, but he found it was futile, so he looked down at the elf and asked, Kercheri, was it like this when you came here? Kercheri remembers that the Dark Lord took it on a boat, with only green flames. Kercheri's eyes rolled around, and he pointed in a direction. Boat? Flames? Harry and Sirius subconsciously looked in the direction pointed by the elf. Then suddenly, Sirius drew out his wand and said to the darkness in the distance, Flames incendio. A green fireball flew out from the top of the wand, and this also allowed several people to see the scenery in front of them for a short time. There was no huge black lake, nor a small boat that could only carry 2 people. The scenery in front of them was very different from what Kercheri had described before. Through the green firelight, several people found that they were actually standing on the edge of a dead and dark deep pool. As long as they took 2 steps forward, they would fall into the cold water. The deep pool was very small, at most the size of a standard basketball court, and there was no so-called island. 0134065524 Falcon 1912411111. And the flame incendio, even directly hit the stalactites on the opposite bank, and finally disappeared in the darkness. What's going on? Sirius frowned, full of doubts. Where is the lake? Where is the boat? And why did the flame he emitted turn into that strange color of 1.1? When flame incendio was first emitted, it was still the color of normal flames, but the moment it flew out, it turned into a dark green. Is it possible that there is also a spell here to hide the location of the Black Lake and the boat? Harry observed around and then put forward his own guess. No, Kekuri wouldn't be wrong, it got on the ship here. Kekuri immediately gave a negative answer as soon as the voice fell. But Voldemort has come back, the spell just now is proof. Kekuri is right, you dirty, disgusting bad thing. Suddenly, a man and an elf inexplicably started a fierce quarrel, and they had already started fighting. Harry suddenly rushed up and strangled Kekuri's neck fiercely, and the force was obviously to strangle the latter to death. Harry. Sirius immediately realized something was wrong and rushed forward to separate the two, but Harry's hands seemed to be welded to the elf's neck, and he couldn't even move a finger. At the same time, Harry's green pupils had become dim. "Harry, wake up! Wake up!" Sirius pried Harry's hands hard and shouted in his ear with all his strength, trying to wake up his godson who had lost his mind. Unfortunately, it didn't work, and the elf's eyes were completely white. But at this moment, a voice came. "Sirius, feed this to him." Hearing the voice, he saw Shane throwing a blue medicine bottle over. Sirius quickly caught it, uncorked the bottle without saying anything, turned around and pinched Harry's cheek. "Harry, open your mouth." Harry's mouth was pinched open a little, and Sirius took the opportunity to stuff the bottle into Harry's mouth. As his Adam's apple moved, the potion began to take effect soon. Harry's eyes gradually became clear, and his hand that was pinching Kekari slowly let go. "Harry, how are you? Are you okay?" Sirius asked anxiously. "Sirius?" Harry was still a little confused at this time. He looked at the elf in front of him who was about to faint and asked in confusion, "What happened to me just now? You just suddenly lost your mind, did something happen?" I don't know." Harry frowned and recalled for a while, then shook his head. "I just remember that in that moment, I suddenly couldn't control my emotions, and my mind was full of some very bad thoughts, and I just seemed to want to kill Kekari." Gradually recalling what he had just done, his forehead was full of cold sweat. How could he suddenly have such an idea? Even if he didn't like this elf very much, he didn't want to kill it. "You were just affected by the nether sea mushroom." Just when the two were confused, Shane came over and explained, "Look around carefully, it's all this stuff." "Ghost mushroom?" Hearing such a strange name, Harry and Sirius immediately looked down with the help of the light of Lumos, and finally found that under them, there was a dense group of ant-sized mushrooms growing densely. They look a bit like the nose of the star-nosed mole in nature, black, with tentacles that make your scalp tingle. Ghost mushrooms are like black moss, attached to the surrounding wet rocks, and from time to time they will swing their tentacles and release their spores. "What is this?" Harry got goosebumps all over his body. The appearance of this ghost mushroom makes people feel seriously uncomfortable both physically and psychologically. Ghost mushroom, a precious mushroom that only grows in dark, humid and salty environments. Shane explained, they themselves and the spores they release are extremely precious potion materials. Even on the black market, this thing is priceless and its rarity is second only to the venom of the basilisk. The ghost sea mushroom usually has no effect on people, but there is one exception. At this point, Shane suddenly looked at Sirius with a teasing look. The spores of the ghost sea mushroom will turn green when burning, and at the same time, they will change their own properties and become a rare drug that has a calming effect on the soul-sleeping soul spores. Just now, your flaming incendio turned the ghost mushroom spores in the air into sleeping soul spores. After Harry inhaled it, the influence of Voldemort's soul in his body on him was increased in disguise, so the scene just now happened. "So, blame me?" Sirius was stunned for a moment. He just wanted to explore the way, but he didn't expect to make such a mistake. "But why, are you all fine?" Harry asked curiously. "You are just unlucky." Shane squatted down and patted Harry's shoulder, smiling and said, "Sleeping soul spores have very weak effects on magical creatures other than humans. Unless they are inhaled in large quantities, they are basically ineffective against elves like Kekari. And Sirius has been in Azkaban for so many years. Facing the Dementors, his soul will not be affected so easily. As for me..." "Okay, I understand." Harry didn't need Shane to continue explaining, he understood why his head would not be affected by the sleeping soul spores. "Isn't this a matter of course?" "Okay, get up, I've found the boat." Shane patted Harry's shoulder again and asked him to get up. "Boat? Found it? Where is it?" Harry and Sirius said in unison, but they looked around and didn't see the silhouette of the boat. "Come with me." Shane turned around and walked to the edge of the deep pool, and jumped in without saying a word. Harry and Sirius looked at each other, suddenly understood something, and then jumped in behind him. Cold. Chilly to the bone. A kind of coldness that can't be compared to soaking naked in an ice lake in winter. This was Harry's first feeling after jumping into the deep pool. But then, while feeling the coldness penetrating into the bone marrow, waves of inexplicable dizziness came over him, and it felt like the whole world was upside down. The cold breath was penetrating into the body through the skin. At this time, 3 figures suddenly appeared silently behind the short figure. Squeak. It should be. Sirius stroked his wet hair. Shane, who had been missing just now, suddenly appeared at the stern of the boat, startling both of them. "President, please don't joke in a place like this, it'll scare people to death," Harry said with a face full of resentment. Deep in the cliffs of Maher. Harry shook his head to show that he was fine, and then he looked around trembling all over. "Is this the Black Lake that Kekkeri mentioned?" Harry rubbed his buttocks while slowly standing up and observing the surroundings. Combining the scene when he was half-conscious in the old house, he immediately confirmed, "Yes, it's here. This should be the island where Voldemort hid his soul." Harry felt his hands and feet becoming more and more stiff, and the instinct for survival made him paddle his hands and feet desperately to swim to the surface of the water. Looking back now, Regulus did not leave even a portrait in the Black family, and he himself seemed to have forgotten what his brother looked like. In the last month of 2023, book friends who have monthly tickets, please raise your hands, vote for the poor child. The huge Black Lake is as deep as the sea, and there is only a small island with a little light in the endless darkness. Coordinates? Harry and Sirius both had question marks above their heads. Next to the stone platform, a short figure is looking up at the glass container held in the skeleton's hand. It is filled with black liquid, and a beautiful box can be vaguely seen in it. Tears of Tears asking for subscriptions, monthly tickets, and flowers, thank you for your support. While the two were talking, the small wooden boat under their feet suddenly made a sound of tearing wood, and the magic explosion on the bow also started at the same time. To hell. In the center of the island, there is a very strange stone platform. It grows upward from the ground like a dead tree. The trunk twists and splits, and then becomes a skeleton hand with more than a dozen fingers. A gloomy voice sounded from behind, and the two were frightened and turned back suddenly, and their wands were subconsciously taken out at the same time. No one knows where the light comes from. It has no beams, but it allows people to see the island, which is less than 10 square meters. Sirius immediately walked to the stone platform after hearing this. He looked at the forged Slytherin locket in the liquid, and his heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. Hoha! Where is this taking us? Harry looked at the endless darkness in front of him, and his heart was terrified. Harry! Just at this moment, Sirius, who had already climbed onto the boat, grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him onto the boat with all his strength. Are you okay? That's because you're timid. I suggest you go to Pumpkinhead for more experience. Shane answered heartlessly. Without any help, the boat suddenly began to slowly move in one direction. President, where did you go just now? I don't know, they were gone when I came up. Me? I just went to set the coordinates. That box. Kekkeri looked up and pointed at the glass container. That box was given to Kekkeri by Master Regulus. Don't worry about it for now, let's go. Shane put his hands on their shoulders. With a wow, Harry was transferred by space before he could react, and the ground under his feet was bumpy, wet and slippery. He sat on the ground. In an instant, the three of them disappeared from the spot, leaving only the lonely boat, quietly moving on the gloomy lake. The magic lamp on the bow was chirping 337, and there was no ripple on the water. Where are the President and Kekkeri? Harry jumped out of the water and breathed heavily, completely ignoring the rotten smell in the air. Sirius reached out his hand and tried to take the pendant out of the container, but he found that he could not touch anything except the cold liquid in the container. Can he only look at it? This is Regulus's relic and also the evidence of his heroism. Kekkeri, how can we take the box out? Sirius turned his head and looked at the elf and asked. You can only touch it after drinking the potion, but it is very painful. The elf answered slowly, with a trace of fear on his face, compared to drinking this, I would rather let that person cast the unforgivable curse. As he said, he also glanced in the direction of Shane who was standing by the lake, which shows how painful it would be to drink this potion. Sirius's face suddenly became complicated, and he began to struggle in his heart. Before being imprisoned in Azkaban, he fought desperately with Voldemort and his Death Eaters. In the process, he was not without the pain of scraping his heart and bones, so he knew that feeling very well. Many people often say that compared to being tortured by the unforgivable curse, death is more like a great gift. On the other side, Harry saw Sirius standing there suddenly, not knowing what he was thinking, but he felt that he should not disturb him now, so he turned and walked towards Shane. A.K. Just when he was about to say hello, Harry suddenly found that his president's face seemed a little strange. His eyes were cold, and his whole body was faintly emitting a trembling murderous aura. Harry was frightened and dared not speak, because he had never seen Shane show such a terrible expression. Is there something? Harry licked his lips nervously, and then looked down at the bottom of the lake along Shane's line of sight. It was pitch black, but he could vaguely see that there seemed to be something swimming under the water. At the bottom of the dark and gloomy lake, countless humanoid monsters were lurking here. They have gray-black skin, with layers of honeycomb-like decay spreading on it, limbs like withered branches, and the ribs of the trunk are tightly attached to the skin, outlining a neat outline without a trace of flesh and blood. Inferi, known as cursed resurrected corpses, they are terrible puppet servants controlled by dark wizards. They are the resurrection of the dead of wandering, homeless muggles, all of whom were killed by Voldemort when the power of dark wizards and villains rose. And the Inferi under the lake, with one exception, are ordinary muggles killed by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Most of them still retain their appearance before death, with clear facial features, but their eyes are completely lifeless and pale, and some of them still have strands of hair on their heads floating with the water, which is terrifying. This is the scene at the bottom of the lake that ordinary people can see, but here in Shane, it is a completely different scene. People who should have died are still alive, just in another way. Countless wronged souls are trapped in the rotting corpses, and they keep struggling to stretch out their hands to escape from this purgatory cage. I don't know since when, these souls trapped in the V***** have long lost the concept of time. For many years, they can see and hear, but they can't see or hear. They can feel everything around them, and even retain their consciousness and thoughts, but they can't do anything. The boundless darkness and loneliness are constantly tormenting these people who should have gone to the living. The huge and shrill screams are like waves, pouring into the ears, and then filling the whole brain and constantly echoing, and the sand value drops sharply. Shane dares to say that any normal human being will definitely go crazy after hearing these sounds. He originally thought that the Inferi were just lifeless monsters created by black magic, but he never expected that the Inferi were not only the guards of Horcruxes, but also the prisons of souls. Voldemort killed innocent people, cursed their bodies, and used their souls as nutrients to ensure that the Inferi could always guard his Horcruxes. This shameless and cold-blooded behavior is undoubtedly the greatest desecration of life. That's why Shane showed such an angry expression. Even now, he is still thinking about not destroying the remaining soul of Voldemort so quickly. He wanted to torture this nasty guy severely, and use the 10 tortures on the noseless guy 100 times in turn, and then turn him into an Inferi, throw him into the Black Lake, and let him taste endless pain. I didn't know when Sirius was lying on the ground with his eyes white, and his whole body was jumping like an arch bridge, with veins popping out all over his body. One hand was tightly grasping his chest, and the other hand was tightly holding a locket. 0134065244 follow 1912414101. The motto of the predecessors of the time travel, do anything to cut the grass and root, so as to prevent future troubles. No way, I've only seen things like Hell Potion in books, and you just saw that sky magic doesn't work. Shane shook his head helplessly, and then said, now we can only let him tough it out. Generally speaking, after experiencing the physical pain, people who drink the Hell Potion will drink water to death due to thirst. Hell Potion, a legendary potion that has been lost. People who drink the potion will experience physical pain, extreme thirst, extreme hunger, extreme fear, and finally become mentally confused, have hallucinations, and constantly experience the most painful things in their lives in their minds. So in anger, Shane gradually calmed down. He drank the Hell Potion above. According to the amount above, he will be in pain for at least 10 or 20 minutes. Shane looked at the glass container on the stone table, which was completely empty. What he should do now is to find Regulus's body first, and then burn all the other inferi to save all the souls trapped here. What the hell is going on again? Shane rolled his eyes and followed him. Why did you drink that stuff? But this thought is just a thought, but it is difficult to achieve in reality. The extreme pain blocked all his shouts in his throat, so the two of them didn't notice the abnormality behind them just now. Tears in my eyes, please subscribe, please vote, please flowers, thank you for your support. Do you know what it means to be extremely hungry? Of course, if you can control the drinker in time and prevent him from committing some suicidal behavior, the Hell Potion will not kill people, and people who are proficient in brain occlusion can also greatly reduce the impact of the potion on themselves. After all, this potion affects people's perception. This may be the reason why Dumbledore can continue to protect Harry after drinking the potion in the original book. Sirius. Harry was shocked when he saw this, and ran up quickly. Hell Potion? Isn't that just a very effective sleeping pill? Why is Sirius like this? Harry asked in confusion and anxiety. Although this potion is not fatal, it will make people live a life worse than death. Shane learned about the Hell Potion from the Dumbledore family's collection of books. Except for those potion masters, few people in the world would know that its biggest feature is that it presents a colorful black color. However, although there are only a few words about this potion in the book, and there is no method of making it, the extreme thirst or hunger alone is enough to be creepy. It is a feeling of wanting to stuff everything into your stomach regardless of leaves, mud or stones in front of you. Sirius drank the medicine himself. Although he didn't know what happened to him suddenly, Shane said that he would suffer for what he did. He was too lazy to spend so much effort to help a person who was asking for death, not to mention that he was not really going to die. President, is there really no way? Harry looked at Sirius with a worried look on his face. He really couldn't bear to see his godfather suffer like this. Sirius. Shane restrained his murderous intent and called out the name of the person behind him. Because he didn't know Regulus, he needed Sirius to recognize him, but he waited for a while and didn't get a response, so he turned his head in confusion. Because the soul of Voldemort in Harry is very weak and can't support his resurrection at all. Secondly, Shane, as a rabbit of the flower-growing family, will not do such a thing in the end. Hell Potion is not the water of life and death you learned in the textbook. Shane replied. In fact, Shane still has some means to make Sirius recover immediately, but it's very troublesome to do it. And Voldemort used this potion to protect the Horcrux. After feeling thirsty, the drinker will uncontrollably lie down beside the Black Lake to drink water, and then be pulled directly to the bottom of the lake by the guards. Using rock magic to fix Sirius directly, Shane turned around and prepared to deal with the corpses at the bottom of the lake. It would be too easy for him to die like that. President, what happened to Sirius? Harry asked anxiously. What dare you put in your mouth, and it's Voldemort stuff. Or he could torture him mentally, directly destroy his magic, turn him into a muggle, and then randomly throw him into a low passage to let him taste what the British culture is. To be honest, according to common sense, no one would want to try this thing, except Sirius, who has a cramp in his brain. After dealing with Sirius for the time being, Shane walked to the shore of the Black Lake and took out his wand. He shouted "Lumos," and then dozens of huge balls of light flew out instantly, illuminating the entire underground cave. At the same time, the strong light also made the inferi at the bottom of the lake agitated, and they began to look for prey to drag into the water. But it was obvious that Shane would not give them a chance. The top of the poplar wood wand lit up with a dark purple light. Shane turned his wrist, and the huge underground black lake suddenly rolled violently like boiling water. Some inferi who were planning to land on the island were instantly pulled back into the water by the huge current and rolled back and forth. Harry stood on the shore and could vaguely hear bursts of roars coming from under the water. Then Shane gently raised his wrist, and the entire black lake water wrapped thousands of inferi floating in the air, and under the control of powerful magic, formed a circle around the island. Oh, Kekuri quickly retreated behind the stone platform when he saw such a situation. It swore that it would never provoke the man who manipulated the magic wand in front of it. To a large extent, he was more terrifying than the Dark Lord. Harry stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. Even if he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but feel shocked and afraid. It seems that he didn't know enough about his own president, and his vision was small. Okay. Shane took back the magic wand, and then looked at the water flow ring he created with a calm face. Because of Lumos, the whole cave swept away the coldness when it first came, and became unusually bright and warm. It was as if an angel came to the world and sprinkled a sacred light, and even the evil corpse seemed to look less hateful. Is this the corpse? Harry looked at the countless black figures in the water ring in front of him with a little horror, and couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, in the huge water ring, countless inferi were trying to pounce on the people on the island, but the huge magic trapped them inside. There are too many, what should I do? Shane scratched his head in annoyance. He looked at the tens of thousands of inferi in front of him and didn't know what to do for a while. He just took a rough look on the shore, and he didn't expect that there were so many inferi at the bottom of the lake. It seems that Voldemort has killed as many people as himself. It is roughly estimated that there are at least tens of thousands of them. Although Shane had just used legislatives to learn about Regulus's appearance from Sirius's mind, he thought that he could find the inferi that Regulus turned into with some effort, but he didn't expect that he was a little naive. Although these monsters all retain their appearances from their lifetime, and their facial features are still intact, their uniform gray-black skin and bald heads mean that even if you go blind, you can't find Regulus among them. So there is no other way, and now you can only try the folk method. But the spell sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, and you never know what causes the spell to fail or succeed. Accio Regulus. Shane tried to use this spell that wizards like to use most in their daily lives, but... A crow flew by, and there was no reaction. Shane glanced at Harry who was staring at him next to him and smiled awkwardly. He turned his brain and thought about it again, and waved the wand again, Accio Regulus of inferi. Still no movement. Locken's stupid spell. Shane cursed indignantly in his heart. Forget it. I didn't expect the unreliable spell Accio to work. Let's think of another way. Since the traditional method didn't work, we have to find another way. Shane went through the methods of finding things in his mind again. After a while, an extremely ancient magic suddenly appeared in his mind, and this magic could definitely help him find Regulus. He waved the wand in his hand, and then a neat cut suddenly appeared on Sirius's finger, which was seamlessly buried in the stone. A few drops of blood flowed out and slowly floated in front of Shane. And Harry, who was next to him, quickly stepped back a few steps, because he suddenly felt the magic power around him was gathering, and it was obvious that the next movement would be a bit big. Sure enough, as Shane waved the wand, a small magic vortex suddenly appeared, and a hurricane suddenly rose in the huge cave. Harry was blown so hard that he couldn't open his eyes, and quickly turned around and lay on Sirius. By doing this, he could protect himself and Sirius from the harm of sand and stones. Huge streams of magic power were gathered at the top of the wand, emitting golden red light, which became more and more intense. It didn't take long to gather the magic power, and the hurricane came and went quickly. Harry, who had been protecting Sirius, suddenly felt that the surroundings had become quiet, and the whirring sound in his ears stopped. So he slowly opened his eyes and looked behind him. Through a slightly blurred vision, a golden-red magic circle with extremely complex patterns was slowly rotating, and a ball of blood was floating on it, emitting a faint red light. Shane touched the magic wand on the blood, and an ethereal voice sounded, "Blood point." As soon as the voice fell, it started to work. Dozens of red lines emitting faint light suddenly floated out of Sirius's blood, and then one of them continued to extend and slowly floated into the water ring. The red line ignored the many corpses and twisted until it was wrapped around a withered wrist. Seeing that the target was found, Shane waved the magic wand in his hand again, and then, Regulus, knocked away dozens of corpses under the action of strong traction and flew in front of him. Regulus was still trying to pounce on the stranger in front of him, and the red line in his hand was still closely connected to Sirius' blood. Shane, Sif, observed it and confirmed that it was Regulus, and nodded with satisfaction. 013406524 follow 1912415541, is he Sirius's brother? Harry also came over and asked curiously. Although he has turned into a corpse and no longer looks like a human, he can still vaguely see from his eyebrows that he is very similar to Sirius. Harry looked at the still floating red line again. What kind of magic is this? This is the blood point, a special magic I created a long time ago. Shane sighed and suddenly felt emotional. To be honest, if I hadn't come here, I wouldn't have remembered that there is such a magic. Blood point, it is an advanced magic that can find close relatives through blood. Regardless of whether the person you are looking for is alive or dead, has turned into white bones or ashes, this magic can find the closest relatives who were born from blood. And the origin of this magic actually has a very long story. That was in Aslant. At this time, Shane, who had just turned 10 years old, came to a small town while he was out on a mission. The town is very large, with a population of about 10,000. It lives by the water, and the people here rely on the Diga lake next to the town to live. Shane originally thought that this was just an ordinary sea-level mission. Are you really a wizard of fairy tale? The mayor looked at the child in front of him who was not even as high as his chest with a face full of suspicion. This fairy tale is a famous magic guild in the kingdom of Fiori. Why would they send a child who is still wet behind the ears? Because he was still young, Shane's body had just begun to develop. He was about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a pair of blue denim shorts and a red t-shirt, and looked like a little boy. A few days ago, he was really bored in the guild, but the old man said that he could not go out to do missions under the age of 12. So, to relieve his boredom, he secretly took a task from the task board in the guild and ran out, and the task location was the town called Vaughn in front of him. It's genuine, okay. Shane patted his arm unconvinced, and revealed the fairy logo on it. Mayor, don't worry, just leave it to me, I promise to complete the task. You know, I'm a wizard of fairy tale. Okay. The mayor nodded doubtfully, and then asked tentatively, you should know the content of this task, right? I know. Shane took out the task list from his pocket and raised it. It is said that several children in the town are missing. The mayor nodded, with a trace of worry on his face. To be honest, I don't want to ask the Magic Guild for help unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, the cost of asking you is too high. But I really have no choice. Just a while ago. Then, the mayor began to slowly tell the process of the disappearance of children in the town. It turned out that just over half a month ago, children in Vaughn town suddenly began to disappear inexplicably. The average age of the missing children was only 6 or 7 years old, and the first one to disappear was the child of a local fruit vendor. That night, after the parents closed the stall, they found that the child who went out to play had not returned, so they began to look for him everywhere, but they didn't find him until late at night. I mobilized the whole town to look for the child the next day, and the town patrol team also followed the investigation, but strangely, nothing was found, and the child seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. The mayor said with a sad face, and kept rubbing his index finger. I thought it was just an ordinary missing incident. Although it was very sad, there were indeed some children in the town who fell into the water and disappeared or were taken away by wild animals and then their bodies were found, so I didn't pay too much attention to it. But what I didn't expect was that within 2 days of the first child disappearing, 2 more children disappeared, and then the 4th and 5th. Until now, more than a dozen children have disappeared.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.